February 20th. Man, am I behind times. Welcome to Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers, and I know there was quite a few people. I want to make sure you got your speaker request form filled out and take it over to the Commission Director, Jordan. So we're going to call the meeting to order, and we're all present today. So Mr. Commissioner Drews is going to lead us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance. So Gary, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. So I just want to ask everybody for on the remember of silence, all the activity that's going on in Iran. We need to keep our military in our minds and all the people involved in that. Thank you. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I love when we do that pledge. Mr. Durr is going to fix my computer for me. My computer went to heck in a handbasket, and now I got a Chromebook in it. So I'm going to look for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I would like to change item 15D, which is the lodge at Mount Rushmore, formerly at Best Western Plus. It's listed as a informational item only. I'd like to make a motion to change that to an action item.
Thank you. So we have an amendment to the agenda to change 15D to an action item. So we have a motion.
Chair,
Yes,
can
Commissioner.
I ask a
Ecker.
question?
Yes.
Is the person here that we're going to do the action on today, are they available, or do they know there's going to be an action, that own the property or invested in this property? Because if it was put as an information only and now it's action, I don't think that would be something that anybody else would like done to them on this issue. So I will be voting no on that because I think you need to notify the people that are involved in the property.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Rosknecht.
to my knowledge, this action's already in progress, so it's just a matter of informing the general public and the Commission for Transparency to bring this item up to speed so that everybody's on the same page. But Annette can speak to that more than I can.
Who can speak to that?
Annette, our treasurer.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. I've asked for this to be an action item instead, just because the Treasurer's Office has been in the process of proceeding on this property, and I just think with as long as it's been going through all of the different commissioners through the years, that it would be good for the public to see that you are all in support of the notices and to take action on this item. We already are, and yes, all of the people have been notified of it as well through the process.
So Chair.
Yep. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Annette. Deb Hadcock, you have the.
So did you call the people that are you're taking the action against? Are they here today? Do they know that you are going to take an action instead of just talk about the information on it?
This is informational only so that Commissioner Rosknecht can let his constituents understand the process that's already in place for the action on this property. So no, but have they been notified of what's happening with it? Yes.
So again, today we want to take another action. If it's not a different action, it's just information, like you said, only. I'm okay with information only and not action.
Commissioner Hadcock, I'm
Can
going
I
to have
interject
a state's
briefly?
attorney.
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. So I don't want to get the cart too in front of the horse, but part of what the action we'll be discussing later in the meeting will actually involve providing notice to persons in accordance with the tax deed process. So that's why, Annette and I are requesting this change in agenda, is because that notification will come subsequently to the action that we're going to request you to take today.
Okay. Does that make sense to you, Commissioner Hancock?
And,
Can I ask something?
Yes.
So that can't be on the next meeting? Or is it going to cause an issue for the people? That way it gives them time to understand the tax deed and the things? Or have you already talked to that action with them and that you're going to put it on this agenda item and put it on a tax deed?
Well, certainly, we would be well within our rights to, if you would like to make the action at the next meeting, that's perfectly fine as well. But in the interest of expediency, it was our idea to get this as an action item today to begin the process of what we'll be discussing under that individual item. I don't want to get too far in the weeds before that actual item comes
So
up.
if we put this on the agenda, then we can have another conversation about it.
On the action?
Yeah.
That needs to be taken. That's what I'm asking.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Go ahead and, Mr. Chair, make the motion to change this to an action item from information.
Yep, we have a motion. We have a second here?
Oh, okay, then I'll
There's
second
the
that
motion,
motion.
and then Ross connects a second, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
That approves the agenda, so we're going to move on. Go ahead. Oh, we got one no? Yep, one no from Hadcock, so, did you get that, Jordan? Yes. Okay, thank you. And the Board of Equalization oaths of office, so Honorable Judge Heidi Lindgren will be presiding, and she's going to swear us in for the, and we appreciate you taking time out of your day. We know you're busy, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll just have you all five stand. You're okay. And on our agreed upon process here, I'll just start by having you all state your name simultaneously.
I, Gary Drews.
And then I'll read the body, and after each one, after I'm finished, I will just ask you individually as a commissioner if you agree. You do, as a member of the Board of Equalization for Pennington County in the state of South Dakota for the year 2026, being first duly sworn, depose and say that you will fairly and impartially perform the duties as a member of the Board of Equalization for the county and the state, that you will endeavor to equalize the assessment of all real property within the county, that you will seek to place upon the books of the tax jurisdiction within the county any property that may have been omitted by error or neglect of the assessor or Board of Equalization, that you will faithfully and impartially perform all other acts enjoined on me by law to the end that all assessments within the above county may be complete and just and equal as between the property holders. If so, please answer, I will. Commissioner Hadcock? I will. Commissioner Rosknecht?
I will.
Commissioner Weifenbach?
I will.
Commissioner Durr? And Commissioner Drews.
I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I mean, I just appreciate the process, and it's kind of cool to have the judge come in and take care of that for us. So we'll move on to item number 6, the consent agenda. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. So at this time, I'll ask if there's anything that the audience would like to remove, the citizens would like to remove from the agenda on 6A through, wow, okay, here's a lot of them. 6A through I. Is there anybody in the audience that wanted to remove one of those consent items from the agenda? Okay, seeing none. How about the commissioners? Is there any items that we want to remove from the agenda, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on items 6A through I.
Move to approve item 6A through I.
Second.
We have a motion from Ross Connect, a second from Drews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, items from the public. Speaker request forms, so we're going to get those right now. Is this a speaker request form too?
That's part of the first one.
Okay. So we'll go to, looks like Mike Mueller. Mike, oh, here you are. Okay, if you just want to give us your name for the record, Mike, and then we'll let you have 3 minutes, and we'll try to hold you to 3 minutes. So appreciate you have the floor, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Mueller, County Commission candidate for District 1. Do each of you have this with you, in front of you? This sheet with red? I want to bring some light to an item that I noticed. I think at least one commissioner knows of this. But Mr. Bush has a website, Zach Bush, running for District 1 as well. A couple of confusing things to me. I might need explanation, might need some interchange with you, and I appreciate this commission's rarity to ask the public for removing consent items, as well as answering questions when they have public comment or agenda items they're confronting. But on the very top of your sheet, this is on the bottom of the page of every page of his website, he's got listed endorsements, lists Commissioner Rosknecht, and then below that, County Board of Commissioners. And I see Commissioner Rosknecht's recommendation obviously brought him along, recruited him, and that's his right to do so. And then the next section down is under his front page, where the first sentence is endorsed by the current county administration as the trusted successor after 8 years of proven leadership, comma, Zach Bush is a U.S. veteran and a local builder raising his family right here in District 1. I guess what I'm trying to understand is this a legal document on the website? Is this something that's twisting and misleading the public and the voters? And if there is an endorsement of the county administration, can somebody please explain what that means to me? I'll just leave it open for dialogue if you wish. If anybody has any comments, I'd be welcome to receive those.
I can tell you, Mr. Miller, I don't know that the county commission endorses anybody, but we'll have a conversation with our state's attorney afterwards, so make sure that, I mean, as a group, we don't typically endorse candidates. I mean, individual commissioners can, but as a group, we don't typically do that, so that'd be my comment to you, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Ruskin.
you know, I have assisted Zach in this endeavor, and bringing this to our attention, Mike, I will certainly let Zach know that he might want to change the wording on that. Certainly not, I wouldn't believe that it's intentional on his behalf, but I can do that for you, sir.
Here,
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock.
I appreciate he takes it down. County Board of Commissioners and endorsed by county administration is misleading on your website. I can appreciate that Commissioner Rosknecht is endorsing him, but the rest of us have not put our name on anybody. So, and I thank him for his service, but you shouldn't put County Board of Commissioners or county administration, so I agree
Mike,
with you,
you
Mike.
still have a minute left if you want to say anything.
No,
so.
just if there's anything I need to know about, because I've had very collegial conversations with many of our administrators, be it your sheriff, the treasurer, auditor, registered deed, anybody that in your offices that lead your personnel. So that was confusing. I was a former administrator for a school district, so I'm just trying to understand what that means. If somebody can give me clarity or understanding if it's prohibited or allowed. That's all.
We can do that. We don't know if it's without Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a comment. It was brought to my attention, and, my response to that is, just like Commissioner Hadcock's, the Board of Commissioners has not taken any action as any endorsement, and I could perceive where, somebody could look at that and think that this board or leadership in the county, individually they can do that, but collectively, we've not done that, so.
And typically, we have a pretty good, we don't typically talk on behalf of the commission unless we have given that permission. So if that helps you understand. So I think my clock is stuck because it still says you had 1 minute. Oh, I'm sorry. So you're giving him more time? All right. You got more time.
Well, I know in campaigns, being part of the Republican Party statewide, Republicans are supposed to stay out of primaries, and I know as a position, you can have your own personal venue of preferred candidates. So for instance, the governor brought Tim Goodwin's, against my wife in a primary, so the governor's obviously immune to that theory, but as a primary candidate, I'd wish that, maybe the body would not endorse a candidate individually. I'd welcome that. So I just want to clear the air.
And I guarantee, I think we've made it pretty clear to you that that's not the case here. We don't do that, so.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck,
Thanks.
Mike.
Next person is Mariah Cranny. Mariah, if you want to come forward, you will have the floor for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mariah.
My name is Mariah Cranny. I'm a civil rights advocate, mother of 4, and I'm just here to ask you what the status of the criminal affidavits of conspiracy against my rights, my children's rights, and the rights of those in this county, many, many others in this county. What is the status of those affidavits that I turned into you? Do we live by the Constitution of the United States of America in Pennington County, South Dakota? Or do we live under the rule of foreign governments? China, Iran, Ukraine? Anyone? We, the people of the United States of America, under the United States Constitution, have rights guaranteed by God upon birth, given to us, that cannot be taken or removed, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is a poster my beautiful oldest son created, who I can't even call and wish happy birthday or happy Easter to, without the threat of arrest. He was trafficked across state lines on his birthday by CPS. Child Protection Services is actually corrupt Ponzi scheme. Criminal Protection Services. They are protecting their crimes, and I am a mother whose children have been stolen. And I turned in affidavits of criminal conspiracy against these people, and I haven't heard a response yet. What are you doing? What are we paying you for? What are we filing our taxes for? To pay people to break the law. 7th Circuit Court Casa, Kehala Tubles, lost an election in 2024. She is retaliating against Republicans and voters of Trump by stealing our children and allowing CPS to falsify court documents to steal children of people who didn't vote for her. She's getting paid by the county, by the federal government, by the state government, by Vanguard of China to traffic our children across state lines. And we could get arrested if we talk about it. Why am I not getting arrested right now? Because I haven't committed a crime.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for public comment. Does anybody else want to comment? Or there's somebody way in the back wanting to come forward. Come on forward. And you can just hand that to Jordan and head to your, you can come up to the, and just tell us who you are.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Will Cowan, and I live up by Deerfield in Pennington County. And I'm here to talk about my appeal case. And 3 weeks ago, I dropped off a package showing violations that DOE had in my case. And some are felonies, some are misdemeanors. I had proof of it in that package. Handed it to Jordan. Hopefully you guys all saw it. It was about 80 pages. DOE forged or fraudulently gave evidence, and that's, all of these will be South Dakota codified laws. So they violated 22-12A-15. And again, there was proof, and I don't have time for that here. They also had falsification of evidence, which is 22-12A-16. The assessor also perjured herself in her deposition, and she gave, as I said, false evidence. She falsified public records. She falsified a document trying to make it look like the original. She put it on different letterhead. The body of the letter that she sent me was basically the same. Different letterhead. She added a date that wasn't there. And so that's a misdemeanor. She's suppressed or destructed documents she should have handed in. In the packet I gave you, I showed that her deposition, she was asked if the county tracked the status of land, like ag land that lost it from one year to the next. She said no, yet she had given an email to Holly, who used to work here. She did track it that year. She did it. She put the report forward and gave it to the commissioners, or asked Holly to. She said that didn't happen. And I put that in my discovery material. She also said that as of November 1st, the prior year, my property had changed to non-ag. That's not true. The letter I got in December said it would change, and then it changed on January 31st, and then she asked to look at the property on April 3rd to determine its status, and that was after they'd already removed it. I'm asking for my legal fees, and she's violated enough laws. She needs to be fired by your own standards.
I'm going to address this, Mr. Khan, because Tyler, will you come forward? Where are you at? Because these are accusations, Tyler, but we currently are in litigation with Mr. Khan. Am I correct? Okay, I just want to make that clear. So they're accusations, they're in litigation. So is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. We are in this matter. We are currently represented by Matt Noss of Gunderson Palmer, Nelson and Ashmore.
Okay.
Any request for, let's call this a settlement negotiation, should be directed through him. And if I believe that request has likely already been made, but since we are represented, it would be par for the course for these correspondences to remain through our legal counsel assigned to the file.
And they've ignored my request for information, which is another
Well, you do have a lawyer,
violation.
right? I mean,
I do not. I fired him because
Okay.
they weren't doing it, which should save you money in the long run.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
so does it behoove the commission to look into these acquisitions a little bit deeper? I kind of well, I'm not going to go into detail, but I just think that things could have been handled better relative to Will. And he's got some valid points. The date of inspection, I'm not going to go into
You
detail
need to
here.
keep this to the court case and not hear what you think.
I got it.
Mr. Roskinek?
Commissioner Hadcock.
We're going to shut this down when
Yep.
I'm done here.
I'm
That's a
just
good
saying that
idea.
we need to
Yep.
look at this deeper as a commission.
Okay, fine. We'll to work with our. with
And you
Tyler.
all have
We've been
asked
working
to
on this for a
dismiss
while, so.
the case. You've already abated it, and that's another issue. You guys charge interest if we're late paying taxes. I got money back, but there was no interest paid to me.
I've given you a little bit of latitude. I'm going to cut you off now. So thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Mr. Cowan. Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Items from auditor. Resolution changing and defining precinct boundaries for municipal election. You're not Sabrina?
I'm not Sabrina.
Okay,
Good morning.
but you tell us who you are then.
Casey Iceland, Chief Deputy Auditor. The city has done some annexation, so we just need a motion to approve the resolution changing and defining precinct boundaries for municipal election precinct 22 from precinct VB.
And you've looked this over and you're good with it all? It makes sense?
Our election supervisor has.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
move to
Hadcock.
approve the resolution changing and defining precinct boundaries for municipal election precinct 2-2 from precinct VB.
We have a motion from Hadcock, a second from Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Items from the state's attorney. Now, this one, you're gonna have to give us some explanation here. Tyler, you're on board on this one? We got someone else coming up. You'll have to tell us who you are. We don't see you very often, so.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Katie Urban, Public Information Officer for the Pennington County Attorney's Office. As many of you know, for the last couple of years, we have held a Victims' Rights Week luncheon to recognize the importance of victims' rights and honor some community members. And this is an event that is fully funded through donations. We provide a light lunch and a quick program. It's a really nice event. Every year, the donors have just paid the venue directly, and that's become pretty cumbersome for the venue. So they've asked if we can just remit a single payment, and then we can collect the donations. So we're really just asking to sort of resurrect what I think was already present, just a line item to collect donations and then just pay for this event out of that fund.
So I think this question is going to be asked. Are we good with that? Is that legal, Tyler?
Yeah, State's Attorney's Office, Tyler Sobzak, yes, that would be legal. I believe as of right now, there is that current line item that's just sitting at a 0. But I think Jordan can expand on that if we need to.
Can you explain, sir?
I mean, I could probably try to expand here a little bit. So I'm assuming, do you know exactly when it stopped being used, the revenue line item? Because what I've been told is it's been active in the system before, it's been made inactive, and we just want to be able to have the county be a pass-through one more time. And that's up to the board as to whether or not we want to allow us to be the recipient of this. It is going to be us receiving in donations and then issuing a check, which it's not without a cost, but it is something that's going to be a lot easier and simpler for.
Commissioner Durr, you were going to your microphone earlier.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, yeah, this is just creating that ability for our accounting purposes to create the line item to receive the money in and then show when we're expensing it that there's an expense going out. And so it's equalized, but it's an accounting method that we have to have. So,
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So do we do this in any other department? Because I know if they take donations in for a certain issue, do they get to put it under a, whatever we're doing with this? Is that allowed?
Yes, yes, we do that in Health and Human Services, especially with the Vakurovich Foundation. They often will give donated money, and then those can be used for.
And we just put it in restricted? Okay, thank you.
But you got a handle on it, Jordan, you're good with this?
Yeah.
So, I got a motion from the.
I'm going to move to authorize the auditor's office to establish a revenue line item for the Pennington County State's Attorney's Office for donated funds related to the Victims' Rights Luncheon and similar events with spending authority limited to the amount of donations received.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr, a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck, and thanks for taking care of the victims the best we can. Commissioner Hadcock volunteered some donations for that. Items from Buildings and Grounds. Director, Mr. Davis, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds for Pennington County. So this item, pretty much as it reads, is a reclassification of our admin assistant position to an admin specialist position. I've spoke with each of you about this, some in more detail than others, but essentially our admin assistant position opened up a few weeks back, and we kind of further evaluated sort of the role and how it functions within our department. And we would like to essentially reclass that position to an admin specialist. In January, we took over 11 FTEs from the sheriff's office. And we now are at roughly 55 FTEs within our department, fairly large budget to go along with it. Right now we have one office manager, and our current role, which is an admin assistant, is the only two sort of administrative supporting roles in our office, and it is quite the workload. So, but again, it's not an additional FTE. There's no budget supplement that I'm asking here either, or will ask, because we do have, as we're evaluating our needs within our department, when we took over those sheriff's office positions, we did not fill all of those positions. So we do have a little bit of room to be able to make this change without asking for any budget supplement. So again, it's not a new FTE. It is just a reclass from the admin assistant to an admin specialist. So I'll stand for any
Does the
questions.
commission have any questions here on this? Or Jordan, are you good with this? Do you understand the move that's taking place here? I mean, the accounting part of it.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Move to approve the reclassification of one administrative assistant position to one administrative specialist position within the Buildings and Grounds, and to approve the associated job description.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion, opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So we have some opposed. Okay, let's have a roll call. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
3-2, motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, number 11. Did I cut you guys off before you had a chance to say anything, or are we good?
No,
Okay.
you cut me off a little bit, but that's all right.
Okay, so 11 is items from Human Resources, so we're, Sandy, huh? Okay. We got you, today's your last day?
Thursday.
Pardon?
Thursday will be.
Thursday, okay, well, so we can take the time to thank you for your time and service in the county and filling in the HR position, and we wish you the best of luck moving forward in your future endeavors, so. But you have some items today, so we'll, go ahead.
Sandy Sortland, Senior HR Manager. So before you is a memo to promote the current Assistant Director in Human Services to the Director's position, as the current Director will be leaving us as well at about the 17th of April. Unfortunately, Barry could not be with us today, so he asked me to bring this forward. Barry is recommending that Alex Purcell be promoted to Director. We've reviewed it. We've reviewed the information for Alex's record with the county. He's had a stellar record with us. He is definitely the right decision. I know Barry has also spoken with the commission in regards to this, so we're just motion from you to promote Alex.
Is Alex here today, or is he back at the?
Yeah.
You want to come forward, Alex, so we can toast you or whatever we need to do?
Toast or roast?
So, hi, Alex. You got big shoes to fill. We get it. Barry's moving on to an opportunity that he feels is good for his life, and we wish him all well from the county and what he's done for the marginalized people in our community that are struggling, and we look forward to the same sort of thing. But I'm going to open it up to the commission to throw things at you, whatever they would like to do. So, Commissioner Hadcock.
If I could, I'd like to read this, and this is all about Alex Purcell. Throughout his tenure, Mr. Purcell has demonstrated effective leadership, professionalism, and strong commitment to collaboration. He has represented the department in Pennington County in numerous interagencies and community partnerships. Additionally, he has recently nominated by his peers for the Albert Award, recognizing excellence in treatment court services. I've worked with Alex Purcell about 12 years. He is not a boisterous man. In fact, I went through a leadership program with him and appreciated his straight-up comments about some of that. And I've also worked with him with my business for veterans that needed some help. And I'll tell you, straightforward, you couldn't find a better man. He just gets the job done. He loves his job. He's, like I said, he's not like Deb Hadcock, very boisterous and woohoo, but he is pretty amazing at what he does. And I don't think a lot of people knew what Alex did because he doesn't tell you either. So I am so proud that they're moving you up, Mr. Purcell. I was sick, getting some stuff done. So I wasn't there to be in the back room when they were deciding this. But they couldn't have found a better person than you, sir, and it's been a pleasure working with you. And now that you're moving ahead as well, Barry did a great job, but you're the guy for the job. So thank you, Alex, for wanting the job too, because that's a lot of work. So we appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews has.
So I also want to add that I've had an opportunity to work with Alex through the legislative process, bringing him to have information available to legislators relative to what it means for the various duties of the office, and really appreciated your honesty and your willingness to do that and your efficiency in getting it done. So thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. Commissioner Rostock, do you have anything to say?
Well, I just want to say congratulations and looking forward to working with you. And I congratulate Barry with his promotion too. I think that's going to be a benefit to the county, having Barry in that position, and the two of you. I assume going forward that you'll work very well together. So once again, thank you for your service, and
Commissioner
forward to
Barry,
working with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, we appreciate, just like it's been mentioned, the work that you put forward, because it's evident that you actually care. And that takes us back to, what most of us are here for. If you're in governmental jobs and that type of stuff, it goes back to public service, and that's why we're here. And you truly exemplify that, so appreciate it. I'm going to make a motion to approve the proposed promotion of Alex Purcell to Human Services Director with a wage increase from grade P 3.3, step 17, at $38.12.80 biweekly to grade P 5.2, step 1, at $4,236.19 biweekly, effective April 19th, 2026.
Second.
A motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock, and I just want to say, awesome. We're glad to have you on board. We appreciate the personality, the attitude, and your commitment to excellence in service and best practices. So we have a motion on the floor. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Alex, did you have anything to say?
Well, I'm sorry. I heard he's a man of few words, so.
I appreciate the opportunity. I'm really looking forward to it. Just looking forward to that continuity, continuing our partnerships within the community. And again, just looking forward to it. So thank you all.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you.
Good luck, Sandy. We'll look forward to working with Alex in the future. Okay, we're going to move on to item 12, items from planning and zoning. Is it 9:30? Oh, perfect. We can't believe that. How close can we get, Cody? Item 12, PZ 0407, agenda done.
You'll need to make a motion to convene as the Board of Adjustment.
Motion to go into Board of Adjustment?
Second.
We have a motion to go into the Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So move to convene as a Board of Adjustments, and we've done that. So variances. So Cody, you have the floor, sir. Can you walk us through this?
Yes. Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 12A is variant COVA 26-0005. It's to allow an accessory structure to be located in the front yard. The applicant and landowner is Dan Lundeen. I do believe he is in the audience if there's any questions. Location of the property is 13112 Big Bend Road. Currently zoned suburban residential district. Access is off Big Bend Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. So when we look at variances, we take a two-prong approach. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. It doesn't appear that this would run counter to public interest. It's just putting a detached garage in the front yard of the property, and there is some garages that are already in the front yard in the neighborhood, so it conforms with the neighborhood. And then prong number two, whether a special condition exists. A special condition would exist. He did appeal our decision not to take in the variance in the beginning because he had the option to vacate the right-of-way that created that second front. The board didn't want to vacate that right-of-way, so his only option now to build this structure is to go through the variance process. So with how the house is shaped on that property and with those two fronts, there's nowhere where he could build this where he would not be in a front yard, which kind of goes against the point of the zoning ordinance. So with that, staff is recommending approval of variance COVA 26-005 with conditions.
We have comments from the commission or a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead.
Commissioner Ross, can I?
Yeah, we've discussed this before, and I've looked at the property, and I totally agree with Cody's assessment, so I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve variance COVA 26-0005 with conditions.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries, and we're moving on to the bearded wonder. Jason, you have the floor, sir.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant
I just want to say I appreciate all the planning department's hard work trying to resolve issues before they get to us to make it make sense. So, Jason, that being said, go ahead.
Give me 1 second here to work through some. Give me just a minute here. I got to bring up our presentations. All right, apologies for the delay. So agenda item 5B is variance request COVA 26-0007. It is to reduce the setback to a property line. The applicants are Dustin and Kelly Dirks. Their engineer and surveyor are DC Scott Surveyors. Location of the property is 22720 Bloody Gulch Road. Property is currently zoned rural residential district. Access is off Bloody Gulch, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Like Cody said, when staff does evaluate variances, we do take a two-prong approach. The first prong is on the screen, second is down below. You can see there are no impacts that we saw. And there is also no special condition that would exist to grant the variance either. So basically what's going on is that the property owners are looking to plat this property, these two properties together, basically removing this interior lot line. They came in 2011 and built this garage. This was their site plan from the building permit. You can see that they showed a 25-foot setback is what they proposed. What actually came back on the survey through the platting process was a 12-foot setback. So they're here today to ask that they get some relief from that so they don't have to relocate the garage. I did do a site visit on March 26th. This is a picture of the garage as it sits today. You can see it was kind of built into this hillside. With that, staff does recommend denial of this variance request, as there's no special condition on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the ordinance. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees, staff recommends one condition be included.
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Jason, has there been any complaints about the garage being built where it's at from the neighbors or surrounding area?
No, this is a very remote neighborhood, kind of in the middle of nowhere, Rochford. So they have one neighbor just to the north of them, so.
Mr. Chair?
So I'd like to make a motion, if I could, to, because of no complaints, because of the rural area, that I'd like to make a motion to approve with one, is it one condition, Jason?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, we have a motion, then Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, I agree with Deb.
So you're seconding the motion?
I'll second that motion. I just wanted to point out that this is located in a section that 640 acres, and in that 640 acres, there's 60 acres of private land. And so that being as remote it is, as it is, and I'm always in favor of taking two lots and putting them in the one, I will be more than happy to do a second on this particular motion.
So that's the vote, motion is we're moving the plat line, is that correct? Or is it we're
Setback.
approving the variance for the?
Changing the setback from 25 to 12.
Setback variance.
Yep, so they're removing this interior lot line. The garage is actually up against this lot line.
Oh, okay, so you moved
furthest to the north.
I get it. I just don't understand sometimes how a design can show one thing and then something else can get done. I mean, but I don't have any issue with it. Looking at it, it's a really nice property. So, Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, I just have a comment on this. It's the 25-foot setback. And so we've seen some of the properties come forward kind of in, not high-density residential and, some different areas that are zoned, and then getting to the 25-foot setback. I mean, there's been a discussion about how we've gotten to the 25-foot setback, and I've seen us give variances to the 25-foot setback, and this one I wholly support, but it might be a talking point about how we got to the basis in certain areas of a 25-foot setback, so.
I gotta agree with that. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries with the stipulation, Jason, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Your next item, sir?
All right, agenda item C is for the same property. It is subdivision regulations variance COSV 26-0002 to waive ordinance 14 road standards. The applicant, surveyor, location of the property is all the same. Again, we take a two-prong approach. You can see this up here. The prong one is up above, prong two down below. Again, the applicants are requesting to remove that interior lot line, create one lot. With this, since there is no road district in this area, they were required to meet ordinance 14 standards for Bloody Gulch Road. This portion that's on the screen is actually Forest Service Road, but it is named Bloody Gulch Road. You can see here where it crosses the Mickelson Trail. A little further down where it connects, it kind of wise off of Bloody Gulch Road and goes down into this more or less private driveway. You can see Forest Service is on the right-hand side of this fence line. This is the 30-foot wide platted right-of-way. It would, by ordinance 14 standards, need to be 66 feet wide. The driving surface is about 10 to 12 feet wide, but it would need to be 24 feet wide for ordinance 14 standards. Given the remote nature of the properties, staff still does recommend denial of this variance request because there are no special conditions that would excuse the literal enforcement of this. The right-of-way could be dedicated, the road could be improved, but the applicants are requesting the variance for that.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jason. Commissioner Roskinek, sir, you have the floor.
Where this property's located, well, number one, I like the idea that you're taking two lots and combining them in the one, which reduces the density. So I think in that 640 acres now, you would have two home sites. And we can all assume that there's going to be less traffic now on Bloody Gulch Road, so I would, and there's no room for expansion. I mean, this whole property is surrounded by Forest Service. So with that being said, I would approve this variance request.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Well, the only issue I have is emergency services, and you see mud there, that we should require something where they have some kind of gravel or some type of thing done if we want to leave it a 14-foot road. We just went through the 40-unit rule and the risks that you take on roads when you're trying to have emergency services come put out fires or floods or any kind of emergency that happens in that area. So I don't know, I don't think we need a 24-foot road there, but I think there needs to be some kind of standards that we can put in there besides doing a 14-foot, or can we, Jason, say they need to put some gravel, or that road looks pretty muddy, and if it starts to flood, then what happens? I mean, it's a lot easier to travel on gravel than it is on mud when you're trying to get services in there. So those are my concerns with the road. Like I said, I wouldn't agree on a 24-foot road in basically a low-density area, but there needs to be something for health safety on some of these roads that we're just letting, leave them as is. If you show, look at the road.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So I heard Commissioner Roskinek make a motion. I didn't hear a second.
No,
If there wasn't one, I'd make the second to that motion.
We'll get a motion in a second. Okay. So, Commissioner Durr.
Yeah. So, Jason, can you go back to show the Forest Service part of that?
Yep, in this photo, you can see on the right-hand side of that fence line is where the Forest Service is.
No, but I think you said part of the trail is Forest Service, or is it just the adjacent land?
Yep, so this portion here is Forest Service.
Okay, so does the Forest Service comply and meet county standard?
No, it does
Okay.
not appear to be.
Right. So that's kind of, I know there are nuances to this, but that's kind of my issue, that, we have counterparts in the Black Hills that, in this case, Forest Service, we have a lot of Forest Service roads that are not they have to traverse this, but it doesn't meet our standard. And then when you get back to him going into his, so go back to the one that shows Forest Service on the side. So the trail coming in, so is that a private or public easement?
It's a public right-of-way. platted.
Public right-of-way? All right.
And it only goes to his house?
Correct. Yep, this would be the
So
end
we
of
have a
the road.
motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to D, right? Move on to item D. Jason?
Correct.
Thank you.
Agenda item D is subdivision regulations variance, COSV 26-0001. It is to waive ordinance 14 road standards. The applicants are Robert and Sharon Lind. Location of the property is 23817 Pennington Gulch. Property is 10 acres, currently zoned rural residential district. Access is off Pennington Gulch Road. Again, the two-prong approach up on the screen for your consideration. These applicants are requesting to not improve Pennington Gulch Road to ordinance 14 standards. This property is within a road district, but that road district does not have road improvement standards. So with that, they need to follow ordinance 14 standards when they're subdividing. They are planning to subdivide. I don't think I have a picture of that in here. They are planning to subdivide off and create lots 1 and lot 2 of Lind Acres subdivision under a preliminary plan that y'all approved under the consent agenda today. Like I said, the road district doesn't have road standards, so they need to meet ordinance 14. The current road is located within a 33-foot platted road. It does need to be 66 feet wide again, like the previous request. Again, 10 to 12 feet wide is what it is existing today. It needs to be 24 feet wide. And approval of this request will allow the plating process to continue. I did do a site visit again on March 26th. You can see on the right-hand side of the road, this is Pennington Gulch. On the left-hand side is the applicant's driveway. This is just the reverse view looking south. The applicant's driveway is now on the right. Pennington Gulch is here in the center. And then I did take a picture a little closer down to Highway 385. This is what the road actually looks like in the more higher density area of this subdivision. So
That road looks nicer than the road going to my house. I live in the city.
Mine too.
With that, staff does recommend denial of subdivision regulations, variance COSV 26-001, as there is no special condition on the property that would excuse little enforcement of ordinance 14 standards.
Okay. So I got a couple speaker requests for him, Jason, so we're gonna go to Robert Lind. Are you in the room? Rob Simmons? You wanna come forward, state your name for the record, and then you can go ahead and we'll give you 3 minutes, Robert. So if you can hold us to that, we'd greatly appreciate it. Otherwise, I gotta be the bad guy.
Good morning. Robert Lind, Pennington Gulch Road resident, and we've requested the variance because in that area, there's only 4 residents that live beyond that point that were shown in the picture. And I assume you all get the same thing I'm looking at, so I'll try not to bore you to death. But does it injure the neighborhood to allow the variance? Absolutely not. In fact, there's other residents that are actually against that improvement. Does it conform to the neighborhood? Absolutely. Traffic is minimal, so the road is more than adequate. There's plenty of pullouts anywhere in that area. It's not fenced side to side in case of emergencies. Does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? Yes, it does. And I understand the intent. If I were to build a subdivision with 40 houses, the road would need to be improved, absolutely. But like I said, there's minimal traffic. It's kind of a lazy Hill City residential place. Kind of out in the boonies like Rochford, I guess. But does it conform to the comprehensive plan currently in place? Yes, it does. Does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? No, it does not. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to upset the apple cart. And I would entertain any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Robert specifically? Okay, Commissioner Hadcock.
Sorry, Robert, you said there's only 4 residents on the property, or on the road?
Beyond that point,
On
it's
that
a
road?
dead-end road. And-
Okay.
And the whole area is surrounded by Forest Service.
And there is pullouts for emergency services, you said? Do you know how
Absolutely.
far apart they are by chance?
At the most, 200 feet.
Okay, thank you. And then I do like that you have the gravel. Like I said, it's a safety factor, I think, and it's your choice as a resident. I know that. That's why when I still voted for it, it's just a suggestion that you put some gravel or put something down for emergency services, and you also have pullout. So I can appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, I do all the road maintenance.
Thank you. So
too.
I have another speaker
you, Robert.
request for Robert. I'm going to go to another, unless someone else had a question for Robert,
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry. I'm going to go to,
Mr. Chair,
John.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Roskin.
yeah,
Sir.
Mr. Lynn, how far is that property located off of 385?
Roughly about a mile.
Okay, and then who does the winter maintenance?
He said he did.
Okay. Sounds like you got it covered.
Yeah.
Who does your maintenance? You? Yeah, that's pretty much a typical answer out there. Linda Tomsick, are you in the room? Hi, Linda. You want to come forward? And you have 3 minutes, Linda. If you don't need it all, that's fine too.
I'm sorry.
You have 3 minutes to go ahead.
I am the property on the right side of that fence, and I've been up there 40 years. We've never had a problem. And as far as the gravel looks great. It isn't necessary. That's solid rock under that road. And you can see where Bob has well, you can't see it. Well, right behind the tree there, you can see how much rock, those are big boulders that Bob had to remove in order to put his garage in. It's a good road.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And to make sure Robert keeps your driveway clean.
Yes, he does.
Okay, perfect.
He's the new man on the block. Previously, my
You like him
husband
though?
did
You
it.
get along with him? Okay. That's cool when the neighbors come in and they get along and they have a mutual respect for
Mr.
each
Chair,
other.
I'll
So-
go ahead and make the motion to approve subdivision regulation variance COSV 26-0001.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, I have discussion.
I'm sorry. That's the second time I did that to you. You're probably getting mad at me. So let's,
First,
before we
second, make a
vote-
motion. Any discussion? Then.
Yeah,
all right.
okay, go ahead, Commissioner
So
Durr.
this is going to be for, is Joe here, Joe Miller?
Joe, you want to come forward, sir? Mr. Durr has a question for you.
And I agree with the motion on the floor. It's just a
Yeah,
question I have.
you're right. I cut you off. It's the second time. I knew you threw something at me last time.
Okay, so this goes to road districts. And road district, once it's set up, they're their own governing body, their own authority. And so what caught my ear was the fact that if they don't have a standard for a road, that it falls upon the county ordinance, and I'd like you to explain that.
So it might be a better question for Brittany. And there's subdivision regulations, I believe, since there's no road authority. I believe it
We're
defaults
going to ask Brittany Joseph.
to
Go ahead.
our ordinance 14, so.
Brittany, go ahead and explain to us, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Hand, Planning Director. Joe is correct. Our subdivision ordinance does indicate that if the road district is in existence and it doesn't provide road standards or have meetings that discuss those types of road standards, the default is to Ordinance 14.
So Brittany, and I think Mr. Durr is bringing up a valid
And
point here.
this is going to be actually a question for Tyler then.
Tyler, why doesn't everybody just come forward?
Yeah.
We're going to ask everybody a question.
Careful what you wish for.
I know. I'm still getting ready for your boxing match with Brittany, so.
So, and Tyler, this kind of goes back to, there's been times where the county will be asked to get involved in road district issues and those types of things. And, we cannot because they're an independent governing body established and, approved. And so it would be, and I guess that would follow up and the question would be, does the same thing apply to townships? So when you have a township and you have a road district and they're in their own governing authority and they've assumed the responsibility on those roads, can we have an ordinance that says to that governing body, because I brought this up a couple of months ago with the question and I was told that we could not put a standard on, a road standard on another governing body. And so when it gets down to townships and road districts that have their own authority and statute, can we have an ordinance that says if you don't do A, B, and C, we have an ordinance that says you're going to do D?
Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. The way it's always been explained to me, at least, is that we're able to, let's say we can put those requirements in the subdivision regulations in the instance that there's not a superseding regulation by the road district. The way at least it's been explained to me is we're trying to avoid combating requirements, but that we're able to do so because a lot of these entities don't have those standards. That's at least how it's been explained to me. I think it's a great question. I'm happy to look into it, but that's at least how I was taught.
So I would appreciate it if we look into that because I just have a question about us putting standards on another governmental entity.
I agree with you because I think what you're alluding to also is that maybe these people in these road districts, like in this case where they got a great neighborhood and they don't want to have, maybe they should get together and put a standard on their roads that we're not coming in. They basically are taking care of it, doing whatever they're supposed to do. So if they put a standard on it, we can't supersede it, right? That's the way it sits right now. So if you Robert, if you got that Okay, I think that's what Jerry's going to with these. You guys
Yeah.
put your standards on it, you don't have to show up in front of us
Yeah.
and do this. So
Right.
Tyler, I guess we're directing you to look into it and give
Great,
us more.
sure.
And then Robert can probably call you and get filled in on what he needs to do, so. All right?
Yeah.
That cool?
Yep.
All right.
All right, thanks.
So we got a motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion from Jerry Durr?
No.
No. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And I apologize, Commissioner Durr, for overlooking you.
Does.
Robert and Sherlin. Okay, we'll move down to item E. No Bad Days Campground. Rob Livingston to reduce his required setback to a property line.
So item E is variance COVA 26-0008 for No Bad Days Campground. Rob Livingston is to reduce the required setback to a property line. Staff is requesting to continue this item to the May 5th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting in order for the applicant to work with the Forest Service. I believe in the packet you could see there was a letter from Mr. Grubels about some concerns about an encroachment. So Mr. Livingston is working with the Forest Service on those encroachments. So we would like time for him to do that. So that's the reason for the continuance.
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And we're moving on to item F.
So item F is variance COVA 26-0006 for Russ Johnson to allow more than 40 dwellings on a dead-end road system. This item was continued from the March 17, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. The continuance was to allow the applicant and some of the neighbors to have a meeting to discuss. In addition to that, Mr. Johnson has provided some concessions and some changes, so I would allow him to bring those forward to the board with
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So before we get too deep into this, I'd like to just bring to the commission's attention that today the commission's being asked to vote on a variance that would allow the emergency egress option on the Palmer Gulch Road to Tin Lode Court. That's totally separate from the PUD. The PUD that's been discussed is not part of the discussion today. It's my understanding that PUD would be subsequent to this variance request, whether it's approved or denied. So I don't want people to get the two mixed up, and we're out here all day.
So if I may, Chair, just a couple points of clarification to piggyback on Commissioner Roskonek's. A couple of things. I know that I was asked about why staff took in the applicant for, the application for this variance. One of the reasons we did take in the application for the variance was because Mr. Johnson was providing a mitigating measure for the Board of Commissioners to consider as part of the variance. That was one. The second, yes, as part of the PUD, staff had advised Mr. Johnson that the PUD application wouldn't be considered unless there was this variance approved, or he would reduce the number of units in his PUD. So just a couple points of clarification.
So this variance is for,
The 40-unit rule.
so,
To allow, his proposal right now is 36. I do believe Mr. Johnson is willing to reduce that number, but I will let him speak to
but
that.
I'm just trying to get my arms around what Commissioner Roskinek said and what you're saying. So,
Same thing.
does everybody else have any questions?
Nope. I'd let
Commissioner
Mr.
Hancock?
Russ Johnson come up, Ron, so he can explain kind of what he's
I
thinking.
don't have a request for him to speak, but if he wants to speak, because I got,
That might make the difference on some of the people speaking on what they're saying.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Johnson, we're going to let you go first, and then I got several people that are opposed, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, Commissioners.
6.
Didn't realize I had to fill out a speak form. Anyway,
No, we're not making you do that, Russ, so you're fine.
so I guess what we're proposing right now, I wondered if we could pull up a map that's in the end of the current packet showing the local area.
Do you want, which one do you want?
Yeah, sure. It's the density map. showing the public land and the usage.
Oh, okay. Jordan, it'll be on the diligent, in the diligent packet.
Right here.
I'll get it up on the diligent.
Oh, there we go. So I want everybody to notice, first of all, you know, the blue dot representing where we're located. You know, as I had mentioned before, 75% of the area within the 5 to 8 mile radius of Hill City is National Forest Service, which makes these projects a little more complicated because there's not a lot of useful area to promote some housing growth. But as we are here today, we're not really here today to talk about the PUD so much. We're here today to talk about what measures we're going to do to improve the emergency ingress and egress of Palmer Gulch Road, which is currently a dead-end road. If we can, Commissioner Ross Connect, being the commissioner for our district, had put together a nice package to show the proposal of the area of the easement. If we could pull that up. So as you can see, we're in a pretty remote area.
We're going to get Brittany up here, Russ.
Yeah, I think there's one that's more in color.
That's page 1. You can just scroll down.
Yeah, there you go. So actually the yellow on the top edge right there, that portion that we are looking to create does not currently exist. So safety always being paramount, and having served 2 firefighter training trips to Guantanamo Bay and structure fire training in Virginia and damage control training in Virginia, you know, I understand the paramount of safety. You know, what we're doing here is we're creating something that doesn't exist. Whether or not the PUD, if we have 1 house or 40 houses or whatever that might be, right now, Palmer Gulch Road has no dedicated emergency corridor. Whether you call that A, B, or C, the name is really irrelevant. It does not currently exist. What we're proposing is an all-weather, 2-way surface for emergency ingress and egress, Snowbird Hideaway, with an unlocked gate. That would be providing a means that firefighters could ingress in if there's an emergency. Also would create something that's common, something that people would know. So if you got on Palmer Gulch Road in an emergency and the smoke was so deep that you couldn't see the hood of your car, it wouldn't matter if you went left or right if you're disorientated, because you could go out either end of Palmer Gulch Road and hit a main roadway to seek safety. So at this avenue, what we're proposing at this meeting is a way to improve the dead-end road at Palmer Gulch Road by creating already recorded emergency egress pathway. That's all I have for right now. We do also have 63 letters of support. We reached out a little bit to the public last week to see what the overall consensus was say people were opposed to it or for it. Hill City being an area that is desperate need of housing, it was surprising how many support letters we got back without really trying too hard. Some notable ones, we got a support letter from a couple people on council, Hill City Council. We got a support letter from the mayor. We got 5 support letters from people on Palmer Gulch Road. We also got just a multitude of support letters from in and around the community, which we'll continue to try to get some more support letters. That's all I have for right now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Chair, one question.
Yes, Commissioner Rosknecht.
So, Mr. Johnson, who would incur the cost if this came to fruition to develop this 2-lane corridor that you're talking about for emergency ingress and egress?
At this point, we've put it upon ourselves to absorb the cost to create this emergency egress path. Not only have we put on ourselves to create this emergency corridor, which does not exist, we've also put it on ourselves at the public hearing meeting. Mrs. Alexander brought up a very good, valid point that I really did not know. Her point was, well, there's a piece of county corridor which is unmaintained. Who protects that, or who maintains that? What is that? I think she's correct. I think that, you know, for us to actually provide this corridor, whether it be labeled A, B, or C, it can't thoroughly be beneficial without us also saying that, yes, that unimproved little section of road that is not maintained at this point, we would go ahead and maintain that with the easement that we're currently proposing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Rosknecht.
Russ, could you point where that road terminates and enters? Can you use your arrow on the map where it says Palmer Gulch Road? So the road that he was talking about, it's on the map, and it's just on the north end of where the private easement.
Yeah, so there's a little section. I don't actually have a pointer, and this is the wrong map that's on my screen.
Yeah, let me see if I can get diligent.
So I could use the pointer, but we wouldn't be pointing much.
Well, I guess my point was is that if that's improved, currently it's.
So right now, that piece of unimproved area of easement, 2 neighbors that own the adjoining properties to it are doing very light maintenance. I've noticed that over the years, sometimes it is not maintained very well, and some, depending on the usage that they have. So how do I point to it?
He's going to put that over here, so.
Brittany, can you point, okay, is that the road right there we're talking about?
Correct. The portion that is unmaintained, this right here is the 1880 train, the train. It's this portion that runs south from the train to the start of the easement. The easement is in the blue, so it'd be this portion right here.
The blue easement is what we're talking about there. Whose
Right,
land?
this is the easement.
Okay.
The unmaintained portion is right here, is from the railroad to the start.
This is going to be the second exit out of that top north piece up there?
Correct. So this is the proposed subdivision location.
Mm-hmm.
This is the road that's maintained by County Highway right now.
Okay.
And then there's the railroad. Starting at the railroad south, this small portion here until the start of the easement is unmaintained currently.
Okay.
And that
So-
is the portion he's talking about taking on in addition to maintaining the easement.
Okay. So that's what we're talking about today?
Yeah, what we're talking about today is him creating this blue portion, which would be this easement, and then maintaining this unmaintained portion.
So it has nothing to do with the PUD or anything that we're.
Correct. It's just
So we just need
the,
to make sure that when we are directing our questions, we're talking about this road,
correct.
right? We're talking about giving him the ability to maintain this easement?
No, we're asking for him to have the ability to have more than 40 units on a dead-end road system.
Oh,
and
So I'm
as part
confused
of
about-
that is creating this easement in order to do so.
So this is about having more than 40 units in that piece up there?
Correct.
Okay. So, okay. Does everybody understand that? I want to make sure everybody understands.
So the nuts and bolts, Mr. Chair, would be creating a 20-foot corridor, 2-lane road to the Hill City Keystone Road, which is a 2-lane asphalt paved road that traverses between Hill City and Keystone.
Then that gives him a second access.
So you'd have two choices in the event of a fire. You could either take Palmer Gulch Road, which is currently about a 24-foot surface, and take it to 385 where the sawmill
Can you
used to
point
be.
that out to us? Down, what that is up here?
And actually, it's a 33-foot wide recorded easement with a 20-foot surface.
Palmer Gulch Road, okay.
So this goes to the sawmill, if you go
Okay.
this way.
Okay,
And this would take you to the Hill City Keystone Road, so it'd be open.
all right. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about, so. Is there any more questions for Russ? I have a few people that want to speak, so we'll go to them. Russ?
Thank you.
Victor, Alexander? 12F, that's you, Victor? Yep.
I'm sorry, Vic Alexander from Hill City. I'm a neighbor of Russ's. Thing I wanted to comment, if you put that map back up there, Jordan, please. It was up there long enough, actually, but that's not a day-to-day use type road. It's being talked about as a road, emergency egress, ingress, egress, that sort of thing. But when you're talking about a dead-end Palmer Gulch Road, the 36 houses that are going to be being built up there on that development that Russell's doing, those 36 houses, the density of Palmer Gulch Road from the houses that he's building back out to the sawmill or back out to Highway 16 385, that's still going to be, it's way, way, way overloading things, because that easement that they're talking about is not a day-to-day use road. It's going to be only in case there's a fire. Oh my gosh, somebody run down there and open up the gate and we'll go out, or the fire department or an ambulance might come in if they know where it's at on the other end, where we're at on the cul-de-sac or whatever. But the point is that that's not it's Palmer Gulch Road. I think I heard somebody during these discussions, I think during the discussion with Russell and Ron was there, some of the neighbors got together, and you can put, lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. That dead-end road is a dead-end road, and it's still going to be a dead-end road. It's not for public use during the course of day-to-day operations and living, those 36 houses living up on the hill. They're still having to go out and use Palmer Gulch Road as the county maintains it, and there's nothing, it's still a dead-end road. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead-end road. And I guess visiting with Brittany, I have some questions as to the opportunity to even be before you guys today and talking about a variance, when in fact the request for this variance, however mitigated it is, having the easement across, that we're just talking about that easement, however mitigating that might be, you can't, I got this from planning and zoning, and it basically is the requirements for a variance, application process for variance of the standards and variances, and then there's 4 items there. None of them are met, and 3 of them relating to requirements for granting a variance. None of those can be met. The only way that this got in front of you guys is through the mitigation of this dead-end easement, or it's not dead-end easement, it's just an easement, but it's only for emergency purposes. So the day-to-day use for that neighborhood, that whole new neighborhood of 36 houses, there's only 17 there now. After all these years, there's only 17. It's called rural residential, and there's only 17 or 18, maybe 19, going to be 19 houses, I think. What Russell proposed to do is to build 36 of them. We don't know what they're going to be like yet, because that is not clear in any of the stuff. And of course, that won't come up until the PUD. But
Vic, I'll let you run a little bit over, but you need to wrap up.
Okay. I just wanted to, I guess I forgot my chain of thought, but we want to, it's still a dead-end road, so the point is that the variance shouldn't even have been even before you guys.
I think if you would have listened earlier, Brittany told you that.
Right.
She gave you the reasons why she.
Right, that's why they did that, but it still doesn't, just because it's before you now, doesn't mean that it meets any of those requirements for a variance.
Yeah, we have to go by what our planning department says, Vic, so we might have her address that again, but we'll move on to the next person.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
I just want to point out that,
Did you have a question for Vic, or before I let him go, or?
Vic indicated 36, and until a PUD gets approved, it might not be 36, it could be 10, so.
Is that correct, Brittany?
36 is just a number out there that it's not a solid number. It could, and Brittany can expand on that more than I can, but I don't
Vic, we're going to have Brittany expand on that. Did you have something else you want to say since we addressed you?
Well, no,
Okay.
related to that.
Okay.
Because we don't know, but it's going to be a KOA up there or something. We don't know that yet.
So the number of units that will be approved will be part of the PUD process, and it'll be part of the infrastructure and things that we look at as part of the PUD process. As I stated earlier in the meeting, the reason that Mr. Johnson is in front of you is because, one, he did provide a mitigating factor for this, which you've seen a lot of dead-end road systems that typically isn't option. So we did feel that it warranted the board to take a look at it and make a decision based on it. Two, staff still did recommend denial because administratively the requirements of the variance. Hence, that's why there is a hearing in front of the board to consider all factors. And three, as part of the PUD application, the board can decide the number of units that will be allowed in that PUD.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Rossnick.
Brittany, could you expand on the meeting that we had relative to the 40-unit rule and what the committee came up with, just so that we're all on board, how we're going to treat the 40-unit rule going forward? I believe we hired a firm to identify dead-end roads, and you want to go a little bit more into that, how that might turn out?
Sure. So staff did meet with emergency services, fire administrator, and other individuals regarding the 40-unit rule. And we are looking at meeting with a consultant. We haven't hired a consultant yet. We are looking at hiring a consultant to look at all of the dead-end road systems in the county and decide areas and prioritize areas that need to be roads need to be basically constructed to allow development or for public safety. There are several dead-end road systems in the county right now that have 80-plus homes currently there. So,
And the cost that associated with developing a road that could essentially fall back onto the landowners in the form of a special assessment.
it would depend on how this board looking at
Correct, but
that
I'm just saying
document.
that's a possibility.
There are some different possibilities that they were looking at funding in order to provide additional safety.
Correct, but that was one option, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And I had one question. This word of this gate keeps coming up, a gate across an easement. Who can put a gate across an easement? I didn't even think that was possible.
If it's a private access easement, they can put gates across it. In conversations with Mr. Johnson, my understanding is that that gate will not be locked or there won't be a gate there.
Whose private access is it? I mean, if they're given a private access easement and their public's going to use this.
So this access easement as part of this request is only for the Snowbird Hideaway, not the public.
So, yeah, I get that part, but if people come out of that road and they want to get out that road and there's this gate across the road, I mean, why is there a gate across an easement? I mean, if it's a private access, I mean, typically easements sometimes have only certain people can use that road. I mean, I've seen that. So is this a public easement or a private easement, or how can we use it as an access if it's a private easement? I'm not sure. You'd have to
So it
explain
is a
this to me.
private easement right now for the Snowbird Hideaway guests. And I believe that that's Mr. Alexander's, when he spoke about it, that's his concern, that it isn't public, that is actually a private access
I think that
easement.
would be a legitimate concern unless somebody else sees something different here. I mean, if it's an access, if it's specifically written, do we have other Russ, are you here?
I'm up here,
Can you, where'd you go?
right here.
Oh,
Moved up front.
okay. Can you explain to me how you're gonna use this road as a public easement when it's a private easement?
Well, so what we've proposed is that we have a 33-foot strip of land that's held back and recorded and surveyed. It has a 20-foot improved surface on it, which would be all weather. So, it would support fire trucks or whatever. The only reason that the emergency corridor has a gate, the gate is really an unlock gate, and in the easement conditions, it actually states on there that the gate apparatus would be determined by the local fire department. So, we would propose that there'd be some kind of signage, noting that this is the emergency path. This would be mainly just a small barrier to basically hold some signage to keep.
Russ, is this your easement then? Is this your land it's on?
This is not my land. It's
Okay, so how
it's
can you
across
dictate someone else's use of their easement? I mean, if it's already in writing, I don't know how you can change it. Have we had that conversation with the landowner?
And how would we want to change it?
I mean, you're telling me you're trying to change something that this landowner has in writing in a legal document that says this easement is only used for the snowbirds thing, and you're saying that you can use it. I mean, I don't think that's possible in my mind. You got to convince me some other way.
Well, so, as we had presented our original application, there were action items that came out with the request. One of those action items to solve was to provide some form of egress for the development, not for the public, not for the improvement of other properties, just so that we would help improve what we're doing.
Okay, I
So
get
what
all
we've
that. I
done-
understand that, but I need you to answer this specific question for me. If I'm coming out of there and there's a gate across that gate and that guy decides I'm not part of that easement usage, he could literally stop me from using that, correct?
I don't know that that is correct.
Okay,
I
well,
think
then
if it's an emergency situation, I don't think you can stop anybody.
Tyler, are you here? I've been down this road before, and I'm telling you that in my mind, if this easement is specifically written for a specific use, to try to add another use to this easement, it's gonna get us into a situation here.
Right. Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. So while we're on the topic of the easement, there are two things that kind of impact my analysis of this specific property. There's the, looks like Section 2 of the easement and Section 4. I'll start with Section 4, which is regarding the gate. So it reads right now that grantees shall at their expense install a simple standard gate and sign at the north entrance to the easement with a closure device as recommended by the local fire department. The sign shall read restricted access, snowbird hideaway, emergency egress. So as of right now, I mean, normally I don't like to opine on private legal documents, but this does pertain to your decision today, so I'm comfortable doing it. Right now, there is an affirmative right for this gate, and that theoretically could impact the egress of, evacuation purposes for the snowbird hideaway residents. So as of right now, there's a legal mandate to install that gate with, but that it's pertaining only to those residents. Now, the other thing that I feel it's pertinent to mention, since I'm only up here, is the subsection 2, and it's who is limited to the evacuation purposes, and it says it includes emergency response access for fire, ambulance, and law enforcement, and emergency evacuation of snowbird hideaway residents, guests, or staff. And it goes, this is important to me, it goes on to define that an emergency event occurs when Palmer Gulch Road is impassable between Snowbird Hideaway and US 385. So that sentence to me is problematic. What if there is let's call it an emergency event that doesn't constitute, let's say it's on top, let's say it's somewhere else that isn't in between that road, then that easement doesn't spring into action until that specific road becomes impassable. I don't know if that provides any more questions from you folks, but those are the two most important things to me right now. I also don't know if it answered your question.
Commissioner
so feel free to
Hadcock.
ask it again.
So if you have emergency and people are going through that, are they gonna say, are you a Snowbird residence or are you a number 17 lot residence? Once you open that gate.
You're talking hypothetically. I mean, we're
No,
talking
I'm not
about.
talking hypothetical. I've been on the fire service for 10 years, and they tell you, once you have an access and people go through that access, they're gonna keep going. They're not gonna ask Commissioner Weifenbach who lives in the area or whatever. They're gonna open that gate,
Yeah,
and
and
if that's the only passable gate, and that's why we're doing it, is because it needs a second access, then once you open that gate, they're not gonna be asking who's going through the gate.
Well,
So,
I agree with you there, but it's not, I'm not here to argue anybody, but I'm just saying, this needs more work. I mean, this easement needs to be, I mean, it has to have something that says it's usable for everybody, for me to sign off on
well, if they
this.
have a Forest Service road and they say it's only for Forest Service people.
They don't do that, though. This is an
say-
easement with
they
a
do.
gate on it. This actually has a gate for a purpose,
They do it.
so,
They do it in the Forest Service as well.
well, then they don't want you driving on it.
They need a second access. The emergency services are gonna go through it. This conversation is about a 40-unit rule and emergency access in case of an emergency. It doesn't mean everyday stuff. It means because the residents in this area need a second access, so it won't be just for snowbird or whatever snow.
No, Vic, sit down,
Yeah.
please. Please sit down. Vic, you had your 3 minutes, and we're
So
discussing.
if I may, the county has asked us in behalf of the development that we're creating to create an emergency corridor for the extra burden that we're creating, which we have.
I get that, Russ, but I understand all that, and we're gonna just keep going. Tyler, will you give us your opinion on it, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the commission, to ask him
Any more
questions.
questions for me?
No, Mr. Chair.
I feel
Yes,
like we,
I
Commissioner
have a
Dirk.
question for Brittany, and it would, Tyler, don't go away. Please.
Yeah.
there's more public comment as well, so.
So this goes back to the discussion we had as to why this is on the agenda, and so the question I have, is the cart before the horse, and getting back to, and I've heard that many times, lipstick on a pig. That's not, the comment is, it would be hard for me to have a discussion about waiving the, 40 rule and with this easement without knowing what the PUD is. And so this was discussed when this was in front of the commission before, because my initial site visit that I had with Mr. Johnson led me to think one thing, and then when I'm listening to the discussion and the input from, the impacted neighborhood community, and then I'm trying to figure out what actually the PUD would be, and now we're hearing that the PUD, well, it might be, it might not be 36, it might be a different number. And I'm gonna have a hard time, in fact, I will not approve this variance today, and I'm not gonna approve this because I don't know what we're approving and why, because we don't have a planned unit development tied to this. And so is there a process in our application that we have to give a variance before we hear a PUD, or could both of these be on the agenda? We could hear the PUD and then decide that we're gonna give a variance.
We could. The difficulty is that when you look at a rezone and a comprehensive plan change, which would both be required in this instance, those are significant changes. So once the PUD is created, you're creating a whole zoning district. The PUD then, the requirements is basically what the zoning district will allow. So once you rezone to a PUD, that's one action. And then you'll have to do a comprehensive plan amendment because the comprehensive plan does not meet. It's rural residential currently. And then you create the PUD, and the PUD is basically the criteria that you would allow. So it'll be based on a bunch of different factors. It's just like if you have a suburban residential district or an agricultural district, you will determine what the setbacks are, you will determine what the permitted uses are, what the accessory uses are in that district. And so all of those factors come into play when you determine what would be in that district. So it is kind of a chicken and the egg situation, like which one would be appropriate first before the other. If you don't have a second means of ingress and egress, is the PUD even really necessary or applicable at that point? Because I know that there's been discussions before. He has 4 lots already. He could have 4 homes and 4 accessory dwellings right now without doing any zoning change. So that's kind of where we're at with that. At that point, you could ask that the plan unit development, and I mean, it's a significant expense, it's a significant endeavor, because there are engineering requirements and different things that go along with the PUD requirements, that if he didn't get this zoning variance, that he wouldn't have to go through those.
All right.
So that's kind of where it is.
Okay. So, because when these have come to us before, let's just say the merchant property, up Nemo Road. So, we had something to look at, and this is what we want to do. We want to build, a structure on this platted ground, and we need a variance for this, and we need an exemption to this rule. And so you can look at something concrete and know when you're making that decision that, okay, I know this is what's going to go there. And right now, I believe the board's being asked to approve a variance to this rule, but we don't know what gate that opens up. No pun intended. So anyway, that's why it's difficult for me. I would like to see the totality of what this decision is going to do, and I don't have that information, and so therefore I'm a no on this current variance.
So I got a question, Brittany. We could actually approve the PUD without this road, right? I mean, we could override the 40-unit rule like we're looking at doing anyway, and actually say we're good with this PUD without this road. My concern is that we're multiplying an issue on top of an easement that we don't have any right to do. Obviously, I don't think anybody's going to stop anybody from. They could, and that's a reality. I think Tyler's telling us that. He says, watch what you're doing here, because I've been on this road before with these easements, and they're specifically, when they're that detailed, there's a reason they're that detailed. They don't want anybody else using it.
Yeah.
So, but in reality is, we could do a variance and approve his PUD, like I think Jerry's saying, if we had the PUD in front of us, without even having to have this extra access if we feel it fits the safety requirements. Is that correct?
We could do a PUD. Right now, there are 11 lots. So currently, right now, there are 17 developed lots. There's 29 total that could be developed, so there's 11 basically free. So if you were to do the PUD, he couldn't have any more than 11 on that totality of those 4 lots.
So he could do up to 39 without even triggering our issue, right?
He could do up to 40 without triggering this requirement.
Just think it's important for people to know
But
that.
that would not allow any further subdivision for anyone else along that road.
Right.
So once that PUD was approved for those 11 lots, no further subdivision could be done on that road without a second means of ingress and egress.
Correct.
And
Would that-
Mr. Chair,
I mean,
go ahead.
Commissioner Ross.
My question was, I understand when he hits the 40 threshold, but then if you wanted to exceed that, I think what Ron's asking, could he come in front of the commission and ask for a variance to exceed that 40 units, which would align with the PUD that he's,
He could.
well, that was, my question. So there's just another alternative for Mr. Johnson.
So Tyler, if Mr. Johnson wants to have conversation about this easement, whether we approve this or not, he could call your office or whatever, and, we'd need to line out, he needs to line it out, I guess, with the landowner, because if it's a private easement, you can't give public access to a private easement.
Yeah, that's the thing. The grantors, I forget their name. He's the grantee, meaning he's receiving the.
But they could change it if they wanted to.
The grantors and the grantees certainly can change it.
Right.
At least from my cursory review of the easement.
I would feel way more comfortable with that.
And Mr. Chair, follow
Commissioner
up. Yeah, the other thing about this is this is a little bit different, because getting back to Brittany's point about this would, approving a PUD to that size in this rural residential changes a rezone. We have to rezone, change the comprehensive plan. And what that does is it blocks everybody else in that community if they wanted to do something on their land and put another, maybe, and we've heard this, but maybe, somebody wants an exemption for putting another, a residential lot on their property for whatever reason. And, but basically changing the use in this and rezoning this would landlock them for their ability to do any improvements on their own properties. Is that correct?
There would not be any future subdivision allowed or accessory dwelling units, so that would trigger any of that. So those 11 free, dwellings would be taken up by the PUD, essentially.
I could support it if it was a public easement. I didn't realize that this was somebody else's land that we're trying to say that they can use it if, it would be, if it was my land and I had a private easement and it had restrictions on it, that's the way I would leave it, unless there was a reason for me to change it, I guess. And that's, I've been down this road, I've seen people get blocked off because of that, and it's quite the battle once you get beyond that. So that would be is anybody else, Commissioner Hadcock, or do you have anything?
We need to let the public speak. Yep. Speaker request first, Ron, then I'll speak.
Okay, so I got, I'll just go in order that I have here. And these all seem to be opposed to this, so if you please give us the courtesy not to repeat what the other person said, make your point, and if your time is up or not, you still have 3 minutes. So, but the first person is Jeremy Dean. Jeremy, if you're in the... You just want to give your name.
I'm Jeremy Dean, and I'm not gonna, you guys covered it, what I was gonna talk about. This is only for snowbird. We had a windstorm here not that long ago, and I live past that. There was trees down that I wouldn't be able to get out. But if I went that other way, the gates closed and said, hey, I'm not a snowbird, I can't use this. I'm trespassing. Am I not?
I believe so, yes.
I believe so.
Next person, Brent Karp. Brent Karp, are you here, sir?
Good morning. I'm opposed to this on a safety issue because there is so much traffic on this road now, and there is kids that play on this road, there are joggers, there's walkers, and this is it's been mentioned that this is kind of backwards to pass a variance when we don't know what's going to take place on this development. And that road will have 3 times the amount of traffic on it, and I see it as a major safety hazard, and as mentioned, brief, it is still a dead-end road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karp. We'll go to Michael Steve. Is that correct? You have the guy with 2 first names?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, cool.
Morning, Commissioners. Michael Steve. I'm here on behalf of some of the neighbors of Palmer Gulch Road. And I don't want to dig into it too much because a lot of our argument was taken by...
Michael, are you their attorney? Or?
I am an attorney, okay. Yep.
And you're hired by them?
I am by a
okay,
group
perfect.
of them.
Thank you.
But a lot of it was covered by the state's attorney's office that, yes, a significant issue is that this is a private egress only for the residents of Snowbird and only for an emergency. That doesn't get rid of any of the other issues of the day-to-day. You're going to have 3 times as many people going in and out. And of course, in the event of an emergency, if you've lived there your whole life or you've lived there 2 years and you've always gone out of Snowbird and taken a left to get on 385, when you're, maybe not in the right state of mind because you got a fire chasing down you, you're probably not going to, for the first time, take a right and go out another end that you've only visited once that has a gate covering it up. And then, of course, just for the record, we, of course, object that the variance, like many said, of course, it's still a dead-end road. Without a public ingress and egress, we're still going to have the issues that there's no undue hardship if we don't grant this to Mr. Johnson, and that this does not fit the rest of the district, which is, of course, rural residential, 1 dwelling per every 3 acres, and that there can be no commercial uses in rural residential, whereas here he essentially wants to create what we question to be a mix of maybe a campground and a mobile home park or snowbird community. Other than that, I believe every other point that we had today was made, and that's why we would request that you deny the variance, even with the mitigating factors.
Thank you, sir. Charlotte Cushman. Charlotte, are you here? You'll have 3 minutes, Charlotte. If you...
My name is Charlotte Cushman, and I live on Palmer Gulch Road with my husband. And I'm opposed to this because it infringes on our rights as the people that live there. I don't care if there's thousands of people out there who want to tell us that we should, approve of this. We're the ones that live there, and we're the ones that are opposed to it. Just because you have a right to property or you have a right to free speech, I mean, he has a right to his own property to do with what he wants. However, a right is contextual. You have a right to free speech, but you don't have a right to block property. You have a right to private property, but you don't have a right to infringe on the rights of other people. We bought our home partly, or even maybe even mostly because it's a rural area. Now, some people bring up, well, we need to have progress. Well, different people, progress also has a context. Some people love to live in a big city. Some people love to live in a wilderness. Some people love to live in rural residential. And that's what we like. We like rural residential. And it's our right to keep it that way. An ordinance was a promise to us. It's an agreement, it's a legal agreement, and I don't see that it's okay for somebody to just come in and break the agreement. If you're going to get a variance, according to what I've read on the Pennington website, he has to prove, it says, the literal enforcement of this zoning ordinance shall result in unnecessary hardship. Okay, what's his unnecessary hardship that he has to have this ordinance? I'm asking. I think you guys should consider that. The purpose of the government is to protect the rights of its citizens, and that's exactly what I hope that you do. Thanks.
Thank you. Cindy Brunson. Hello, Cindy.
Thank you for giving me some time, and I want to tell you, you have an extremely difficult job with this task. One thing that we cannot stop is progress, and the Black Hills region is exploding with people, and you guys are going to have to make this decision. It's going to be a tough one. But what I wanted to say is that I agree with these people. I'm a rural resident, and I don't like my ranch land all messed up, but in the same deal, I have to realize that I can't prevent my neighbor from expanding or doing things on his property. And the reason I came here today is that he was supposed to provide a safety exit, and just for a circumstance, I live in Fall River County, and the Fall River County Commissioners regained some property from a tax deed. And anyway, I'm a dead-end landowner, but in my deed and in the deed that they provided, they had beneficial use and they had beneficial parties, and they were identified. And anyway, like I said, I want my country living, but I had the property next to me. It got sold, and you probably heard of the Vivos bunch that have came here from California, and they started expanding. But there's nothing that you can do about that because expansion and growth is coming. All I can tell you, I'm in support of this just because I know people can't afford to buy land in the Black Hills and have housing. And he's just providing an opportunity for people to have a house that they can't. There's not very many people that will have the money and resources. And he's got a different group that he's trying to supply housing. And that safety exit, I'm a dead-end user. I have, the fire can come, the ambulance can, the police come. He's going overboard by providing another access. That's my point. And I know you got a lot of channels that you have to go through, but I am in support of this just because I know the lack of housing and the cost, and people just can't buy property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Wade Walther. Typically, when we have speaker requests, we like people to check whether they're opposed or against, and the reason we do that is so we can swap them back and forth. So, and anyway, Wade, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Wade Walther. I'm not here to represent anything related to any expertise with fire or safety, unfortunately, because that's just not something I'm qualified to do. So if you ask what I am here for, it's really to speak to the thoughtful consideration and planning. I've had the opportunity to work with Russ Johnson quite a bit over the last 3+ years, and I can definitely describe him as very thoughtful, very detailed, very thorough, and meticulous, maybe even to a fault. And the reason I say that is if you were to speak to a lot of the different contractors that work with him on projects, it's to a fault because there's often times that we will stop, review, go through specifics, go through process, go through the materials and the steps involved, even though we've done it about 15 times prior. The reason is because that's his standards and that's his practice. So I think as we're looking at something like this related to the variance, I hope the commission will continue to give consideration. I think that it's interesting that currently the issue between gates or signage is a non-factor because nothing currently exists. So this does represent an opportunity for enhancement, improvement. And I, interestingly enough, actually live on a dead-end street myself. And it would have been nice if some steps and some options would have been provided or potentially considered in the neighborhood where I'm at, because it represents the opening to provide enhancements like that for a community. So that was all I had to present.
Thank you, sir. And that brings an end to the public comment. And I know we'll go back to Commissioner Hadcock. You have the floor.
So a couple of things I heard was a comprehensive plan change and a rezone. That's the process. We did it with the wind and solar project, where we had to do what we needed to do in order for us to protect the public. I understood that. On this issue, the biggest issue is the 40-unit rule that we keep talking about. I was at that meeting as well. The basic was about the risk. So you got to ask yourself, when that road was flooding before, and I heard, and I was here, the residents say, thank God, and I can't remember whose property they went through, thank God we could go through their property and get out. Was that a public easement? Was that somebody's property that you went through in order to get out? Is that any different than what's happening today? So I'm trying to figure out, we're trying to have a man that wants to do some property development, a PUD. Do I agree with 36 units? No. Do I agree that he should be able to do on his property what he's supposed to? Today is about a road that's going to be a 20-foot easement with sides, basically a 33-foot road that you already been using when it was flooding somebody else's property. So what's the difference between opening up a gate that's not going to be locked or using somebody else's property? When we talked about the 40-unit rule, it was basically so if there was a fire, flood, or anything else, you could get out, or there would be a second access. That's what we're talking about today, and that's what Russ is asking for, and that's what the planning department said you have to do before you do a PUD, before you do anything else. There's a process of different ways to get through where you need to go through next. Been here a long time, been doing planning a long time, and I'll keep saying I've been on the Fire Service Board like 10 years, and it's the risk factor that we are going to move forward with on that 40-unit rule. We are going to start having to access people, or assess people, I should say, to get second accesses to these properties that only get 40 units. That is not written in stone, but something needs to happen, like a landowner that wants to put his own money and time and try to make that difference. We're going to shut that down, but it's going to come to pass that there's risk factors, and there has been risk factors in Palmer Gulch. So for me, somebody trying to make that difference without having to assess the landowners to try to get that second access for risk management, ask Jerome Harvey. He just went to a property, and it took him a long time to get to that property to try to save just the land, let alone the house. Because a lot of times you already know you can't save the house. So for me, I'm listening to you, neighbors. Do I think he needs to pile in 36 housing units in there? No. Should he be able to develop his land and get his second access and give you guys a second access that he's paying for? You used somebody else's land before. You used a private easement or a Forest Service easement or somebody else's property to get out. What's the difference between a man having a gate on one, or he can't lock that gate, or using somebody else's property? So for me today, it sounds like the development issue, and yes, when that PUD comes in, I do not want all those, and sounds like the rest of the commission doesn't want 36 units. But maybe there can be a solution for somebody on their own property to do something that would appease the landowners and also appease the rights of the person wanting to do something else on his property. So those are my comments. Like I said, the basic issue here is the risk factor and how people get in and out of that property. Before it was flooding, and you seem to be able to use those easements before, or those private areas. You're not doing anything different here, and you're letting a man move forward on something that I think can be positive for the area. No development is not reality. Unfortunately for us commissioners, we can't do that. We have to figure out everybody's property rights and try to find that solution between both of you. So since I've been here, like I said, we ask for variances, and we try to make that difference through the solution through the planning department, and that's why you have setbacks, that's why you have 40-unit rules, that's why you have everything. And when you take all those rules away and you don't think they're worthy of what their planning department has done, sit up here a few times and then try to make a difference for people, when pretty soon you're just shutting down a lot of stuff through taking away some of those variances or some of those things that we're trying to find solution through, so people do have property rights and get things done. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair.
Rusnick?
Well, I think what Mr. Johnson's trying to do is create a PUD. And planning and zoning said before you can create the PUD, you have to have a variance that we're talking about today. So the way I look at it, if we approve the variance, the next step for Mr. Johnson would be to start the PUD. And if the commission's worried about the emergency egress, then we control that by how that PUD eventually turns out. That's where the commission can step in and look at all these safety factors. Okay, now we have a private exit, and it's dedicated for the folks that live in this PUD. That's the opportunity that we have as a commission to sit there and look at the density, look at the fire litigation. There's so many things that we can sit there to do to offset these concerns. And I'm all for looking at both sides, and I am truly looking at both sides today. And I'm all for compromises, and I'm ready for a compromise. What I did here is there's a legal document that our state's attorney has some issues with. And I know Mr. Johnson has hundreds of thousands of dollars invested so far. And I'm not ready to sit there and deny this today, but I certainly would ask that if there's some things that need to be worked out. In the spirit of a compromise, I'm willing to continue this and see if Russ can't, if it's a wording, a gate and private, if those are the two words that are hanging this up, let's talk about it. Let's figure out a way to get around this. And it's probably going to be a continuance. I don't feel there's the comfort level today to approve the variance, and I would ask to consider continuance.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, so I support Commissioner Roskinek's position on this. And the issue that I would have is getting back to, what we can and can't do. We can't go back to the grantee and say, as a board in county government, and say, we want you to redo your easement that's between Mr. Johnson and the grantee. And I do share the concerns of the individuals that live there, because it's a private easement. Egress in emergencies, it's got conditions set on it, and it goes back to the individual that spoke and said, if I were just to go there and use that, could, the landowner who has granted that easement, the private easement, hold me for trespass and say that you're trespassing? And I believe that would be the case. So I'm not against, some of these projects and proposals on growth, but I do have a concern about this one in particular, because I don't know the scope of the project and I'm uncomfortable with the easement. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this. And Brittany? When, and again, it's going to go back to Mr. Johnson if he thinks he can come up with anything, but I guess I would make a motion to continue this until the 21st of April.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Drews, did you have something to say?
I just want to comment. I want to thank Russ Johnson, first of all, for the time and effort that he's put in this to try to satisfy the nature of what he needs to do. And there's been a big challenge that's been put before him by the county. These are the things that you have to process in order to make this your eventual PUD come to pass. I think I can also speak as other commissioners have, as does it lend itself to 36 units? I don't think so. But does it lend itself to some structures? I think it probably does. But we have to get past this first step first. And so I am in favor of moving this forward to the next commission meeting, or whichever date was selected on that, and see if we can come to a better conclusion on.
So we have a motion on the floor for a continuance, and I think that one thing that's going to be important here for us to make a decision is this has to have a public easement. I mean, I couldn't grant people to drive across other people's property. It's not legally feasible, not legally possible. Reality says, you gonna stop me? Probably not. But if I'm trying to get out of there. But the fact of the matter is, by us granting authority for this easement, I think the easement makes sense. I mean, having a second access, all that stuff makes sense. But the reality is, we can't do that. We literally cannot accommodate or condemn. Maybe that's another option, I don't know, but this easement has to be worked out with Mr. Johnson before he comes back, is what I think I'm hearing here. And,
Can we ask Mr. Johnson what he thinks of what we're saying?
Mr. Johnson, you want to come forward?
And I guess my question is 2 weeks enough for Russ to do this?
Well, let's ask him that. Okay. So we got a question here from Commissioner Hadcock about understanding what we want from you, Russ. I mean, this is a private easement. You don't have the authority to grant somebody's access through here. What I think the commission is asking for is, number one, is that enough time for you to work something out with this person that has the grantee on the easement? And does it make sense?
Commissioners, I agree. I would like a continuance. I feel like that's a very good idea at this point. Keep in mind, that I wish to move forward with some housing for the community. It's not easy, obviously. It's a burden I feel like I've tasked on myself, but I think I'm up to it. Can I provide something beyond the 11 units? Yes.
I think that when I asked a question earlier to Brittany about, and I can get with her, there's only so much authority you need until you hit that 40 unit rule, right? Is that correct, Brittany? You want to come forward? And so I think if you sit down to her, you don't need specific variances, correct, to start, if he wants to build 10 houses?
Correct,
good.
there's up to 11. There will be 29.
You can build up to 11 houses and you're good, right?
Correct.
There's nothing, they don't have to come for us for a variance for another access or any of that stuff, right? That fits the zoning requirement, is that correct?
If his PUD asks for 11 units.
So it is my understanding then that I wouldn't have to provide emergency egress access if I did the 11 units.
11.
And I guess we hadn't got into it because this meeting was about safety and not the PUD.
Correct.
We had made some concession on the PUD. I also feel that after listening to neighbors and input and the community, 36 was a high number. So we were looking to make at least a 20% reduction in that number unit, which would take us somewhere between that 11 and 28 units. So, I guess the point is from here forward, if we could give a month between council meetings, that'd give me some time to meet with the landowner. If the landowner wishes to help me with the gate issue and move forward, I can talk with Brittany and see what those items might be that would make this more promising. Otherwise, I'd probably dismiss and just go with the 11 units at this time.
Okay. So I think that's what Commissioner Hadcock, so who made the
I
original
did.
motion?
So Jordan, what is the, let's just say, first meeting in May?
First meeting in May is May 5th. The second one is May 19th.
Do you want the 5th or the 19th?
Let's
Of
go
May.
with the 19th.
I'm going to amend my motion to continue this until May 19th.
I'll second that.
So a motion and a second, continue tonight. I just want to say you're a very respectful person. I mean,
Thanks, sir.
typically when we have people wanting to get stuff through, they're not as respectful as you do. And I think we've heard a lot of good things about you and you listen to the neighbors, so we appreciate
Chair.
that. So
I have tried to
we got a
move
motion,
forward.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So the bottom line, Russ, is they're looking at not the private easement and how you make that accessible, right?
Correct.
So that's your first one for your 40-unit rule. And then looking at your PUD with some solution with the community. I also would like to say what Mr. Drew said. Not too many people go have public meetings and take the fight and let people beat you up in a public meeting just to try to find those solutions. So I respect that. I also respect that you're going back, and I do get the concerns of the private easement, that if somehow we can make that not a private and that individual understands that that is a second access for everybody that would come out of there, I think that would also make a difference for the commission of how many people could build up there and what that should look like. So I would work on that first and then look at your PUD instead of not being able to build it all except those 11 units without that access. That gives you time and adequate time to figure that out or drop that 40-unit rule and just do the 11 and move forward. So hopefully we can find some good solution for you and you can help us kind of take away in the neighbors that burden of thinking they can't use that second access.
Mr. Chair, just a couple items. Number one, if it was a public, that would be public relative to only an emergency situation.
Yeah.
And number two, if he did the 11, that would use the 40 up, but nothing stops him from coming in front of the commission and asking for another 20 in the form of a variance without doing any easement at all. So those options are still out there.
And that option does seem encouraging.
Both those options are out there. We've
Both
done it
those
in the past
options.
under certain circumstances. So.
I guess I'll work with the owner on the wording, if wording is always key. And I have till the 19th of May to see what direction I will be moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for their participation and being so respectful of the time and of your neighbors. So let's move on to the next item. Which one are we on, gentlemen? 13.
G.
Okay, so we're on G. Yep, G, okay. So, item G. Appeal of Planning Director's decision. Juan Mathis.
So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item G is the appeal of the Planning Director's decision, Juan Mathis. I believe this was continued from the March 17th Board of Adjustment meeting because the board wanted the applicant to give the applicant time for 2 weeks to see if he could work with his neighbors on an easement. And I do believe he's in the audience for an update on that.
Is Juan here? You're asking for a continuance, Juan?
Correct. I believe that was granted, and also because this particular variance required a supermajority. So now that we have all the commissioners here. So in this particular situation, the neighbors are apprehensive, again, to grant that easement to the south in order to, and we're only looking to split it up into 2 lots. So we have one 20-acre parcel that we're wanting to split into 2 10-acre lots. There are lots to the south that would access Pine Grove Road and provide a secondary means of egress. However, the apprehension of even an emergency exclusive easement is there with the neighbors. So there are a couple things I'd like to point out as well to maybe favor that argument of granting this variance. One is that we would stipulate that the main one is we would stipulate that any new buildings on the new lot would require fire sprinklers, fire suppression system in order to mitigate any sort of fire scenario. And the second, I'd also point out that the east portion of the property is on a section line. So that is a public right-of-way and that does connect to Pine Grove Road, or Ember, I believe. However, the tricky part there is that the accessibility there is not the best. I mean, it certainly would need significant improvement, but it is a section line, it is public right away. So technically there is a secondary forms of egress just via that section line. I don't know if the commission has run across this particular scenario before. I'm sure you have. So, but yeah, just wanting to split that into 2 10 acres, fire suppression on the second, and hopefully get that approved.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
So Juan, what have you changed since May of '24 that you were denied the first time? Have you changed anything since May of '24?
Not significantly, ma'am. No, ma'am. So it would just be the hope that the section line argument and the fire suppression.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think that changes a whole lot without having, remember, that easement. And I think if we brought up Jerome Harvey from fires that he've just seen lately in kind of the same condition, and he pointed out to me actually that in that sense, without that easement, I can't personally approve it, Juan.
Other commissioner, anybody want to speak on this?
And just as a point of clarification, because I don't think it's been mentioned yet, this specific item is for request to appeal the planning director's decision to not even accept the application for a variance. You're not talking about a variance, you're talking about accepting an application for the variance. So if you were to make a motion today, it wouldn't be to approve a variance, it would be to approve the accepting of an application for the variance.
With no changes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and let Commissioner Durr speak on this.
Yeah, I looked at this and I remember the last discussion about sprinkler system, et cetera. And what I would like to see is a discussion about the section line road. And if we were, I know previously I looked at a bigger zoomed out area and there looked like you could just traverse a secondary access outside of what is coming in off to the left on the screen here. So just for discussion points, so he can make a case, I'm going to make a motion to approve that he's able to submit an application for the variance.
I'll second that.
Okay, so are we still going to need a supermajority vote on this?
Yes.
We would.
Okay. Then I'm going to wait for Commissioner Whitenbach
Got
to
any-
get back here.
Well, he's gone. You got any jokes? Clean?
Here.
I wish.
Commissioner Hadcock?
So if something has changed, like an easement or something that you could change, I would agree with the appeal. That would make that difference. Do you think if we continue it for 2 weeks, that's going to make that difference of trying to find that second access or that solution, sir?
It would just require a lot of convincing. I think it's all in the hands of the neighbors wanting to finally budge to say, because again, I've gotten approval, word of mouth approval, saying if there's an emergency, use the land. Like you're free to traverse, but when it comes to putting it down on paper, that's where the apprehension occurs.
So let me ask you something, or maybe the planning department, if they have a section line on their property, can they use that and it's public, they can't go in and approve it, so they have a second access?
So Cody Sack, senior planner, if he were to construct Stone Ridge Road over to the section line and connect the section line down to a different road, it would mitigate the factor. He wouldn't need he wouldn't need the variance, but he'd actually have to construct a road within the section line. You just can't say that the section line's there, like there actually has to be a road.
So let me ask you something, sir. So, is that easement that guy is granting on a road, that section line on his property?
I'm sorry, could you?
So why I'm saying that is you could tell him, well, I could construct a road on the section line and get my second access, or I can be granted an easement where I could do some kind of, you see where I'm going? Trying to help you in a way that hopefully that will help the person that you're trying to deal with in a positive way. Say, you know, I just need access. I could use the section line if it's on his property, or I could just have you grant me an easement, which would work a lot better so I could move forward.
Right, and that's a great point. The property that we're trying to get the neighbors to grant the emergency egress, however, is, if you look at the subject property, it is on the southwest, those two southwest lots, so not the ones that are bordering that section line. Once you start going east on along the property, it does drop off a little bit, so building on that section line, especially building a road on the section line, would be quite a significant effort, not undoable. I mean, America's done greater things, but however, that would pose a significant challenge
A lot of money.
to build there. So the easiest thing would be, I agree with you, to just get that emergency egress because there's already a road that's right there, and it would be pretty simple. And from my understanding, an emergency egress doesn't even require a formal road. It's just a traversable pathway for vehicles, emergency vehicles. So what we're looking, but I guess the other thing that we wanted to hinge the argument on was the fire suppression system on any new build property, and hopefully get approval that way. But I guess as a backup, it is good to know, should we have emergency egress easement granted, then it is a for sure approval of the subdivision.
So number one, when you have fire suppression, that is for your house, so you get out of your house, but that does not help put out the fire. You know that, right?
Yes,
And you're
ma'am.
in a pretty secluded area. Number two, on an easement, we already heard about a private easement and how fired up Commission has about giving people private easements in case somebody else builds out there. So I don't know if that's another option either, but just food for thought.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dirk.
Yeah, well, you were gone, Jordan. Would you catch us up?
Yeah, so we have a motion by Durr and a second by Drews that, as a reminder, this was just to approve basically the submittal of a variance application because the planning director had denied that, and so you're overturning the planning director's decision to deny the application for a variance, and so there is now a motion and a second to approve for the for receiving the application for this variance or from the planning office.
So we haven't even, we're just.
Right, we're not voting on a variance, we're allowing him the opportunity to
So
come
if he-
forward.
I would
And-
probably, yeah, so giving
so-
him the advice to get the
right.
easement would make the most sense.
Yeah, and I have a suggestion,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
that Commissioner Hadcock go negotiate this deal for you. I think she'd get it done.
Private easement that we just
So-
didn't grant somebody else with.
Yeah, because she made a good point, a couple good points, and one of is, you know, you go in and you talk to somebody and say, you could give me an easement, and I just want a private easement for emergency access, okay? And what it gets down to, what I'm hearing is basically, you know, the neighbors don't want another residential out there. The other thing, going back to improving a section line. So a lot of people that border a section line don't want a section line improved. So you just, on your own, if we were to say, yeah, improve the section line, you'd have to come back because that would require commission approval to give you the authorization to approve a section line based on counting our ordinance through highway and what the requirements would be. But nobody living along there, I can tell you, wants that section line improved. And so getting back to negotiating, you know, that's a conversation, but I believe we should give you the opportunity to go out and try to do this and then come back and make the request.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
Yeah, when it comes to variances, I'm probably very lenient. I always try to be in favor of the applicant. But I can tell you right now, on a personal level, I would not want to be living on that 20 acres if a major fire broke out and it crowned. That just looks like a really dangerous situation. And when we had the meeting last week or a couple weeks ago on the 40 unit rule, originally I was opposed to the 40 units. I thought, you know, why can't we make it 80? You know, it's been since 1988 or whatever. And the 40 unit, I agree, 40 units is probably a good number, and a lot of smart folks put that number together. But one thing our fire administrator told us is, says, you know, don't be afraid to say no when it comes to safety. I mean, sometimes we just got to say no, and it's not because we want to be open and let you subdivide, but just looking at public welfare and safety. But I totally agree. I'm going to support this motion as made today, but just something that we want to consider if it comes to the point that when you're asking for a variance, we're going to be looking for some safety.
We have a motion on the floor to approve an opportunity for you to bring back a variance request, but I would heavily suggest you probably get an easement. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries, so you can go after it.
And just to clarify, if that easement were granted, are all the commissioners in agreement that?
I have no idea until you come back. I mean, if something else comes up, I mean, it would.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I think Brittany or Cody could probably give you a pretty good explanation of how that might work.
Yeah, Cody Sack, Senior Planner, I can, just for staff's clarification, do you want that variance before, or, sorry, not the variance, do you want that easement in place before he comes back with
The application.
with the application, or are you wanting the application just without that
You
easement
should probably ask
recorded?
Juan how long it would take if he needs to look at the easement to do, and then continue it. Number one, we're saying we want you to accept it. You need to work with Juan about when that will come back. And if that easement needs to be in place, I'm going to suggest, from listening to people, he probably wants to look into that. So Juan, you probably want to see how long that might take, and then tell Cody accordingly when you need to have that back to us.
Yeah, so he can apply for that at any time. It's just if you, for say like you guys say that he can apply for it without that easement in place, he could go down to our office right now and apply for it.
Absolutely, which he's probably going to come back here and
Or do you want that easement kind of like the previous request, where that easement's actually recorded and it's been signed off on?
I would say for his best opportunity to get what he wants, he should have that easement in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
right?
Sounds good.
Makes sense, thanks. Hope that answers the questions. So Julie Cole, no,
Thank you.
H,
Or
H, Cody,
or the
your
money
H?
to
Thanks,
improve
Juan.
his.
Oh, I see. We did approve that? Or all in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. I got ahead of myself. I'm thinking about that jewelry Frank's gonna sell me, so.
Okay.
What jury, right, Frank?
So item H is appeal of the planning director's decision not to take in an application to vacate a section line for Julie Cole. They previously platted the property. This has been split into 2 lots. They want to build a house in this upper section on a flat area, and that flat area just happens to be a section line. It is surrounded by Forest Service property that does not, Forest Service doesn't recognize section lines. However, they have the option to relocate the section line, and in our office, relocating the section line, you should relocate before you vacate. Vacate should be a last resort. But so they're appealing the decision not to take in an application. They are in the audience if there are any questions for them.
Yeah, he does have a speaker request for him, so let's bring him forward. James Cole, sir, come on forward.
My name is James Cole. The family has owned the property for approximately 40 years. The reason that house wants to go in that location is that there's kind of a swale that goes through that area, and we can keep it off of the hayfield, basically. Nobody has used that access in the 40 years that the property has been there. It's about 500 feet extra to walk around the property instead of going across on the, going across, moving the, or relocating the section line. I don't feel there's any value in that. Wouldn't be useful to have it there.
So you're trying to build your house on the section line?
Real close to it, yeah.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So on the section line, Joe here? Mr. James said, I have questions for you, James, so don't sit down. So James said that the Forest Service does not recognize section lines, so we can't really build on that section line anyway?
I mean, it exists in reality, right? I mean, the 66-foot section line is there.
Yes.
On the private property, but yeah, you are correct. The Forest Service doesn't recognize section lines because it's all private or public property. So you can walk anywhere there, right?
So how does he vacate the Forest Service one?
He wouldn't be, I mean, the Forest Service doesn't recognize that, so, and the
He
Forest
built-
Service would have to sign off on him vacating that section line, from my understanding.
Okay, so are we getting the cart before the horse before you vacate that section line through the Forest Service? Because you have to go across it, Cody, and if you could.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. He's only trying to vacate the portion that's on his property, not the Forest Service property.
Right, so he's gonna build on that, by the 33 feet, he's not gonna go over past into the Forest Service property?
No, he's not going to go onto
Okay,
the Forest Service
okay,
property. It's just,
okay.
this has 66 feet of public right-of-way on his property, which encroaches where they're wanting to construct the house, so he's looking to vacate that.
Okay, so James, the other side of that vacation, or that vacated property is Forest Service land? All that extra property that you have is still Forest Service, or is that yours? Do you understand, after you vacate that first 33 feet, the next 33 is Forest Service land, is the rest of the land?
Commissioner Hadcock, if I may?
Yes.
So the entire 66 feet of section line is on his property. So if you look here, that red section line
Okay,
runs east and west, and his property is on both sides of that section line. So you'd be vacating the entire section line.
okay, and then the surrounding area in Lot 29, is that James's or the Forest Service?
That's all Forest Service. So this,
Okay, that's
this
what I needed to know.
appears to be a homestead from back when they allowed homesteading on the Black Hills, from the shape of it. And then section lines were put in place somewhere around probably the same time. The Forest Service doesn't recognize the section line to get there because it's all public property anyways.
Okay.
So ultimately, in my opinion, this section line does the public no good on his property unless there was, at some point, the Forest Service allows you to build a road on that exact section line, which I haven't been out there in quite some time. I don't know what the terrain looks like, but there's most likely a much easier way to traverse to build a road, so.
So I'm agreeing with you, Joe. And I understand now the Forest Service, so it makes total sense if it would be okay to vacate that because it wouldn't affect anybody else. So that's all I need to know.
Mr. Chair.
James.
Commissioner Ross, can I-
Answer my questions for you, James.
You know, section line, and Joe can agree with this, they were created to provide access and utility. And, you know, you'll see it out there in the prairie where you see them on bordering township and range. You'll see, you know, that's where I see them necessary. But, you know, here in the Black Hills, this particular one doesn't provide access and it doesn't provide any source of utility. To me, it's just common. What it does is it creates a 66-foot encumbrance on that private property. So I'm in total agreement of vacating the section line.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that this section line may be used for at some point in time is utility, right? Because the power companies, water companies, those have the ability to be placed in section lines. That would likely be the only use that I would see here.
So Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
so I would recommend to approve the applicant to relocate the section line right away based on just the information that we talked about today for, can really build anything in that area anyway. It's Forest Service around it, and it wouldn't impede the public in a sense that they couldn't use that public Forest Service area anyway.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I believe this would just be a request for them to submit for the variance.
Sorry, Cody Sack, Senior Planner, not a variance, the vacation of section line
Vacation.
right away, yep.
Yes.
Vacation.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Need a second.
So I'm good with vacating the section line, but I'm not really in favor of relocating the section line because that doesn't do anything except add cost to the.
Right, I think,
I
Commissioner Hadcock, you wanna
apologize.
you want to
I
vacate,
didn't want to
right?
relocate it.
That's okay, that's.
I read from the paper and I totally apologize. No, is to vacate the section line would be
So
to put the
motion
application
would be
to
to
vacate
to
the section
vacate.
line.
Yep.
We have a
I'd
second.
second that motion then.
Okay.
Okay, so we got 2 seconds, so we got a second and a third. So, any other comments? All in favor?
motion?
It's
What's
a
the motion?
vacation,
To vacate
vacation
the,
of the right-of-way.
section
It's the
line.
motion and the second and
Vacate the
third.
section line.
yes, okay.
Oh, we got somebody coming forward here. And he's got his
We got a
computer
lawyer.
open.
Oh, no.
Because to vacate, I believe you have to advertise.
Right, this is Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. This is just for the accepting of the application. from my
Yeah.
understanding.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that's.
Okay.
Okay,
He has
thanks,
to get
Tyler.
signatures and stuff, yes.
That guy's Johnny on the spot. We're really happy that we got him. If anybody wants to know, he's done an excellent job for us. So,
He missed you when you didn't get those accolades while you were gone. Yeah, we talked about
you
it.
guys didn't say nice things
Yeah.
about it? All
We
right, so
did.
the motion is to allow the application for the vacation of the right-of-way. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, hearing none. You can submit your application for the vacation of the right-of-way, so.
So move to come out of, are we coming out of Board of Adjustment?
Yeah, second.
A motion to come out of Board of Adjustments in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are out of the Board of Adjustments.
Let's take a
I
10-minute
was gonna say,
break.
does anybody want to take a little break here? 'Cause I know that
Yeah, I'm good with that.
we're taking a little break. From our break, and I appreciate the patience. We just get sitting here. Okay, we're ready to roll. Okay. So. We are on item number I, is that correct?
Yep,
Okay, so I,
regular planning.
regular planning items, Mr. Jason, sir.
Morning again, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item I is vacation of plat, COVPL 26-0002. To vacate an existing access and utility easement, the applicants are Scott and Jan Zanstra. Their engineer is Long Branch Engineering. Location is Prasada Place. It is currently zoned planned unit development. Existing land use is residential, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. This is the codified law that is required for vacation of plat. You can see those are all checked yes.
So we got a motion on this one?
Chair.
Yeah, so this is a unique situation because the properties are bisected by the city of Rapid City's 3-mile platting jurisdiction. So this is the existing easement as it sits today. This portion up above is actually had to go through the same process through the city. So this request is solely for this hashed area down below that is in the county. Staff does recommend approval. This existing, or what this Exhibit A that's on the screen is filed with the Register of Deeds, so there is legal access to the property, and there are currently 2 easements on there now. So this is just kind of cleaning this up, vacating this existing easement off of the plat so that this one can be effective. It more aligns better with where the road actually is. So with that, staff does recommend approval with one condition. And we can actually take that condition out because, like I said, this exhibit is on file with the Register of Deeds, so if the board chooses, they can just approve this with no conditions.
Motion to approve?
Second. Motion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Next item, please, Jason. Jay. Okay, here we go. Switched up on us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dwayne Allen, Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement Officer. Today we will be talking about violation COVO 240114, a vacation home rental that is being ran without a license. Property owner Frank and Laura Mosier. It's out on Englehart Lane, which is in north of New Underwood, on 10 acres of agricultural district property. Mr. Mosier is in the audience today.
Okay, so I think he wants to speak, so should we just bring Frank forward? Frank, are you here, sir? Okay. You don't have a license, Frank?
My understanding is no, I do not currently have a license for a vacation home.
You do?
We do not.
You do not. So that's the question here. You're in violation. Okay, so what are we trying to do? Well, we got options, okay.
We have some concerns that we've attempted to get the permits necessary to have this license.
Okay.
And because of actions by previous owners of this property, we don't have, or we don't believe that the permits are in place, and we've tried to secure those permits. Some of them have to do with that large green shed on the north edge there that you're looking at. They're asking for, the first, it started as there was a complaint filed that we were doing this, which was okay. We made a mistake. We thought we were on 10 acres. We didn't need a license to run a vacation home rental. It's a misinterpretation by me. But I'm still sure that I read it somewhere, so I wasn't understanding that we were in violation. We were told to cease and desist, at which point we shut those sites down. And we can only shut them down for so long because of the way those sites are set up. But prior to that, we had gone and taken classes to some fairly significant expense of $2,400 through the state of South Dakota for agritourism. We wanted to follow the law. We took these for a period of 2 years back and forth touring other establishments that do exactly what we're wanting to do, which is agritourism. When we got that, the only thing that was listed that we needed to fix prior to getting that was the septic. We came in and asked for the permits on the septic so that we could apply to the state to get those. We were told our septic was out of commission and we're given a paper, a document that showed here's what's there for your septic currently. We spent the next 6 to 9 months looking for a contractor to bring that septic up to what we needed to have. When we found a contractor finally, he came in and asked to get asked what we wanted done. We told him, hey, we want the septic expanded. At the same time that happened, we had a valve go bad in one of the toilets that flooded our septic. We actually had it pumped twice, trying to figure out what that problem was, thinking maybe the septic itself had failed. It had not. After we had the gentleman there to fix the septic, if you will, to expand it to meet that property, he came in and asked for permits. The county told him that he did not need permits to do that. It struck us as a little odd, but he's the contractor, he knows what he's doing. He came out, drilled test holes, had those test holes inspected to get the right drainage going. I don't know who came on site. They saw that septic was overflowing again. We needed to adjust that. We brought in Hill's Septic to pump it again, figured out the problem was a faulty valve and fixed it. It was at that point that he was called again and told, no, you need permits to work on that septic system. Came in to get them and called me immediately and said, why are we expanding your drain field? You have enough drain field based on the stuff here for 6 bedrooms. We're not sure why we spent almost $5,000 having him out there moving dirt and digging up our property when the county could have provided that right away. After that, those sites continuously kicked themselves back on. And I apologize, do I need to be more diligent? Yes, I do. But we also turned them off immediately once we found them. There are 3 or 4 rentals that exist during that time. They're residual to the best of my knowledge. They were booked prior to us being told stop. I don't want to be the person who tells a family who has young kids coming to their age, you can't come because we're having an issue with a permit. They had booked and paid for those. It was our responsibility to allow them to continue through that. So today, we're here because those sites kicked themselves back on. We want to be in compliance, but we can't get the right permits because whoever built the mother-in-law suite there built it bigger than it is today. As we dug through those records and continue to do so today, I just got an email from the state electrical people. We're finding the only permits for that were in 2004. We need help bringing that up to compliance so we can get our vacation home rental, and we've got nothing for help. We need help. We've stopped actively renting this property.
So you're basically, Dwayne, so you're bringing him forward because of the violations of the no license, right?
Right, sir. What had happened is we had a violation notice that was given to me that there was a vacation rental being run.
Yep.
Normal steps, send a letter. I verified it on VRBO, Airbnb, it's on Expedia as listed. I contacted with the letter saying that all rentals must cease until licenses are obtained.
Okay.
That's why all the letters go out. People normally block them off. Within a few months, they're able to get those licenses through the state. There is no state license. There's no license through us. There's no inspection. There's also no building permits for that.
Correspondence back to you that said that he's having trouble getting a license or anything, or was that because of his permits? Evidently, that's what we're coming down to.
The building permit, there's no building permits for this also.
Okay.
And that could very well have been done by the previous owner. I'm not arguing that point. It's just does not have a permit for that space.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, sir, you had about 1 year and 7 months to get a license, a vacation license, Mr. Moser. So the issue here is, what is the enforcement? Okay, so he's had 1 year and 7 months where, we talked about this on Vacation Home, where he's making money for 1 year and 7 months with no license. And why I say that as well, he might have been longer doing that. He was a complaint was sustained in violation in October 30th of 24. It is now 2026. So that's a pretty long time to try to say cease and desist, and you still kept moving forward, Mr. Moser. I get it with the septic, and I don't know how long the septic had issues, but you were also, did you get a license through the state, Mr. Moser?
We can't get that without the building permits and the inspections that have to be there.
Okay, so you went ahead and did
We had the county come out and look at it and measure it because, like, I said, we'd love to have the permits for it. That property needs to be legal whether we're renting it or not.
Okay, but did you get a state license before October 30th, 2024?
No.
Okay, so you started operating in October, or they just told you cease and desist? So you know, not only don't have a license through the state, you don't have a county license?
Up to that point, we did not know we needed a license to run that thing. And I understand the ignorance is not.
Hold on a second, Mr. Moser, but you were sent a complaint notice on October 30th to cease and desist. Then on March 19th of 25, again, they sent you a final notice letter to cease and desist on your vacation home rental. And then on the 25th of March, the planning and zoning spoke with, Mr. Moser spoke with the planning department. You can take the sites down once you get them, by the way, because they should have took it down anyway through the state because you didn't have a license that actually Mr. Dwayne found. So being that all happened, what is the enforcement action that is taken when you don't have, besides tell them they can't operate their vacation home rental, what is the enforcement action that this board is supposed to take?
Refer it to the state's attorney.
Yeah, well, Dwayne might know because we have a lot of them. Have we done anything to people that ran vacation home rentals? Have we fined them? What is the action that we put on the books that said if they are doing one, what happens to them?
Okay. Up to this point, this is the first one I've ever had to send to legal or bring before the board. All prior cases have been resolved with the owner in our office within several months normally.
Okay, that's my point. And so, being that this is the first one, didn't we put something in writing on the ordinance that said that there was fines or something that was going to be paid? Maybe Brittany can answer that.
There is something in our ordinance, it's $250 a day. And typically, we don't charge that. We charge like a one-time fee, or that $250 for like one day. That's kind of the penalty fee, and that's what we've charged in the past. But it is in our ordinance that it's $250 a day if you operate after you receive notice from the county.
So a year and 7 months, he'd have to pay the $250 a day?
Well, like I said, we haven't enforced that before because in the past we haven't needed to. Typically, people are brought into compliance. The part with Mr. Mosier is he has a couple of issues. He has a secondary residence, an ADU that has too large a square footage, so he doesn't have the building permit for the ADU or the CUP for the ADU to have the license in the VHR. And in order to get the building permit for the ADU, he has to have the electrical and plumbing inspections because those weren't done.
So I get the ADU thing because somebody else could have built it beforehand, he got stuck with it, I'm getting that point. But you put a rule on the book that if you are operating one without a license, did you send them at that point, once we passed the vacation home rental ordinance, what was gonna happen if he did not get one and kept operating it? Did you tell him that he was gonna get fined $250 a day if he didn't come in compliance and he was still running it?
I'd have to look back at the letters that were sent. I don't know if that verbiage was actually in there or not.
Because I think that would
I know
deter.
we have had 2 meetings with him.
Yeah, and that would usually deter most people to think that they're gonna operate something that they should be out of compliance with. It is his fault in that sense. He did speak with you guys on March of 25 and then kept operating, am I correct?
Correct. No, ma'am, we did not continue to operate. We have not actively done that since we got our first notice.
Okay, so what they're saying is, am I correct? He was operating and his site was still online?
Correct, ma'am. The site would go down and then it would come back up shortly after or a little while after they would take it down. On the screen now, I show that there's a review in June of 25. There is also a review in July,
Okay,
one
so-
in May.
So you had reviews to try to help him
Everyone's still
comply?
No, there were reviews.
People stayed in there and
Stayed.
gave a review of the property.
Property.
Those are
He was renting it, Mr. Moser, hold on. So he was renting it in this time, in full disclosure of the final notice of the letter saying not to comply. You've talked to him twice. He still operated it. Did you know there's a $250 fine for operating? Basically, they did that, sir, and we put that on the books because people were making money off the VHRs. And we only did, we actually made it more substantial for the public so they could still follow the state and put 5 rules on that vacation home rental so people still could make money and comply pretty easy for them.
We're trying really hard to comply.
Okay, sir, you
And
didn't
it's-
try too hard from the letters and the things that you've been talked to twice. To me,
Reviews up there, ma'am, are residual that were booked prior to us getting those notices.
okay, it doesn't, okay, the bottom line is there is a fine of $250 a day for operating a VHR. That's why I wanted to know what is the enforcement action that can be taken today. I totally understand on your other property, your ADU, because maybe you had no full knowledge that that was changed. Those rules and regulations, the general public would not know. I've seen it over and over again, and I totally understand that, but I don't get it when letters are sent and things are done contrary. And you also say you didn't take it down somewhere in here because it would move to find that, or where's it at? Basically that you couldn't make the income you needed if you took it down. Well, I guess if I needed the income that bad, I would have complied first, second time, or when Dwayne talked to me about the site and try to figure it out. As you've seen, you're the first one that hasn't complied. We usually find good solution for our people. So I don't know what this action or what this enforcement action should be today, to be fair, but I'm willing to listen to what everybody else has to say as well.
Commissioner Durr?
Mr. Chair, Brittany, could you come up, please?
Just to clarify, I don't think there's any question whether he operated it or not, so if we can just keep that in mind. He did operate it. I don't think he's trying to deny that, or are you?
No, we took the site down. Every time we were asked to, it comes up on its own. Every
Okay.
time we got a letter, we did our level best to comply without completely deleting the site.
Go ahead, Commissioner Durr.
Okay. So Brittany, your staff and I and Mr. Moser, last year, I don't remember, it's in your notes, we had a meeting to talk about this. And anyway, part of that meeting, what we learned was the fact that some of this was built without a building permit and the size. And we got equalization office to come in because we asked somebody to go out and do an inspection because basically this was property that was not being assessed because they didn't have the information. So that was one of them. So equalization went out, and I believe we got that rectified, correct?
Yes, they did go out and do the square footage, but it appears at the last listing that there was an additional bedroom that my staff or equalization staff didn't see during their inspection.
Okay. And so does that require another site inspection?
It would for equalization because it may change their assessment.
All right. So I would suggest that, if we know that, we follow up so we have an accurate assessment. And then the other one, getting back to it, I know you guys have been, working and we can get muddied up in the septic system, but let's just get back to the checklist. So when you say that you need help, so what do you need to help out on this? So when you're saying you need help, what is it that you're asking us?
Currently, the law says that space can't exceed 750 feet. Everything that we've found from the septic that is tied to the bathroom that's out there, to the shower that's out there, to the sinks that are out there, they are tied direct into the septic. That septic shows being inspected and approved in 2004. I just got the email from the state electrical inspector showing the electrical inspection, the permit 60508, was filed in 2003 and was completed in 2004. They installed both a heat meter and a regular meter out there, which tells me whoever built this was intending there was heat there, and I have to believe it was built at that time. What we need help with is, we don't have a problem putting all the permits in place. That's not our concern. Our concern is, how do we put those permits in place in a way that is not going to devalue our property? Because if we devalue our property, my mortgage is with the VA loan. The VA is going to have a very serious issue that we destroy part of the assessed value of that property in order to be compliant with an ordinance. We need help. We're happy to do the permits, but we don't know where to go to do them, or the right steps to take, or the guidance we were given was wall it off so it's 750 feet or tear it out. That's what we've been given for guidance at this point.
So Brittany,
Yes. So there's a couple of things with that. There is another option. He can have it's actually 700 square feet for an ADU. If you go over that, the square footage that he has now, I think is 912. And I believe that there may be more with the additional photos or the additional room. That would basically make it another residence. So the other option would be to rezone and plat it, or remove the square footage down to the 700 square feet, get the conditional use permit, and get the license for the VHR. He's been working with Christine. She's a planner in the office. I know that she has given him detailed emails, bullet pointed emails on everything that he needs to do to be in compliance, and she's done that probably in the last 6 months, at least since we've all met.
I have those emails with, and there are no bullet pointed options in there. And I'm happy to share those.
Commissioner Durr, you?
so
You should have all those emails in your pocket also, Commissioners.
okay, I've seen them. To move this along, I'm going to make a motion to find that the property owner is in violation of Pennington County ordinances and to require the property owner to bring the property into full compliance within 60 days, including obtaining all permits, inspections, and approvals, and cease all vacation home rental operations. Failure to comply with the specified time frame may result in further enforcement action. And this would be consistent with the action we just took on another nuisance complaint kind of that came forward and giving them 60 days to get into compliance.
We got a second?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Ruskinek.
did I hear the word fine?
It's not in the recommended motion.
He was,
Okay.
he's not gonna find him, he just wants.
Oh, okay, that's,
He wants to give him 60 days to
yeah,
come into compliance.
I'm good with that. And
Okay.
I guess I would ask him, is that enough time?
I want to just chime in here a little
Yeah.
bit and say, because we're like in a, what came first, chicken or the egg, because that house was built without permits, Brittany. Can you come forward? I mean, we've had this come before us when the houses are built without permits, and we just basically try to figure out a way to permit it. But, you know, I always said that's probably not a good practice, but short of, blocking some of this stuff off or tearing it down, which I'm not sure that all makes sense, but we can't continue to have these people building houses without permits. But if you clearly bought this house, I guess his recourse would be back to the people that sold it to him, because there's a disclosure on there that says, did you build this house without a permit? So.
Correct. From our perspective, we would still charge the double fees for the building permits because that's part of our ordinance. He would have to petition the board to have those fees refunded.
Okay, so he could come and ask,
Right.
he could get he could pay double for the building permits, but here's the other problem now, he's got too big of a unit to operate in the manner that he does. If he plats this off,
I can't plat it off. My
right,
loan
hold on a
won't
second,
allow
let me
it.
finish, okay? I get that. That's where the point I'm going to is that if he plats this off, that'll affect his mortgage, obviously. They're not gonna allow that to probably happen and say, you got two separate legals now. They're probably gonna call his mortgage in, which, doesn't make any sense. But on the other hand, is there a variance available? If the council or the commission chose to give him a variance for that property? Because otherwise, we're putting we're having a quagmire. He'll never be able to get his permit, so he'll never be able to come into compliance unless he gets the building permits and gets the ability to keep that house. So what would you recommend?
So a variance wouldn't be allowed because then it wouldn't meet the criteria for an ADU. It would be another single-family residence on one lot, which is not allowed in our zoning districts. Because if you allow it in this zoning district, it'd have to be allowed in
What's his
all
zoning
zoning
district?
districts.
What is it? Rural
Agricultural.
residential? Agriculture.
Unless he had a ranch hand residence, but then it would have to be mobile, it can't be stick-built.
So,
And he would have to have a ranching operation to show that that residence.
but he'd have to rezone this like commercial or something, or?
How about PUD?
Huh? A PUD? I mean, what's the options other than tearing the house down?
And Mr. Chair, getting back to the comment about the building permits, so Mr. Moser, you're saying you bought the property as is, you've not built or added anything to it?
I added one door, and we have a small chicken coop that we've added since then.
All right. And so I don't know, maybe about 6 months ago, we had more than one occasion since I've been on the board in the short time that we've had 2 or 3 of these come forward where they bought the property. They didn't realize that, the building permit had not been obtained, realtor, all that conversations. And I believe in all of those instances, we've waived the fines related to those building permits. And so it goes back to a path forward that's going to get him in compliance. And so you have the recommended motion here, 1, which I have made. And I would assume within that 60-day time frame, then you guys can figure out the path forward. And if there is no path forward to fix this, then come back and let's address it.
And Chair, we need a second for that motion. We still don't have one.
Second.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. He did tell me he was going to second it, so.
Here.
Motion, Commissioner.
So, just one thing, so that isn't a ADU at this point, it's a vacation home rental. So he's making money off a vacation home rental with no permit, and then you want to take away the fines. So, you might want to think about that.
This request is to get him into compliance, and then he needs to understand.
I get it, but I'm just saying, my point is, it's been an ADU for at least a year and 7 months. He's making money off that property, and with no permits or in any sense of the word. One, maybe because he didn't know. The other, he had to have known at this point, and then you want to take the fines off. So what is the point of making a $250 a day fine? And I'll keep saying it, and I brought this up. When you make rules and regulations, it's very hard to follow through, and that's why when we did them, I said this would probably happen. It's a lot easier to make all these rules and these fines and these things to do on people, but to follow through with having them come up here and do what they're supposed to do ends up doing exactly what I said. It's hard to find people when there's issues of maybe not knowing about compliance in one sense, and the other knowing about compliance and still finding $250 a day. So be careful what you ask for, is what I said. This is exactly some of the stuff, and I understand we're doing it because we want to bring in people to be in compliant. But it's very hard to do that up front and tell some guy he's going to pay $250 a day, or try to figure out if it was intentional or not. So thank you.
So Brittany, I just got to ask you something. Does this say we will find them, or does this say we may find them, or up to? Does this say? Because she has a good point there that if it says we will, then.
We do find them, and we are consistent with that with everyone in our office if they have something that's constructed prior to a building permit.
Well, I mean the building permits, but how about the VRBO? She's talking about the VRBO.
The VRBOs, we do find them at $250 at least one time.
Okay. So,
And-
if you want to have a substitute motion, Commissioner Hadcock, or.
And is that a deal? Do you have a recommended motion here? But when you come back within this 60-day timeframe to settle this, to get closure on it, you could come back with a fine recommendation at that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask, how do we go back to when we believe this property was built and get the permits?
What's going to happen is they're going to give you the permits, correct? And they're going to charge you double for the permits? No? How does that work? Can we explain it? We need to make sure when he leaves here that he has a clear path forward.
I'm happy to get the permits.
Right. And the other part that goes with this before, it comes back in 60 days, whatever that date's going to be, that we have a true on-site inspection by the equalization office because I thought we'd handled that a few months ago. And so we need to go back and take care of that.
Yes, and I have talked to Dawn about that, so she is going to reach out to Mr. Mosier to verify that as well. And as far as the permits, we can't issue the permits because it's over the 700 square feet. He's going to have to reduce it. There's no way for us to issue the permits because it doesn't meet the zoning requirements right now.
Is there no way to go back to when we believe it was built with the original permits and permitted as of then?
Even then, 2 residences weren't allowed on the lot. In order to allow 2 residences on a lot, our ability to do that was under the ADU provision.
So
It
we're
still
talking about
requires
200
us.
square feet or changing this guy's
In
life forever, so.
2004, I went and looked it up. The county ordinances said if there was and it said mother-in-law suite in there, if it was smaller than the primary residence, it was okay. That's a very general summary, but
You're
I went and
saying
looked it up.
it was built as a mother-in-law suite before you had it.
I can't speak to
That work?
truth on that, but
I would have to know where that was because as long as I've been here since 2008, that has never been the case. We've only allowed 1 single-family residence on a lot as a principal use
You have
because
that
we
with you?
consider it a principal use.
I'll pull
In
it up here quick.
agriculture,
I'm just,
Mr. Chair.
we got a quagmire here, because if you send a guy out there to assess this guy's property and you're saying it's not even usable, so the assessment goes away. Go ahead.
So if there was no building permit, though, issued back in 2003 or 2004, I mean, how do you go back now and figure that out? So I don't think we have anybody here that can relate back to that point in time and say this is exactly what happened. I agree with Mr. Mosier. At some point in time, we got to go back to when the buildings probably were constructed. That obviously was before he was the owner of the property, and figure out how to make the thing moving forward.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
so you bought the property in 2021?
2020, December of 2020.
Okay, 2020, so you've had it for 6 years. So you wouldn't know anything beyond that 6 years except what the
The
sellers
only thing
told
that I
you.
can dig up is what I've found in the permits and the septic and
Was that listed with a realtor?
the septic and that
No,
stuff.
when you bought the property, was it openly listed?
The housing unit that
Yeah.
was on it? Yes, it's listed for 2 owners before us.
It was a real estate company and they were representing you. Or they were representing the sellers, but
Right.
maybe that's where some of the problem is.
But
Here.
we have listings that show it exists there.
So, number one, what was built there in 2004? Was there anything added on in between? And they're saying after that there was, he said he bought it in 2000, right? So he added something.
Bought it in 2020.
2020, ma'am.
2020.
Okay, 2004, 2020. Anything added on in the last 6 years planning?
So if I may, there was a garage that was permitted, there was no living space permitted, and equalization has not assessed it. They have assessed it as a garage since,
This is after he bought it.
correct. They just started assessing it as living quarters after they went out, after Commissioner Durr and us had met, and equalization had come into the meeting and went out and met. So for however many years, even equalization didn't have it on the tax rolls that it was
So
a
Mr. Moser,
residence.
who who added your living space into your place?
It was there before we bought it. We
I
did
thought
not build
Mirti
it.
just said that it was after you bought it.
We did not build anything on that property. I take that back. We built a chicken coop.
Okay?
What's up with this garage then?
It was assessed as a garage, not as a, finished garage basically for living
Okay.
quarters.
And it got
was built.
finished
So
after
if-
the fact.
If we can get it up
So,
again.
hold
I'll-
on. So when did you start operating as a vacation home rental in that building? The other one?
2023, maybe 2024 early.
Do you know, Dwayne?
What was the question? What was the question, ma'am?
When did it become a vacation home rental?
I found out in October of '24.
It was
That's when
probably
it was
early
brought to me.
2024 when we said, let's do this.
Okay, Brittany, I have one final question.
I thought she said it was built out.
So the second residence that we're speaking of, we believe has been in existence since 2004? Do we know that?
I don't know that. We don't know that for certain.
But it was
'cause-
never on our assessment rolls.
Correct. And we have a building permit for a garage.
And
When was that?
2003, 2002,
Okay.
somewhere in
okay,
there.
so the other residence on there has been there, but we believe it predates Mr. Moser.
I believe it was in the listing when he purchased it.
Okay.
But it
And
was
so
on,
the county has never picked it up on the assessment rules.
correct.
Okay, so that's kind of one conundrum for me, that we can go this long and not catch something like that when we have aerials and all this other stuff that we have for our assessment, you know, so, anyway, my motion, I'm still gonna keep it the same.
So I did find here where it talks about, so I'll read it all if that's okay. Based on the 2004 area guidelines, Pennington County, South Dakota regulates mother-in-law suites, often considered accessory structures or dwellings, by requiring them to be subordinate to the main home, adhering to specific setbacks, and typically needing a building permit. These units must have proper sanitation and secure permanent construction. Key area regulatory guidelines. Building permit is required for any new structure or conversion. Structure must meet all sanitation requirements, kept in clean sanitary condition. Accessory structures are expected to remain subordinate in size to the primary single-family dwelling. Regulations vary on based whether the property is in general agriculture district, suburban, residential, or specialized zoning, which can restrict density.
Mr. Moser, that doesn't make sense when it's supposed to be a garage, not a living space. So
There-
whatever
there
you
are-
just read was supposed to be a garage, not a living space, and you've just read
I
the
just
living space
Pulled that off
One.
of Google.
for 2004. So if it was supposed to be a garage instead of a living space and became a living space instead of garage, that your point is mute because they were supposed to have a building permit for a living space, not a garage. Now you're reading what they turned it into, not what it was supposed to be.
Can I show you what I believe these different things are on that map?
Mr. Chair,
Continued, so he
I
can
think we
bring all
could
this
have this
back.
follow-up conversation later, but it goes back to Commissioner Drew's point, which I agree with as well. So we didn't catch this on our assessment rolls. Somebody sold the property once or twice or thrice, whatever that is, over the years, over 22 years.
Didn't they even have a visit there
And
once?
didn't have a building permit, but the property gets sold. So we have a second or third party that buys the existing property the way it is, irrespective of a VBO operating there or not. I find it very difficult, forgetting the violation of the, you know, all the other stuff, that now we've identified it and we would say that you have to go back when you've got this financed and say you have to go back as a property owner. Sorry, we didn't catch this on our side. Sorry, you didn't catch it. You weren't aware, you know, buyer beware, but you weren't aware. To go back to somebody and say you have to chop off X amount of feet on this because you're in non-compliance, so it doesn't make sense to me.
We haven't done that to anybody yet, so.
Proactive? I kept saying this, proactive or reactive? Because you can go that and you want to go start assessing ag all over and see if it was done in 2004 or 96 or 2020. Proactive or reactive for the assessors?
How many acres is this by chance?
10 acres.
So it's not like having this building on there really makes much difference anyway. I mean, it's got plenty of room. So, we got a
Mr. Chair.
motion on the floor?
I just want to point out that if Shannon was here, I think Shannon R., the procedure for the Director of Equalization's office is to reassess properties, and I'm guessing somewhere between 5 and 10 years. I mean, that's their job. And if they exceed that and there's a mistake, well, I think it falls back on them, not the owner, property owner.
So, Commissioner Hadcock, we got a motion on the floor. And then we have a second?
We could throw a rock and hit Meade County.
Do we have a second on your, okay, so we're gonna vote on a motion, and that is to, like it's stated in here, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries.
Can I ask the commission, I know it says 60 days in there. We've been attempting to get these permits just from the state. I can't even get a call back from the state plumbing people to come inspect this thing. I've sent emails, I've contacted the state inspector for Pennington County. I can't get a call back from the plumbing people.
I guess that is an issue.
Mr. Chair, I would just say work with the planning
Yeah,
office.
we'll work with the Bearded Wonder over there to help figure that out, and he can verify that you've done the contacts or whatever, and I don't, at that point, there's only so much you can do.
So my question is, where do I go then?
Well, we don't want to have you come back here next time and find out you're operating a VRBO until you
So,
get this all resolved.
Is it
Does that make sense?
acceptable? We'll delete those sites. Is that
I
acceptable?
don't care, whatever you need to do, we just don't want to have it come back. Yep. Brittany and Jason will work.
Yeah, there's more than one path forward. The VBO is part of it. Say you don't want to do that. The other part is getting this second residence on there rectified one way or the other.
Yeah,
and the
we need to do that
fees.
at some point, so, but getting the permits right now and getting it off the VRBO until you can get licensed.
Don't want to lose it. It's part of our assessed value for a mortgage.
Right, I mean, and I agree, and if they did lose it, then your assessment would be decreased, everything would change. We're not here to mess up your life, there's no doubt about it. We're not here to multiply the mistake that you made without the due diligence involved. We get it, we understand that.
The point being is now that this stuff has been identified, let's get it on a timeline so we have due outs.
Work with us on it, we'll work with you. We're not here to beat you up any more than we already have. Just don't put it up back on a VRBO, then that just tells us you don't care what we say. So
And that's
we're
not the
trying to
case.
work with you. We want you to leave here understanding that we're trying to work with you. Most of us have no intention of trying to make you block off any part of your house or any of that. We're gonna see what we can get worked out.
And we understand that it's been significant financial investment to this
Right.
point.
I'd say maybe get a lawyer then. If you want to go back on the people that sold you the house, but we're going to try to do what we can. But
And
outside of that, on a civil
that's all we
suit,
want is the permits so we can move forward.
I get it. Yep. Have a great day. Who's next here?
Highway. No? Oh, yeah.
Okay, public hearing of ordinance amendment, Pennington County. Okay, and I understand we got a couple of, okay, Brittany, you want to talk on this real
Sure.
quick? Tell us what's
Item
up.
K is public hearing of ordinance amendment 0825-16 for Pennington County to amend section 317 alternative energy. This was continued from the January 20th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting in order for staff and the board to update the comprehensive plan to address the allowing alternative energy in the industrial zoning districts.
Okay. Now, has that part been done?
Yes.
Okay.
And it is
I got a
effective.
couple speaker request forms. Liz Frederick, if you're here, you want to speak?
Ron, you might want to have him speak. This is on the ordinance, not on the comprehensive plan, 2040 plan change.
12K, this is what they wanted to talk about.
The
Yep.
comprehensive plan.
No, this is about the ordinance amendment.
Right.
Right. 12K is what you wanted to talk about, correct?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what this was about. I did miss the last couple of hearings simply because I was out of the country. And my understanding was we went from having a special committee to address some guidelines and changes that should be in effect when people are applying for permits to put in a solar energy farm is mainly what I'm here to address. I don't really have any interest in the wind farms, but that was my understanding initially going into this, and then I apparently missed the last couple of meetings, and I'm told that after we had all these guidelines and restrictions in place to appease both sides, those that oppose the ordinance or the solar farms and those that are in favor of the solar farms, we kind of worked collectively in a group to come to a meeting of the minds to put something together that would somewhat sort of appease everybody and place some restrictions in place that were never in place before, because there are solar farms in place right now. And my understanding is that there were no guidelines when those farms went into place. So that was the purpose of all these meetings. And then now, I guess the means didn't, or the ends didn't meet the means, because I'm understanding now that, oh, wait, this isn't going to work because it still allows for solar farms in places that we don't really want them. And my gut feeling here is that you just don't want them in the New Underwood area. So let's just zone this as heavy industrial, and that actually meets the means to the ends of how some people are reacting for their own purpose and not for the better of everybody involved. And I'm here because I have an interest in the solar farm because I have a partner who entered into a contract long before the moratorium, long before the restrictions, but entered into a contract with a company to put solar on his 1,300 acres. He wouldn't have even entertained that thought, but for having been droughted out for the last 3 years and hailed out the year before. And unfortunately, his career, his job is based on Mother Nature. He doesn't have irrigation. I mean, it's based on Mother Nature. We're looking at another drought. He wouldn't have entertained that thought but for Mother Nature, because he loves farming. So he entered into this contract, and after he entered into this contract, a moratorium went into effect. And we were there at all the meetings, and we all worked together. And then suddenly, I wasn't at that meeting, but suddenly at another meeting recently, I'm thinking last month, it was proposed that now it should be zoned heavy industrial, which wipes his land out because he's ag, right? But there's CUPs, you can still do CUPs. I think you can still apply to change the zoning. But one of the concerns I'm at is, how did we even get here? Because there were checks and balances in place, and there are permits that people have to apply for to get that solar. They have to go through planning and zoning. Those things are investigated. There's a multitudes of checks and balances. But we got here because you needed a means to the end, and that end was, let's not have it in New Underwood. So,
All right, I'll let you go over a little bit, but if you could wrap it up, we'd appreciate that.
yes, okay, so when you have a restriction that takes away your viable use of the land, when you put in a zoning restriction that takes away your viable use of land, then that has to serve some public purpose. Public, it has to show imminent harm, safety, something that saves the general public. And that hasn't been shown. His contract was in place before this zoning ordinance came into place. So that becomes a taking, and you are now under even more scrutiny because of the Fifth Amendment.
All right,
So
we're gonna let you wrap
that's
it up
all
now,
I would
Liz.
like to say is,
Frederick,
before that
thank you.
zoning ordinance
Chair.
gets into law, that we take a look at
Okay.
really what's
I'd like
happening
to ask her
here.
a question.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna let her, no, now you're done, and then
Yes,
Ms.
I am.
Hadcock
Thank
wants
you.
to ask you a question.
Okay, so the question is, today is about Section 317, the proposed changes of alternative energy. The comprehensive plan, the 2040, to put it in industrial, has already been approved, if I'm correct, Jordan. Okay, so today you guys were talking about the alternative energy systems under Section 317 and what those changes need to be in order to be in the 2040 comprehensive plan and be under industrial with the CUP. What are those, what is that committee, what did they recommend, and what do we recommend at this point in the changes in order for that to happen?
Well,
So
yes.
what you're talking about is something that's already done.
Well, and I wasn't under the understanding it was already done. I was under
Yeah.
the understanding that today was whether or not having it heavy industrial should be put into law, that whether it should be put into effect.
Well, if you read
That's
this.
what I thought.
If
So
you
it
read
is,
this-
you're saying
If you
it
read
is
this, Ms.
law?
Liz, that's on the agenda. It's public hearing, Pennington County amend Section 317, alternative energy, to amend the superseding existing 317 alternative energy. So 317, if you read, is alternative energy systems. It's to reflect the proposed changes of Alternative Energy Committee. If you would have got online, that would show you kind of that, we're talking about that, and those, unfortunately, I know you weren't here, so I can respect that you had to say your piece on the other, but
I was
that's what
actually
we're
out of
talking
the
about
country,
today.
and that time that I was out of the country, there was council here, there was a member from the solar company, and they came here to address the amendments of 317 when that was supposed to actually be put into the books. And on that particular day, my understanding was suddenly that was not addressed. The attorney got up and spoke. Instead of addressing the amendments that were supposed to be put on the book, what was addressed is the new zoning and how it should be zoned. So they flipped it all around. That was my understanding. So now, when I'm a little bit confused is because some of the other hearings, particularly, I guess the one before last, didn't address what it was supposed to address. It actually introduced a new thing, and that was the zoning ordinance. So I honestly didn't know that the zoning ordinance has already gone through. And if it has, then I guess how does that happen in 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
It's been about a month or so, if I'm correct, and it had to go through 2 readings.
Okay.
So the first reading, what we did in that, we also gave the people on that first reading, we didn't bring it through right away. We gave it two readings after the fact that we were going on to the 2040 comprehensive plan, because when the alternative energy was first, and there was rules on the books before this, they just went in and changed alternative energy systems 317 with this committee. It was already on the books beforehand, even before Wild Springs came in. What we
Right.
saw is from Wild Springs, we've learned, and we do this with all ordinances, Ms. Liz, we've learned things that are some major issues that need to be changed in that because of what we've seen from Wild Springs or otherwise, or from basically different areas in the United States is where some people found that there were some major issues since it was in effect long enough for people to have an understanding of those areas. So that's why this one is coming up, and that's why that new group came up, and that's why we put the moratorium in there.
Ms. Haddock, I understand that. I was at that new group regularly. What I don't understand is why suddenly it went from putting all these, which that addressed it. That addressed everything we needed to address, no matter where you placed it, no matter if it was in ag land, no matter where that permit was requested. So that did address it. That group addressed it, the amendments, the ordinance, all of that addressed it. What I don't understand is why suddenly at a meeting when we were going to adopt what we addressed, how now it changed to a different zoning. But I apparently.
Ms. Libbs.
Okay, I'm going to rein this in
Just hold on a
because
sec.
I got 2 other speaker request
So
forms
I'm
there,
gonna,
so.
she wants a question answered, so I'm
No,
gonna
I get
answer
that, but I think we
So
can
give me
handle
just a
this.
second, Ron, please. So
then
what
wrap it up.
happened
Let's
was on your committee, why it's here today again is because you did miss areas. You did not have the battery storage in that ordinance, ma'am. You did not have the specialized equipment that might be used to put out fires from cadmium or battery storage lithium. You did not have some of that in there. So that's why it's back today. You wanted to know why it's back today? You had a committee that missed some major health safety issues on this, so that's why it's back today, ma'am.
All right,
It wasn't
let's
my committee, I
Yeah,
just
I
participated.
was just going to make that distinction. It wasn't our committee, so if we need to go back, I mean, everything we do is public record, so I would suggest just looking it up and to help find the timelines. I get.
I
That's
have
why
it.
I gave you a little extra time, a little extra leadway. I understand some of that, but we have another.
Yeah,
2
Mr.
more.
Chair, just one point.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, Commissioner Hadcock was tracking your travel plans, and then we just stuck the dates in based off that, so.
Thank you, I thought so, because you don't want me to speak, did you?
Sorry about that. All right, so Eileen Peterson, if you're here, please. I bet I'm a little bit lackadaisical today in some of these, but I get it. Sometimes 3 minutes sometimes doesn't do justice, so I don't want to have anybody leave here with a frustration.
Before they start the
so.
clock. Eileen Peterson.
Eileen, I'm holding you to 2 minutes, though.
Oh, not yet. I want to thank
just
you people
kidding.
for something.
I'm just kidding you.
Before you started. Well, I was going to thank you, but now I'm not going to.
All right, that's
You
okay.
started the clock. Did you stop the clock? Okay. About the first meeting I was here, Commissioner Drew asked what I thought of these chairs, and I said, but I think I also said you need more seating outside, because there's not very much seating for people waiting to come in here. And I came today, there was more seating out there. There's a whole line of chairs and tables, and thank you for that. Now, I looked through what I think is the guidance that's on the books to be addressed today, and it still seems like there's a lot of holes in there. Now, maybe I was looking at the wrong thing because I didn't go through all, I don't know, 400 or 700 pages that are in the packet, but it seems like there are still some issues with some setbacks that are not adequate, especially around dwellings and cities, existing cities and schools. The letting those wind turbines that close to them is not health, safety issues, they're all around. And I don't think the guidance, or the ordinance addresses infrasound yet, and since that's been brought up repeatedly in these things, if that becomes a legal issue, I think the county needs to protect themselves by saying, yes, we know about infrasound and we addressed it. The bonding issue for the reclamation, I think you need to look at accepting only escrow or trust accounts only to make sure that money is really going to be there. I think you need to require that the county is notified within 30 days anytime there's a change of ownership of these facilities, since they seem to flip ownership quite often. And I think you need to look at who is truly ultimately responsible for assuring that decommissioning is done properly. If the company leaves and it's not done, who's going to pick it up? Is the landowner responsible? Can be held responsible? So I think, unless there's a version I didn't find, I think it needs more work yet. And I didn't see anything in there about battery storage.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinen.
You know, the concerns that you just pointed out, if I'm reading that right, conditional use permit, utility scale systems are permitted as a conditional use in industrial districts in accordance with this section. I don't think you got to worry about any of those, because I don't know that you're ever going to see a wind farm in an industrial zone district.
Well, if 3, 4, 10 years down the road, this gets pushed back out and it's approved in ag lands, then we're going to see that again. So if we do the ordinance so that it covers all possibilities, and if people get their land rezoned to industrial out around New Underwood or Wall or wherever, or even south of Rapid City where people are getting stirred up, if they get large industrial areas zoned, then wind turbines can become an issue again.
You know, when you do industrial and you get out there in an ag community, the likelihood of that getting zoned industrial is zilch, and that's why the proposal of industrial is probably made, because it's just basically death by overregulation. I don't, personally, I don't see any energy company having a chance to go out there in an ag community and rezone a piece of property to industrial. I always was in favor of trying to find some kind of a zoning that was specific to, I'm not crazy about wind farms, but I do think solar, they serve a purpose for alternative energy, and I feel that they should at least have a chance, because once they even get through the hurdle of getting approved by the county, they got, who knows all the hurdles they got to go through on a state level. At least let them get the foot in the door so that they have a chance to develop a facility. Anyhow, that's just, I just think industrial is death by overregulation. I just don't think you're going to ever have to worry about seeing anybody build
Thank you, Commissioner Rotzka. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I have another speaker, Lindsay Bader. All right, Lindsay, you have 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Good thing I talk fast, huh? Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Mader. I think I've pretty much covered everything within wind and solar that concerns me in the last 2 years. But I did want to bring something up.
When I participated in the utility scale alternative energy task force, we were told by, I think, Jerome through Brittany, that a 25-foot buffer zone for fire was adequate on solar farms. And I think someone told me that if there were to be a fire within a solar plant, that firefighters are not supposed to fight it, just to let it burn, which I have issues with because of the chemicals and everything that's gonna burn up in that. And fires don't respect fence lines, so. The reason why I bring this up is because a few weeks ago there was a fire out at Wild Springs solar plant. And I talked to a couple people that were on that fire. They said that it was caused by a faulty wire connector. They said the spacing between the rows of the panels was far too tight. There was firefighters that were spraying water without knowing exactly where the fire was started or how it was started. And they were crawling under and around energized equipment. By the grace of God, nothing hit the down wire. If the water would have hit that down wire, we could have been telling a different story today. So through all of this, there has been no equipment provided to our local fire departments, no specialized training, no clear financial responsibility, and no real accountability. We need to remember these firefighters are volunteers and they don't have specialized hazmat suits. We owe them more than assumptions, we owe them preparation, and we owe them protection, because it isn't just about projects, it's about people, health, safety, and welfare.
Thank you. Okay, entertain a motion here. Oh, we had a motion?
Chair.
Yes.
Number one, I think it needs to be continued. Battery storage needs to be added to it. I think we need to think about specialized equipment for emergency services. I also heard about the fire in New Underwood on the property. And actually, the neighbor is the one that called the fire in, not the people who were in the warehouse didn't even know. I also talked to the firemen, and they said they also didn't know how to put the fire out. And Miss Lindsay is right. What happens if the wire touches the water that they just put on? The faulty wire that goes down, does it shut off? Does it not? We also heard from, and the man that runs it out there, Jeremy, he's a very good man, by the way, I really like him, that the equipment was not put together right, and that's what causes the fire. So when solar farms do have issues, the other issue is once you put all that, does the cadmium or any other chemical go into that water, and where does all that water go? So some of those areas are concerns. Long-term maintenance, heavy damage of roads and bridges, some of that stuff. How far should that setback be? I think that needs to have more work on this alternative energy 317. So I'd ask for a continuance on this for not only the public to bring forth some of their concerns, but also look at doing the battery storage added to this ordinance and anything else that we need to have some real discussion on 317. So my motion would be to continue. I don't know how long that would take to do that. Jason, any suggestions, or Brittany? You guys were going to add battery storage and look into some of that, maybe the first part of May, if that works.
I'd like I'd like Jerome to weigh in too on the whole thing about the toxic fumes and stuff, and not having these volunteer fire departments ready for it. If there's something along the line, I'm not asking you to weigh in right now, but if you get a chance to weigh in with Brittany on how that might be, if there needs to be some special instruction of how to put out those fires.
Or even some alarms or something, because if you have to have a neighbor call, the rancher next door called on the fire. So what's that tell you?
Yeah, well, that
I mean,
happens
that's
a lot.
3,500 panels, and he's the one that actually called it in.
Yeah, I'm
They
just
didn't even know
concerned
it
about
had
the
it.
safety of the firemen out there fighting with the toxic fumes. I mean, we've all been around that. And if it's a different style of fume that they're not prepared to fight, then Jerome can weigh in on that. So.
Well, you can't put a fire, electrical fire, if it's one of their electrical issues with water.
All right. So go ahead, Brittany. What kind of time frame do we need here if we're going to do this?
I think the May 19th Board of Commissioners meeting would be adequate.
Okay.
If we get too far past that, we're going to be bumping up to our end of our
Moratorium.
moratorium.
Yeah, and I think it's
That'd
time.
be my motion.
I think it's, okay, so we have a motion to
Second.
May and a second, so all in
Discussion.
favor. Any more discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
I just want to say what I've stated before is I still think overall this is too restrictive, putting it in the industrial zoning. I agree with what Commissioner Ross connected to say earlier.
Okay, perfect.
And
All right.
my comments are going back to, so anyway, getting back to Eileen Peterson on setback and some of that stuff, I believe in the previous packet, her comments were in there about setbacks and some of those things. So I believe we have all of that on file about the recommended, because we have the chart that shows, current setback, what we'd put in the ordinance, and then I think, we have that information about some of those other recommended setbacks, and I'm not sure in that original one she had if battery storage was in there or not. But anyway, I think some of those setbacks, Eileen's already provided a lot of that information. Is she still here?
Yes.
Okay. And so Eileen then, anyway, get the information to Brittany, but I think we have a lot of this on file that we could look at. And the other comment, going back to it, I guess, goes back to the concern that Eileen raised about, what happens when you go to rezone in an area, and you're going to rezone it to industrial, then look at those setbacks that are appropriate for that. So, and the other thing that Lindsay Mader brought up that's accurate is that the recommendation was 25 foot for the fire barrier, and the comments from our fire administrator, Jerome, were if there is a fire there, what advice, how do we handle this? And it was, let it burn. And so, anyway, now that we have, one of those situations, and again, this stuff was not in place when Wild Springs came through, and the difference in this ordinance change is the fact that previously it was allowed to be approved by the Planning Commission without any oversight by the Board of Commissioners. And these changes related to that allow now through this change to have the final say with the Board of Commissioners. The other comment I'm going to make is the change on the comprehensive plan that was discussed with all parties in the room, because I brought it forward, and looking at the change in the comprehensive plan, and the question was at that point in time, do we need to amend the comprehensive plan first before the changes in the ordinance? And the recommendation was we needed to hit the comprehensive plan first and then come back and deal with the ordinance. So that's why it's in this order. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Ruskinek.
So if it's industrial, and I guess that's the route that some of you want to go, but Brittany can confirm this, there's about 1 million acres of ag land in Pennington County. And land zone right now, if somebody wanted to build a solar field, plant, farm, right now in Pennington County, I think there's less than 1,500 acres that are zoned industrial that would fit. And those are located within the close proximity to Rapid City. So I just want to point out that to me, that doesn't sound fair, given them. And I believe the one's about 1,200 acres. So if I even wanted to consider a solar farm, I have 1,500 acres, and most of that right now is gravel quarries. So there again, I just think it's overregulated, and I don't think the scales of fairness, I don't think we've looked at that very good.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
To that point, who would really need that energy would be probably Rapid City and not the ag community. So makes sense to maybe put the solar plants closer to where the energy basically can be used instead of reinventing the wheel. So I guess those are my points.
All right, well, let's move on. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
To continue, right?
Yeah. Continue to.
Yeah, to continue to the May 19th,
May 19th.
meeting.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item, please. Items from the Highway Department. It's Joe Miller, sir. Mr. Miller.
just the PDF.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County. Good morning. Good afternoon. Where was I this morning? Up in front of you, item A is to purchase a mastic machine. Our department actually rented one of these last year after our asphalt conference and found it to be a very valuable tool for preserving our asphalt roads. Basically, it uses an aggregate-filled polymer binder to fill wide cracks and alligator cracks. It's above a chip seal product, but it's below an asphalt overlay. So it's kind of an in-between and keeps the water out of our asphalt roads and out of the base, which then destroys our roads. So after renting it and realizing its versatility and what we can utilize it for, we are in front of you requesting to purchase one. Although it was not on our equipment purchase plan, it was in our budget for 2026. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
So Joe, when you guys came to our property and you did a chip seal, I believe you put down an oil and then spread some type of fine gravel on top of that. So would this be somewhat similar to that? And would road districts have access to this?
It's a step above that. It's a heavier polymer. It's not quite as thin of an oil, and it's got aggregate mixed into it. It's like a styrofoam block that you just toss into this melter, and it melts it, and then you put it. It comes out of a chute in the back. It's a lot thicker than what was used at the Blue Wing. And I mean, if road districts approach us and we have the time and the ability to do that, we certainly can. But
okay, I was just.
Any other questions, Commissioner Durr?
Yeah. So Joe, when you say it's not in your equipment replacement plan, but you say you have the $110,000 in your budget, could you explain where the $110,000 is?
So it was put into our budget last year, and when we went through our equipment purchase plan, this wasn't on our radar until last year. And then we had the opportunity to rent that machine at the end of last year, and we were able to find that money in our budget.
That was a pretty good walk around. Go ahead.
So, yeah. So this goes back to, it's because we're getting again into budget time. And so anyway, but you're saying that you didn't budget for this, but you had the money. That's correct?
Correct, with the projects that have come in and under budget, and we were able to fit this into our budget.
All right. So this is going to go back to kind of the mantra that I talk about. And so it's the fact that just because I have it within my budget, and then the question goes back to, is there ever a point in time where we can get down? And this is really nothing on you. It's just what I hear, and I've heard from departments say, I have a $200,000 expenditure, but don't worry, I didn't budget for it, but it's in my budget. I have a $400,000 expenditure. I didn't budget for it, but I have the money for it. And then that tells me when I hear those things collectively, and it's 10,000, 5,000, 100,000, 200,000, $500,000, then that is money in my mind that we're over collecting and should go back to the taxpayers. And so when we get into these budget discussions, because what we're trying to get down to is the fact that we can't balance a budget. And it just goes back to, it's not a philosophy thing, it's just what I think we should do, and that is get down to a finer tuned budget. And then if this was to come up, the discussion would be, I don't have the finances for this, and so basically what I would need is a budget supplement for $110,000. I think it makes sense to do this. And then on the flip side, I'm also seeing that we're supplementing the budgets nonstop on top of what's already been approved. So I can see the need for it and why you're asking for it, but when I hear somebody say, and it's across the county, I have the money in my budget, we didn't budget for it, you didn't see it, we didn't approve it, but I've got the money in my budget, then all of those conversations concern me a little bit because we don't have a balanced budget. So,
if I may, Chair.
Yes.
On that note, it's one of those things we're kind of a unique situation with the Highway Department with when we bid out projects, you know, we bid out bridges that we bid out last fall, and those came in significantly under. We're always ebbing and flowing, and the highway department is a zero-based budget within their defined budget, right? We're not getting any general funds, so that would be my answer to that.
Okay. Now, we've had this conversation, so this is going to be a polite correction for me. You're not zero-based. Okay, you don't have a zero-based budget. A zero-based budget would mean you're spending zero.
Okay.
We are
balanced.
Okay, so we talk about the restricted funds in the highway department, and so I appreciate the fact that you're not operating off of any general funds out of the highway department. You are operating off of, you know, levied dollars that come from property tax owners. It's just saying that the wheel tax, that money goes into, it's a tax to the people, that money goes into a restricted fund of which you operate. You're getting the secondary road levy, that money goes into the restricted fund of which it has to be utilized for those purposes of which you're getting. And so we are taking tax money from the public and putting it in your budget and saying it can only be utilized for these things. And the one thing I will say, it's much appreciated the fact that, you know, you're operating off of your restricted tax dollars, and we're not, in addition to that, supplementing out of the general fund, so.
Chair.
Mr. Chair,
That makes sense? Yep.
Chair.
I'd make the motion to authorize the highway department to purchase one new 2026 Marathon MM350 DT mastic melter from Mid-States Equipment and Supply, Mountain Lake, Minnesota, in the amount of $109,964 through the State of Minnesota's Cooperative Purchasing Venture Program contract number 260235.
Second with a follow-up, please.
So we have a motion from Drews, a second by Hadcock, and then Commissioner Hadcock will retain the floor.
So, Joe, do you have to hire, or what happens so you decided to buy the machine? Does it save you more money doing it yourself? What made you think that you needed to buy this melter?
So it goes back to last year, February, at our asphalt conference. They did a section on mastic and crack sealing and whatnot, and Mid-States was one of the suppliers there and one of the vendors, and they're able to rent out these machines for county use, city use, road district use. And we rented one out just to make sure it's something that we would find useful, which we did. And to hire a contractor to do this is going to be more expensive, yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you made a business decision. It wasn't about the budget. It's a business decision to, in the long run, to save money, buying a piece of machinery in the long run that would save you more money, be more efficient because it'd be yours. You wouldn't have to go rent it out, and you could use it whenever you wanted to or when you needed to for your department. So why I'm saying that is it's a good business decision. And I already know that from owning a business, if I can not have to rent something or go buy it, personally, if it doesn't, you know, if it's not efficient and effective for my business, I'm not going to do it. So I get that you have it in your budget because you have an equipment budget different than your regular personnel, and you kind of separate it all out. And it also, like I said, is going to make your department more efficient and effective. So I think it's a good business decision. I'm listening to what Jerry said. In fact, I have in the past as well. So, but I also have an understanding when you can save the taxpayers' money and be more efficient and effective in your department in the long run, a good piece of equipment that's going to do that for you is pretty good. So thank you for looking out for the taxpayers on that as well, because like I said, us renting something is not always efficient. It might not be open. You already know in the departments for highway, there's a bunch of them. They could be using it as well. So anything that would save us money at $109,964, I'm pretty sure that renting that equipment and trying to figure out those dates when you can use it puts you in kind of a bind sometimes. So I appreciate that, Joe.
Yeah, when we did the math, our break-even point, we could rent it for 6.5, 7 years, and then we would eclipse that 110,000. So, and the cost of the equipment is going to continue to go up.
But the efficiency and when you can use it and how you can use it and when you can use it is a huge piece of that. For that 6-7 years. It's a huge piece when you need it right away.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks, Joe. You got another item on here, the 2025 annual report?
Next up, so we are finally finished with 2025, all the accounting stuff that goes with it. So we've never done this in front of you guys before. We've always just given you the annual report and let you review it. It's about yay thick and probably sits on everybody's shelf. Maybe Jerry opens it up, maybe Gary. But it's a lot of information, so we thought we'd touch on a couple highlights. First up was a really good community outreach program or event that was thought of by Greg Vavra from LTAP. He brought this to us from North Dakota. This is our second year that we did this. I think we probably this year we got 400, 500, 600 people that came through our facility between 4 and 7 o'clock. Gets kids out to see machinery that they don't necessarily see all the time. Or, they can go see excavators and dozers and stuff like that, but they don't often get a chance to see the big snow blowers or snow plows or any of that sort of type of equipment. We found it very useful to get the kiddos out there. And then this year, Brian was generous enough to get the SWAT vehicle out there, the SHERP from Search and Rescue. Jerome helped us with getting fire trucks from Blackhawk Fire Department there. It's just been a very good community outreach. And then as you can see, we have food trucks on site there to feed everybody. So this has been a very good event for us thus far and plan to continue this into the future. So are there any questions on that? Nope. With that, this is our amazing team that we have assembled here. These are the guys and gals that do most of the work. I just get the joys of sitting up here and talking to you guys and making sure everything goes correctly. So they've got a lot of experience. I don't even know how many years of experience between all of them into the hundreds of years. So these are the guys and gals that do the work for you. Next up, safety and training. Walter has been a huge help in doing some of our safety and training. Every year we have to get MSHA. We have to do a 7-hour refresher, which everybody loves, sitting in a classroom for 7 hours. We've gotten help doing Stop the Bleed. Motor Carrier has come out and helped us do some load securement, as you can see in the bottom left picture there. Spill prevention and control, underground storage tank stuff, flagger certifications, all of it. Walter's been a huge help in setting that stuff up as the risk manager. Any questions on our training? Nope, go ahead. Next up, valuation of assets. So roads and bridges our roads are, and keep in mind, this is the depreciated value or the salvage value. So some of our bridges have been in place for almost 100 years, if not over 100 years. So they're valued at 0 according to the GASB 34 auditing, or the state auditor. Sabrina could probably answer some more of those questions as to why they do what they do. Kira could as well. She's in the audience. Our roads are valued at $67 million. Culverts are about $600,000. And you can see there our materials, inventory, and equipment. We've got about $1.2 million in machinery and automotive equipment. And the non-automotive stuff, we've got about 8.5. So our grand total of is about $112 million is what we're tasked with maintaining and keeping track of. Any questions on that?
No, sir.
This is our cost distribution. So as you can tell, we are very heavily into road maintenance. And then the rest of our stuff is capital assets, bridge work, snow removal, and overlays account for the remaining 30%. Road maintenance breakdown. So patching is one of our bigger ones. So this is where we're doing, so deep patch is where we're digging out the road, going down into the subgrade, fixing something that's either got water underneath it or it's just continuing to heave. We dig down and we bridge that gap and bring it back up. Oil injection patching is something that Ron talked about earlier that we did for Blue Wing Court. Blade patch, we've got some talented blade operators that work for us that we lay asphalt just like we lay gravel, and then we run over it and compact it. Don't need a asphalt paver. When we do that, it doesn't turn out as pretty, but it still works. And then the mastic machine, or mastic, you can see there, that was the machine rental and the material. Gravel, So we've got $2.7 million of haul in place. So with the open winter that we had last year, we haven't stopped hauling gravel pretty much all year. I think there's been 3 or 4 weeks that it was below zero. So we've starting to get caught up on our gravel haul in place. Blading and maintenance, with the lack of moisture, that is down quite a bit this year. And then spot graveling is, when we see somewhere where we've bladed and the traffic has got it down to dirt, they haul gravel to basically build that back up so we're not getting down into the subgrade. Other right-of-way work, culvert drainage, chip seals, you can go through the PowerPoint there. So these are some pictures of the road maintenance that we do. On your left is a picture of all the steps of the deep patch. So you got the pink limestone on the right there. That's what we call a sugar rock that's being used to bridge a soft spot. And then you got your base course, and then on top of that, they'll put the asphalt. In the middle picture there, you've got your oil injection patching. Basically a mobile chip seal, seals the water out of the roads if you've got minor alligator cracking or micro cracking. And then on the right here, you've got what we would call a blade patch. Basically a large deep patch essentially is what's going on here. We've had a soft spot, and I believe this one is actually on the Rochford Road, which actually held together fairly well this year. This is just a way to get more asphalt on the ground and get that water sealed out and fix what would normally take us quite a while to fix, doing it like you see on the left there. Here's our gravel crew. On the left here, we have 6 of those trucks. You see 3 of them pictured there. I'm not sure, this looked like it must have been taken at our Paulson pit just north of Wall. And then here you see a culvert install. One of our larger culverts being installed on Cedar Butte Road. And here's some of your rural access infrastructure fund, the 295 fund that was given to us by the state. There was another $5 million dumped into this program this legislative session, so we should see some more money. I believe there's an emergency clause on that too this year, so that I'm not sure exactly when we're going to see that money, but this has helped us get some of our larger culverts. I believe it's got to be 58 inches or larger, Sean? I think combined to qualify for that rural access infrastructure fund, excuse me. Some capital assets that we purchased last year. Our overhead crane in our welding bay has greatly aided at the efficiency in our shop, having 2 cranes, being able to build our trucks on one side and then utilize the crane for other things on the other side, and not taking up a bay to build trucks. We bought 2 John Deere motor graders last year, a truck, and then 3 crew pickups, 2 rollers, and then walk and roll grader attachment to pack when we're blading roads. Last year we bought an oscillating one. First time we've ever used one like that. Our guys seem to like it. The reason we replaced it is the one that we had was in need of rebuilding, and we didn't actually have an extra, so we had to down an entire motor grader from maintaining. We can't just swap one out. Then we went plows, wings, sanders, and then a couple used pickups. And then we actually built our own tanker or trailer for Magwater, so we can do our own Magwater application this year. Our shop foreman, TJ, came up with a really ingenious idea using a Bluetooth, basically remote that he used to turn on lights on a rock crawling rig. Cost us about $250, and they were able to rig it to where it can basically bring the wings up and down on our spray bar, turn it on and off, turn the pump on and off, turn the valve on and off. It's very unique. I mean, if you had to, I think we got a quote from Dustbuster to build something like this. And I think that it was like $60,000 or $70,000, and it ended up costing us about 10 or 15. So saved quite a bit there, and then we're going to save money this year being able to do our Magwater application ourselves and then not be on somebody else's schedule, as you alluded to earlier with the mastic machine, being able to do that when we need to do it, not when somebody else has the time to do it. So next, so there's some pictures of our capital assets, the crane, our truck, and our rollers. So bridge work last year, we did about $1.5 million in bridge work. We did design on Forest, Lower Spring, Norris Peak, and Shields, and then did a rehabilitation on Old Hill City. We also reconstructed the bridge on Highway 1416 to get the trucks out of Box Elder, and did an accident repair on Nemo Road Bridge, another place where Walter helped significantly. Dealing with insurance company was not fun, and we've had two of them in the last couple of years that we've had to do that. So, and then also last year, well, 2 years ago, the Heather Road and Paulson Road bridges, and then they were capitalized and finished in 2025. Thunderhead Falls, Hammerquest, and then currently design, we have a design for Country Road. We applied for big funding in 26 here, and we did not, we were one out of the running in that one. And then Slate Prairie Road Bridge is in need of a replacement, but after doing the environmental stuff, we were back to the drawing board because the environmental said we can't do anything with that bridge. So we're back to the drawing board on that one. Stop me at any time if you guys have any questions. On the left is our Old Hill City Bridge preservation. So as you can see, that is one of about 60, I believe 68 double Ts that we have in our county. And we replaced all the deck units on that, so that bridge should last us another 20 to 25 years, hopefully. Highway 1416 bridge replacement, we replaced with a triple box culvert, precast with local funding, just because the bridge that was there was built in 1924, but it was still rated in fair condition, so it did not qualify for big funds. So we elected to do that with local dollars. Hammerquest Bridge, this was another federal funded project that Corps did for us and turned out really well. Snow removal or lack thereof. As you all know that we've had very little snow removal. There's a picture of all our snow plows in the shed there. So snow removal is kind of, we think of it from November to probably March, April, right? But it's actually for us, it's a calendar year, right? So we've got spring and fall. So the snow season as we think of it isn't actually what the cost is when we look at the 2025 snow removal. There's some pictures from years past of our snow removal equipment. We did an overlay on Universal that was far overdue for overlay. We were able to get that done last year. Then we also do some work for other entities in cooperative agreements. So we do snow removal for the Forest Service, Game Fish and Parks on Deerfield Lake there in Pactola. We have a snow exchange agreement with City of Rapid City, Lawrence County, and Meade County. We did some patching for Blue Wing Road District. We did some stuff for the new administration building here. Did the fog seal and did some crack seal. Did some work. We do work for Rapid Valley Sanitary, do all their patching. Again, we're responsible for the roads. They've got their water and sewer underneath the roads. So when they have a break, it just makes sense for us to do that work ourselves so we know what we're getting when we're at the end of the day. And then we did some AMZ stuff, just like we did for Blue Wing in the town of Hermosa. And then we also do some mowing for Awonka. Reconstruction, so South Rochford Road was done. That's the middle picture there at the end of last year. Still working out the final billing on that. And then Deadwood Avenue was also completed last year. So 2 long-standing projects are completed and off the books. Now we're looking to 1416, and then we've got Lamb Reservoir safety dollars to reconstruct that intersection. Drainage, so we're responsible for all the Hawthorne Ditch, County Heights Basin, Racetrack Draw. Brittany gives us the first $60,000 of building permits funds, and that's how we fund this, and then there's a bit of a reserve there. That's how we get to that $75,000. And here's just a snippet of what you'll find in the big binder that you got back there. It can also be found on our website there. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roskinek, sir.
So Joe, with the cost of oil taking a big jump here in the last week, month, do you see that continuing, and is that going to be something that we're going to have to look at harder?
So fortunate for us, we have all of our contracts for chip seal and even the purchase of oil under contract that you guys awarded, I believe, the second meeting in March. So we got that in before the big spike. So those are locked in until next year.
Nice, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I just appreciate it, and people say you can't run something in government that's like a business. I think you're pretty efficient and effective how you run it. You're looking at different ways to being innovative and creative on saving taxpayer money, and plus being efficient enough, like I just said earlier, about getting things done in a timely manner. And so when a lot of our constituents, or I called you for different areas that they needed help with, that equipment and everything that you had purchased and the things that you have done to make that happen has been pretty innovative, Joe, and that's because of you and your team, and we appreciate that. We're not always perfect about how much water is on the road to be able to put gravel in those ag areas and different things that we've had issues with, but you've listened to the constituents when we had over maintenance, no maintenance kind of roads, just different areas that I've been here for a long time that after watching the last 5 years or so that you've been in charge, it's been very good. So I appreciate that.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, just to comment, yeah, it's a very good report. And did you do this internally or externally, the report?
Internally.
Thank you.
Kira back there sitting in the audience, she deserves all the credit for it. So.
Okay, good job. Thank you.
Is that it? We don't need any action here, but thanks, Joe, for taking care of business.
All right, thank you.
And all your staff, too. So, next item up would be Shannon, correct? Items from the Department of Equalization. You're going to get her ready, Jordan?
Yep. I guess we're taking a quick, short break? Okay. But yeah.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Chair, or good evening. Good afternoon.
You need to get your microphone. Can't hear
Is it not on? Can you hear me? Yeah?
Just go. We'll figure
Okay.
it out.
Shannon Champion, Senior Ag Appraiser in Equalization. We're going to go over this, kind of how ag is determined and valued overview. There's going to be a lot of information in here. I'm not going to go into great detail into all of it. It's going to be more of a high-level overview. Going to touch on the laws and some of the mathematical equations that go into the determining all this stuff. But stop me if you want to dive deeper into a certain law or equation or something, or you have any questions. First of all, why is this important? By default, land is classified as non-ag. Something does need to be done to the property to warrant changing to a different classification. Commercial, you start building apartments, businesses, restaurants, parking lots, things like that. Agricultural is where the land produces agricultural products, essentially for food or fiber. The Black Hills is a very, very unique area, especially in our state. We are a highly desirable area to live. We do have a lot of summer homes, hence the tourism. People come here for vacations, see the parks, shopping, history, and sometimes in this area, the ag use is not always obvious. Ag classification really can be an extremely significant tax break.
Joan says you can barely hear you. Just stand closer to the mic.
Okay. The intention is for ag producers to be able to continue to supply the society with food or fiber. And If it is implied improperly and/or inconsistently, it will de-equalize county assessments and taxes. I'm going to go through some examples of how you see this. This is a list of about 9 different acreages, what their value is on the ag productivity formula versus the market value. Some of them are pretty significant value differences. These 9 acres, or 9 properties total about in the ag land value at $182,100. If they were a non-ag value or market value, they are worth $4,256,500. So some of these, it's a significant tax break when it is a non-ag or an ag classification. We're going to go over some definitions that get used a lot in this area. We're looking at ag purposes, use or product. This is the producing or raising, growing, or harvesting of food or fiber upon agricultural land. This definition is listed in 2 codified laws and an administrative rule. These, I think, are provided in the packet. Also, the Department of Revenue has some guidelines for agricultural products and services, which is available on their website, that also has this definition. We're going to look at primary as a first rank importance, value, principle. Devoted, the focus on a particular thing almost exclusively. We have secondary, is second importance or value. Incidental, being likely to ensue as a mere chance or minor consequence. And then the farm livestock, domesticated animals raised for raising products of food or fiber, examples of meat, milk, eggs, wool. We're going to dive into some of the laws that go into the valuation of this. First of all, 10.6.119 is the basis that we value we have to consider the cost approach, market approach, and income approach. It must be what a property would sell for on the open market. 10-6-132, classification of buildings and structures. This one, the buildings are exclusively used for agricultural purposes, are classified as ag. And then but they are assessed as a non-ag value. Does that make sense? Okay. 10.6-127, this is was set forth in 2009. This is going to be where the productivity formula is where we get our values for our soils for the ag land. This is where they take the gross revenue per acre times the landlord's share divided by a capitalization rate, which is set by this law, gives us our top crop dollar. And then a similar equation, the average cash rents times the landlord share divided by the capitalization rate, it gives us our non-top crop dollar. And 10-6-128, this is a very intense overview of how then our database is set for how those values are going to be applied. So it first states that the Secretary of Revenue can contract out to a qualified entity to create the data and maintain the database. Department of Revenue does contract out with South Dakota State University, which then SDSU contracts out to the United States Department of Agriculture and the National Agricultural Statistics Services, who send out surveys to the farmers and ranchers to then get this information. The database will consist of 8 consecutive years of income for crop and non-crop land. The highest and lowest values are disregarded, and the remaining 6 are then averaged. The cropland data consists of acres planted, acres harvested, and the yield per acre and statewide crop prices. Non-cropland data includes the cash rents and statewide calf prices. May also include a few other factors that are listed. And that all of this information is county specific. So our soils are valued by what our ranchers and farmers are reporting back to the state. So 10-6-130 is how the soils are then rated or categorized. They're divided into 8 ratings. 1 through 3 are a crop soil, so that 1 is going to be your best soil in the county. Non-crop or pasture soils are going to be the remaining 4 through 8. 8 is going to be like your Badlands type soil. These soils are classified based on their financial feasibility and what the highest and best use of the land is projected to be. So I have a few examples. So I have these 2 properties that obviously sit right next to each other. They're similar terrain. These are their soils. So this is the soil map that I pull my soil reports from. And then these are their values. So the one on the left is just over 40 acres and is valued at $28,200. The one on the right is just a little bit larger, valued at $24,172. So soils, the soil that's specific for that property is what determines the value of that piece. Doesn't matter if they're the same size, right next to each other, they can be 2 totally different values. Another one, this is going to be a larger piece. Again, they're going to be similar in size. They do touch each other. This is their soil map. A lot more colorful, a lot more going on here. And then this is their values. So the 400-acre piece is valued at $93,742. And the other piece is about 480 acres and valued at $154,530. So again, they're right next to each other, but their soils are different enough to have quite a difference in value. 10-6-131 is going to be the adjustments to the soils that is allowed by Equalization Office. There is a guideline that's set by Department of Revenue, which is also in your packet. It is also online and open to the public. There are 8 factors that are allowable factors to make an adjustment for. We've got location, the size, and that's the size of the soil piece on the property, not the size of the property. The soil statistics, like this one's going to be like along the Cheyenne River, where the river likes to change and move. So those soils are going to change depending on where that river is moving to, so we can make adjustments for that change. We've got terrain, topography. Now these are all going to be if the soil that's there, or the soil that's listed in the soil report, the definition of that soil does not reflect what is actually on the property. So if the slope is different, or if there's more rocks or something that's supposed to be in that specific soil, we can make an adjustment. Climate, there are some specific rules in their guideline for climate. There's got to be a lot of documentation to be provided from the rancher to qualify for this one. Accessibility, and then surface obstructions. Last year in legislation, they actually included shelter belts into the surface obstruction. So that was just a slight adjustment. They do have a PT 3006 it's not required by the state, but it is out there. It is intended to be a very high-level overview of how a county will address they will address the adjustments to the 8 qualifying factors that are, if they are applied in their county. As of right now, we had submitted ours just this last November to the state, and that has been accepted. So in an example, if there's going to be an adjustment made to these soil ratings, we have to be consistent in how they are adjusted. So the example that I have given is we have a crop rating of a 0.875, a non-crop at a 0.462, your top crop dollar is at 900. You take your non-crop rating divided by your crop rating to get the reduction percentage of 52.8%. You take that top crop dollar times the crop rating to get the original per acre value of that specific soil. And then you multiply that by the reduction percentage to find the new per acre of that soil. This is typically done only if it was originally a crop rated soil, because you can't crop it for that reason. You can only pasture for if it's too steep or rocky or the access or whatever it is. So you can't use it to the highest and best use that the soil says it should be. Now we're going to get into the classification of ag land criteria. This law likes to change quite a bit. The last update was in 2021. They did change it to that there is a mandatory section. So the very first section of that law states that the principal use is devoted to qualifying agricultural pursuits of all intended profit. So raising and harvesting of crops or fruit, trees, or timber, the rearing, feeding, and management of farm livestock, poultry, fish, nursery stock, production of bees, apiary products, and horticulture. Then it goes into, once that is satisfied, you can go into the next section, and then it's an either or. I'm sorry. We have, they also have a special or a certain definition that they point out for the principal use is the primary and predominant use of the land, or to which the land is devoted, and that the definition is intended to reference the primary and predominant use as opposed to the mere secondary or incidental use. So it does have to be the main focus of that property. Now we go into the either or. In the law, they put income first. So this is a annual gross income of at least $2,500 a year, 3 out of 5 previous years. Or acreage. In the law, it does state the land can consist of a single land piece at 20 acres, but the counties have the leeway to adjust that, and for Pennington County, it is 40 acres. Or multiple parcels that consist of at least 80 acres. With that, the management unit can be applied with the multiple parcels, so they don't have to be contiguous anymore. They can be separate as long as they're within 20 air miles of each other, and you still have a qualifying agricultural purpose. We have, or how we start it, and how I start things when people want to talk about it, is to have a conversation. We want to sit down, we want to look at the property, look at the aerial, go over all the information that we can get, either on the phone or at my desk. And then we were going to review all of the qualifications on how the law reads. So we go through what's the primary use, what are you doing with the property? Is it actively managed? Because it still does need to be managed for intended profit. I look at that intended profit for agricultural products for food or fiber. These are some examples. The top 3 are the most common that I am supplied with, but it doesn't have to be those. Just something to show that an intended profit is being done. And then going into some examples of these properties, we have one that's an incidental or secondary use. The house with a garage, no fences. Range cows like to roam it in the summertime. There's no intended profit because there's no lease or anything. They're not their cows. So that's an incidental use because they didn't fence out their property. We have a primary use for intended profit, house with a garage. Got 60% of the property is being used. Majority of it is leased for grazing. Small portion is leased for hay. They have a lease agreement with sales receipts. Another incidental use would be 9% of the property is hayed, and essentially the remaining is grazed for horses. There's no income. They're not selling the hay. They're just using their own hay to feed their horses. There's no intent for profit here. Primary use, when I have a residence, 92% of the property is a garden, and they have tax schedules and receipts to meet the minimum income. Got one more set here. The secondary is going to be a residence with a guest house, dirt bike track, barn. They do have 21% of the property is used for grazing cattle for their personal use. There's no sale of the meat. And then obviously the majority of the property is residential or personal use. And then primary use, we got 90% use of the property for purposes of grazing hay and timber, and they have the tax schedule to show that intended profit. Now I'm going to step back a second. We're going to talk about timber because timber is kind of a different beast than running cows. And we do ask for a forest management plan that's prepared by a professional forester. And the primary objective is income driven because we still need that for intended profit. So those primary objectives in these plans are what drive the entire plan. And it still falls in lines with what the professional forester's goals are. This would be an example of what it looks like in a forest management plan. So it just says that in the primary objective is health of the forest and for future timber production and income. And then everything else following that's going to drive the rest of the plan. We also asked for an activity or a management log. This is provided at the back of these forest management plans. And most of the time, the people who are doing these are in other contracts or programs and are required to keep these in their records anyways. And it looks something like this. Just a general ledger of the activities that are done on the property. This is another example. Or sales receipts of their timber products as far as like timber sales. So this is just a regular sales receipt. And then any contracts or programs. So that's a contract with NRCS or with Department of Ag saying that if they do these things, they will essentially get paid for doing these actions. And these are checked up on every single year. So if they're doing these, they already have the ledger, they've got the income, they've got the contract, they're working towards something. Timber is hard to determine because walking out onto a property, an ag property today and walking out there in 10 years, we may not be able to see a difference versus walking out to a ranch and seeing that we got cows on the ground, they're feeding their cows, there's active management. So I do like to look at aerials. This is 3 different properties here. We got the yellow, green, and orange. So they're pretty heavily treed in this one. You can see 2 years later that in the orange, they have done quite a bit of work on that right side versus the other 2 that don't look any different. 2 years later, you can see a drastic difference in the property that's in the orange versus the other two. So it was pretty obvious that they were very actively managing this property. We do fill out an ag application that's provided by the state, the PT 1292. I have adjusted it a little more so to highlight areas just to help with communication with people when I mail these to them and we're talking about it over the phone, or if I'm trying to send it in an email, telling them that the areas that pertains to them, the gold is mandatory, and then it's either the pink or the orange depending on their situation. I like to do an on-site visit to all the properties just to confirm everything that's been going on and have those boots on the ground. In addition to that primary use for intended profit, then we look at that second part. And I like to look at the acreage criteria first, even though it's listed second in the law, because it's the easiest to say yes or no to. So if you meet the acreage, then you're good to go. You meet the 40 acres or you meet one of the management unit criteria. If you don't, then we jump over to the income and we dig deeper into that income part, because that is the minimum gross $2,500, 3 out of the previous 5 years. And there I do ask for those sales receipts, those tax schedules, something to show me that gross income to meet that portion of the law. That's it. I know it's a lot, but.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, it's a lot, but I mean, it's important for people to know. We get a lot of questions on it, so. Commission, any questions? Thank you. No questions? So. You guys did a good job, no questions.
Yeah, it's just to.
Got a question?
Yeah, just to follow up.
All the answers to this stuff.
Yeah, it's just to follow up, and so, because we did, through our conversations, we had discussions about the fact that when we sent out assessment notices, I think everything like Caputa East, there was, the assessments were wrong, and so we did a little press release on that the other day. So could you just update the commission on that and where it's at?
So we did have some, the assessment notices that got sent out, the ag buildings didn't have the correct value on them, and we caught that after the assessments were mailed out, but we kind of already had that correction kind of set. We addressed a lot of them at the township level or the local level. Then coming up, we will have the correction set for you guys to vote on to make that correction.
But I believe that was on not just ag buildings, but that was on like mobile homes, modulars, et cetera.
It was on structures on ag land.
Okay.
Shannon, is there a break on the ag land when it never rains on your land? Commissioner Durr never gets any rain.
I was just gonna say the letters are gonna go out.
That's kind of typical for the rancher, I guess, so.
Yeah. And Mr. Ripperger just said that the letters to inform all the people who it is going to affect will be mailed out in about a week or two.
Good, thank you.
And they will have those corrected values on them.
All right.
For
Any
them to
public
know.
have any questions for Shannon?
Pardon?
Any of the public have any questions for Shannon?
Anybody in the public have any questions, or?
You guys been sitting
If
here
you
a
just
long
want to
time
come
with no
forward and ask a
questions.
question, you sure can. But I'm sure Shannon makes herself available all the time, so,
I think someone said something about horses. How come they're not ag?
yeah, I think we're getting that worked out, aren't we, Jerry?
Yeah, we had a conversation about that.
Is it state or what's the issue? I guess I'd like to know.
Determination of what a
Termination.
farm animal is.
Farm livestock versus
And so-
livestock.
I thought Leifenbach was a farm animal.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Well, you see my picture, right? Shannon paid me to pose for that.
Yeah, we had a 2.5-hour discussion with Shannon about that the other day, so the direction was to go back and work on some of that stuff, and we'll talk about it later, so.
Actually, probably the other end of a horse would be a better picture. But appreciate it, Shannon. Thank you. No questions, and so we'll move on.
All right.
To item number.
Shannon, I do appreciate, on that corrections that you guys noticed it and that you're following up with those individuals, so.
Absolutely.
Thanks
You
again,
guys stayed
Shannon,
here
for-
all day just to get that presentation, not to ask anything. Okay, just to.
Goodbye. We just actually changed all your land to commercial.
Yeah.
Okay, we have items from commission office. That's Jordan Nebb.
It sure is. All right, item 15A. It's a couple of quick things here. I'm going to go through them really quickly here. Is that for the 2027 budget, we are now going to be kicking off our budget cycle. I wanted to show you really quickly, hopefully it pulls up on the screen here, our anticipated timeline for the budget. And so I'm going to walk through it real quick here, and you guys can let me know if you think that we need to modify anything, but I think this should work. It's been presented to the department heads. They seem to be okay-ish with it, depending on, how the whole process goes. But, so what we're going to basically try to do is at the next meeting, at April 21st, we're hoping to get actual budget preparation guidelines set from the board, is that you guys are going to give guidance as to how things should work, how things should be handled, and stuff like that. So who's going to be handling personnel? Are we going to give specific goals and directions from the board at that meeting? That'll be the next meeting that we've got, April 21st. After that, in the last 2 weeks of April and the first 2 weeks of May, that'll give the department heads time to prepare their departmental budgets. Oh, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but how do we know budget preparation guidelines, second meeting? Are we telling you that, or are you telling us?
Oh, that'll be in the public meeting. So I'm going to give some recommendations as to what you could set as recommendations or guidelines or goals, because I've seen what we've done in the past, and so we're going to try to have a couple of different options where it's like, here's what we'd like to see from the board, and if any of the individual board members wants to look into something at that time for the 2027 budget, that's the time to speak about that. And so it'll be a public discussion, but I will have some information and a memo that it'll accompany that item.
Well, I appreciate that, because last year, I liked the cuts in the end, the 8 million, because we had the $8 million deficit, so we made that up. But I would hope it would be simplified this year and give clear direction right away.
Absolutely.
That way also it gives the department heads time to figure out what's going on. Number two, the affected people by the budgets, and then laying that out a little bit quicker.
Yep.
Instead of waiting until the end result. You already know from library or other things. So they have a heads up, and we can have some real conversations in July, hopefully by then.
Yes.
About what's really happening on our bottom line.
And
So-
we definitely even wrote it into the library contracts that we're going to be communicating with them a lot sooner in the budget process, because what we're hoping for is that by the time we pass our provisional budget, most of those difficult decisions are made, and then we work on things in July, end of July, August, and September to get to that final budget, which is going to be minor changes at that point, not major changes. Whereas last year, we were way behind where we wanted to be in presenting information and having these discussions.
We
And
also,
so-
to be fair, of last year, why that took the length it did also is because you guys were new. You were trying to figure out some numbers.
Yep.
And in the bottom line, we needed to cut some huge deficits. So hopefully this year, we're way ahead of that game. And I think you did amazing last year, but let's see if we can pick it up. I know the staff, department heads and stuff, they're just wanting to know some good direction, and hopefully we can give them some real direction and then not give any surprises or anything to them that they can try to figure out and also keep their budgets in line. My direction, again, is always the higher you put those budgets, you already know, that increases the property taxes. They can put any kind of numbers and any kind of levies they want on the numbers, but when you increase budgets, doesn't matter city, county, or state, I'll keep saying that, you're going to increase property taxes. So you can cut the deficit, but if you keep adding the number higher and higher, that deficit for those property owners doesn't go away. So I just want to give a clear direction that we're trying to do something with the budget, so we're not increasing it to a big number, or to the department heads that we need to keep our budgets down in order to do that ultimate goal, which is try to save on property taxes and any other fees that we increase to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Of course. And so also, it's not on this timeline because it's not technically part of the budget, but it is during that same meeting, we're going to give a 2025 recap, a financial recap of how we closed out the year versus what we were anticipating, stuff like that. And so we're working with the auditor's office right now on providing that.
That'd be good, and where those
Yep.
cuts were,
Yep.
basically, and why we had to cut, well, should be in the explanation just by the cut. And so that way, people understood where we were at last year and why we ended up the way we needed to, and why our direction this year has to be hopefully complementary to it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And so then what we're looking for is for departmental budget submissions from each of the individual department heads, and also it'll kind of be for the outside agencies as well, will be Friday, May 15th. Now, what that allows is for the last 2 weeks of May for the auditor's office and the commission office to work together to prepare then all of the budget reports that are going to go out to not only the public, but also to the department heads and to the commission. And so what we're hoping for then is the first 3 weeks of June, department heads, the commission, and anybody else is going to be able to sit with this information and understand that here's where we're at right now with the requests, with where we're at with revenue, stuff like that, as we're building all that stuff. So you can ask those questions earlier so that we have productive discussions on June 23rd and June 24th. Those are going to be our provisional budget hearings where the initial requests are presented. And so,
So Jordan, on that too, to make sure that we're keeping in line with what we had cut last year, that it's working this year, what's working, what isn't working, what's going to make the difference so that number stays where it's at. And that shows us a continuance of what's going to happen for the future and how it worked for last year, and it can continue to work based on what's happening with the numbers this year. Or where there's issues where it's not working or where it is, I'd kind of like to see that, because then it's going to be a continuance trying to make that difference this year. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It's going to be difficult to get some of that data prepared for 2026 because you made the changes for the 2026 budget and we're not fully through the year yet. So we don't exactly have a complete picture of how it all turned out. But I think that you're going to hear from department heads going, okay, this kind of is okay, we're managing, or this is just not working at all. And they'll be able to hopefully provide some information as to why that would be.
By June, you should have somewhat of an idea. Plus,
Right.
I'd like to know if anybody in that time is going to ask for supplements because of what that budget had ended up in and where they needed it at. It'd be nice to know that information, because it also make informed decisions for 2027 or whatever through that. Do you see where I'm going? Because then we'll know that based on those numbers that they're either absorbing some of this and they have other money or whatever that they're using, or they're following in line on their budgets and everything is going smoothly. There's not going to be supplements. We did it right, blah, 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 based on a lot of, we already know, we had 20 million in excessive wage increases, but that also, and we said that before, that's going to be a huge number coming in every year with those kind of increases. How's that going to work with all the merits, the promotions and the things that are going on? And how did that affect the 2026 budget? And that's why we're looking at HR and some of those changes because of that. So it gives a reason as well to see some of those numbers. It also gives us continuity for the future of what's really going to go on to make those numbers work and still pay our people what we need to pay them. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you. And we'll definitely address some of that stuff at the next meeting, and that'll be the time for all the board members to talk through what their goals are going to be. So we then have the 2 meetings in July, and so by the July 21st meeting, we need to make sure that we've got our provisional budget approved, unless we want to schedule an additional meeting between the 21st and the 30th, and that's up to whether or not we're feeling comfortable. I think we'll have a really good idea after those initial budget hearings in June as to whether or not we feel we need a little bit more time with certain issues. But I believe with this timeline, this schedule, all of these questions should be able to be answered during regular meetings without additional conversations, without a lot of calculations happening, because we should have all this stuff up front. So then our final budget work after the provisional budget is approved is going to happen in the months of the end of July, all of August, and all of September. And so we have to, by statute, have our first public budget hearing for the final budget, that's the approval of the provisional as final, on the first Tuesday Tuesday of September, which is September 1st, oddly enough. And then we can have any additional budget meetings in September as required based on any information that may have been left off. And so our likely approval date for the final budget is going to be September 17th. And if any other additional meetings need to happen between then and the end of the month, it has to be approved. The resolution has to be passed by October 1st, before October 1st, and we send that off to the state. Okay, and so that was the budget timeline. And then I had one other question on this stuff, just as a guidance. This does not have to be a formal motion of the board, but when we're requesting funding from outside agencies and saying, hey, now is the time to submit for funding, are we going to continue the practice where we're only requesting it from people who currently, in 2026, are receiving funding, accepting, of course, this new situation with the Council on Aging, where they'll have their own submission, and it'll be with all of this stuff together, because it's never come before the board. So would you like us to do continuing that practice where it's just going to be the agencies who are currently receiving funding, or should we expand that to people who had in the past received funding? I guess it's up to the board as to what they would like me to send those letters out to, which organizations. And I can do that this week.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, my preference is we just notice the ones that are currently in our budget, not that we go out hunting and trying to find other people that we can't fund.
Right, I was going to suggest the same thing,
Okay.
and then maybe have some talks with Box Elder regarding their library, where they're at with it, so.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
And then
Yeah,
the
I'll make a
library
note.
levy, where we're at with that, I'd like to have that conversation, so.
Understood. Okay. Any other comments from commissioners on that? Because that's all I really had for that item, and then we can move on to the next
We
one.
could take some money from the highway department since he's got so much extra.
Oh, so much. Yeah, exactly.
Share it with everybody else.
There you go.
Yours is bigger than mine.
I mean,
It's a little chuckle.
all right. So if you're ready to move on to the next item, is that okay?
Yeah, we're ready to move on to item B.
Okay, so we wanted to give an update then on the HR discussions. We're still ongoing with our current HR discussions. I've got a memo up here. I'll kind of bring it up here in a second, as soon as it loads. That we were intending to present today, and then in conversations with staff, it feels like we want to make sure that nothing comes as a surprise, is that any public recommendations have been thoroughly vetted, thoroughly talked through, that we have communicated with all those people who are boots on the ground doing the job, and so that nothing is left unanswered. No questions are left unanswered. And so what we've done so far is listed here in this memorandum. I'm not going to go through all of it for the sake of brevity, but we definitely are in our final analytical phase. We are still compiling some of the final surveys that we've put out to the leadership, basically saying, well, what is your interaction with HR and how do you see HR functioning within the county? Because that's given us a lot of insight into what people expect from HR and what people probably should learn to expect from HR, what HR should look like for the county. And so we wanted to make sure that every one of the department heads had an opportunity to respond to that survey before we tried to put this forward in a
Has it
public
been sent out to
presentation.
everybody then?
Yes, it's been sent out, and we've got almost all of the responses. I think we're waiting on maybe 2 or 3 from department heads.
They all got them at
And
the
then-
same time?
Huh?
They all got them at the same time?
They
and
did.
And you're still waiting on 2 or 3 people?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
we had to jump in, we had I believe about 8 that did not respond within the timeline. And so we sent it out again and asked for the input because I believe getting everybody to respond is critical to figure out and understand
I just
how
don't
it's
understand why people
utilized.
can't respond. Can I get a list of who can't respond? I'll go visit with them.
I can touch base with them, or we can, so for sure. After we sent out the reminder, we got a lot more responses, and so we're pretty much
I'm just telling
almost
them, if you
100%.
haven't respond, otherwise the fat guy's coming to your office.
The fat guy and then the commissioner.
That was a pretty good
Hey.
movie,
I
Fat
don't-
Santa,
I don't
whatever it was
appreciate
called.
that. All right. And so we have every intention of getting all those responses compiled. We've got the presentation a good 85% done, but we want to make sure that we've communicated once more with all of the impacted HR staff so that they understand, here are the options, here are the recommendations, here's what we're going to be presenting to the board. We want to give it to them first so that they're not surprised when we present it to the board. And that's all I've got on that, and I'll move on to the next portion of this same item, if you guys are ready, if you didn't have any other questions on that. Okay. So now we move on to what we need to do today. So what we're finding is, in this operations, we're kind of now 3 months into this whole analysis, and we've been without an HR director this whole time. We were managing. I mean, it was a challenge, of course. It was a challenge, but we were managing, and now, though, we've got another resignation within the HR for county, and we have, at this point, a need to do something for this HR director position. We do have a HR director approved job description. I had proposed a couple of very, very minor revisions. I will actually show that real quick here just to highlight just how minor they are. Is that if we were to hire a new HR director, in any of the different options that we've been looking at, it would be very, very similar to all of this, and just basically saying that no, they're not managing claim processes because that's actually handled by Wellmark for most of our claims, and then claims are handled elsewhere for other benefits. And so just saying that it's compensation and classification. Those are the only two things I really recommended changing in this. Minor changes, but that means that this HR director's job description can function in any of the options we're recommending. So I see no reason why we shouldn't start to go ahead and just put this out and try to fill the position.
Yes.
Hold on. Wait, you don't have your mic on.
One suggestion that I would have is where it says, take the screen away.
Yep, sorry, I'll put it back up.
Where it says requirements for HR director, I would change that to preferred, because we've got some things in there like bachelor's degree, 10 years of responsible work experience. So what if somebody comes in and they got 8.5 years? So I think we change the word required to preferred on that.
That's an excellent point. The third bullet point there is a documented combination of relevant training, education, and work experience that provides the required knowledge, skills, and abilities may be considered. And so in essence, that's kind of a, hey, we require education, we require experience, or some combination of the two could be considered, and that kind of gives us a little bit of flexibility. But if you want us to go ahead and change that, I'm certain we could probably get that.
I'd like to see a change just from the simple point that people read down that far and they see that this is what's required, and they may not go any further.
Understood. I'll look at that again. Yeah,
I'm good at changing that
with
too.
HR. Yeah, well,
I'm not. Give us some better flexibility if we got a good candidate on anything, you know? I mean, it doesn't. So I prefer would be fine with me too.
Certainly. Okay. And so what we're going to need today is, of course, an approval of that with that added change to the job description, an approval of the updated job description, and then an idea as to how we want to start the process to fill the position. And then secondarily, in addition to the HR director, because we just lost our senior HR manager position as of Thursday, we are then left with a county HR staff of one marketing manager, one risk manager, and one recruiter / social media manager. None of those are pure HR function, focused positions. And so what we were recommending in addition to the HR director position is that we would also recommend that we would promote the recruiter / social media manager to the existing HR generalist job description that already is in the HR department, and then put them on that scale at step 1. That is our second recommendation.
And conversations with Sage have been had that this is what she prefers to be heading down the HR path. And I think we've got social media pretty much covered anyway. So getting her, she has been working towards this within the HR office, working towards becoming an HR generalist anyway, correct?
Mr.
Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
Mr. Chair.
So I'm really comfortable with it.
Yeah.
She's got a great I mean, her attitude about doing this job is super fantastic. She wants to grow within that environment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, just my comments related to that. So as we started off these discussions, basically with the staff about what is everybody doing, and so basically over the last year, and this predates the exit of our previous HR director, that the social media recruiter position has really morphed into an HR position, and doing a lot of the onboarding, processing the paperwork, and doing HR generalist work, but not being paid to do that work. And so primarily over the last year, that position has really morphed into what the actual duties are doing, and that is that of an HR generalist. And so that is why the recommendation, somebody's doing that job, pay them to do the job. Some of the social media stuff then was a discussion even in the office about that some of the social media posts and some of that stuff would then move over to Cody Wiseman, would pick up that responsibility to allow Sage, in really the current position that she's doing, to focus on the general HR duties. And so if somebody's doing the job, pay them to do the job.
And not only that, but it gives a clear line of communication for employees to HR, knowing that this is the person they're authorized to do the types of things that the employees would need them to do.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
So, and I apologize that I haven't been here for some of this. I haven't been feeling well. So I'd like some time to kind of review this before we do the changes. I'd like to also, and I'm going to apologize, I haven't really had to talk to Sage on anything because I didn't know she was HR, meaning like Sandy and Ms. Carroll were before. So I've never had any experience of any of her work or visited with her, so I'd like time to see even myself and ask also some of the HR that are in there, the people that are in that HR department, some questions on, what they're thinking.
The only one that's left is Walter.
Walter and, yeah.
It's Walter, Sage, and Cody are the three.
I'm just going to say these are part of our study over the last couple of months. These are internal conversations we had with Sandy and with the staff, and it started off with tell us what you're doing, and part of the stuff coming back from those employees was I'm really doing the HR duties, and Sandy has been training to do the HR duties. And anyway, I can appreciate that, but the employee that is in there now, I mean, we have somebody, and again, some of this has been tripped by resignation. We did talk about it to a certain degree at the last commission meeting. But we have an employee in there that is doing the duty, and I believe, fulfilling the job duties of an HR generalist, and everybody else in the office recognizes that. And there was discussions in there about 6 weeks ago about moving the social media recruiter, one of the recommendations, to just an HR generalist. And so my concern is that we are absent a senior HR manager in 2 days, and hence this is why it's on the agenda.
Well, my concern is not knowing all of this and being sick and not knowing and being able to do some of those things that you've already got to do and Jordan already got to do with people that I would be recommending or agreeing with at this point. If this was such an issue, then maybe we should have talked to Sandy about some other issues before she had left as well, to make that so it wasn't so we had to do it April 7th to approve that. So for me, I need to look into this. You already know I'm not just going to agree with something, not that I don't agree with the person. It has to do with the responsibilities, and I have not talked to Walter, and I have not talked to Cody, and that could be their boss. So I know.
No, sorry, not their boss.
No, it's not the boss.
Nope, not at all.
Well, in charge of HR, which they would still have to come to HR, which would still be in their office. And it's nice to be able to check in your office how those people get along. I'm glad some of you guys have always had that experience and stuff, but like I said, for Sage. She always seemed nice when I went in there, but I don't know who she is. So we have done this with, before, with approving people. And then in the long run, some of the other facts that come out, some of the people maybe should have not been hired or been approved already without all the information, so, to the public or to commissioners. So I just appreciate, I guess, you've been in there a lot, Jerry. You've been in there a lot, Jordan, and it's not that I don't trust your opinion. It's just like you guys, I like to do my homework and be able to do what I do as well, so.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Aside from that, go ahead, Mr. Roskinek.
Commissioner
Well, I
Ross.
want to thank Jerry and Jordan for, carrying a heavy load for the last couple of months. And I think what we need to make some kind of a motion today. And the one that's out there, I will fully support that if that's the direction we want to go.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
I'm going to take care of motion number one. I'm going to move to promote Sage and Nichols to HR journalist with the wage increase from grade S3.2, step 5, 2616 hourly, to grade P 3.2, step 1, 3367 hourly, effective March 29th, 2026, which is the beginning of the pay period.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Conversation on that motion.
Chair.
Commissioner.
Again, it's not personal for me for the information. It's to know all what's happening in that department and having that information. People have had the chance to do their due diligence, and I think it's important that, that if this was going to come up today, it would give me a couple days to know that and from the paper that we just got on Thursday or Friday. So I don't think that's ample opportunity for me to do my homework and go and visit the day before or something to approve something. So I can appreciate what you're doing to move it forward. But again, I've seen things move forward here, and they're not working out so great for us. So I think we should think about it. We also could think about an internship for people that maybe we're thinking about moving forward on this as well. And we're not looking at all the options. We're looking at people that at this point want to be in the position. So we've tried that before. Personally, from what I've seen, we're having some major issues with that. So do what you will at this point, but again, not to try to be controversial, but if we're trying to move forward in the county in a positive way and get that, it isn't because it's Sage, it has to do with the option that we're moving forward and the raise that we're giving for that option when we have stopped other people in their tracks from doing so. Some of them have been interns that people are going to be leaving, or otherwise, let's be consistent.
Any other comments?
If I could offer just a point of clarification, in that the position that we're looking to move this recruiter/social media manager into is an HR generalist. Now, this is not a supervisory role. This will be, in the interim, the point of contact of HR to allow for the continuity of operations. It is not a manager position. It is not a director position. This is just a generalist who can perform all of the standard HR tasks that the employee is already performing. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear in our recommendation. But
So we have
I
a
appreciate the
motion,
comment.
recommended motion number one on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same. Got 4-1. Motion carries. We'll move on to, what's the next item?
There's a second recommended motion there, and this is what to do with the HR director position.
Okay, so this is just, this motion would be directly just approving the position description, and then
Okay,
we would have another motion or whatever.
You could do it in one motion or two motions. So one could be just to approve the revised HR director position with the comments presented by the board today. And then the second one would be to authorize that the commission office initiate a recruitment process, and that's up to the board to decide how that recruitment process looks. And I'd really love firm decision today as to how we want to move forward.
Okay,
with.
I want to talk a little bit about the recruitment process because
Okay.
we got a gap there. In our HR department, it's a big gap. I mean, it's a big gap that we're trying to fill, and we want to fill it with the right person. We've not had great history, judging back from the other HR people that we've had in the office. So obviously, I think we're all looking for the same type of person, someone who's strong, someone who's organized, somebody who can bring good skills to the table, okay? But when you go after a person like this, you're typically that person's gonna have another job or another position somewhere. When they come to the county here, I mean, I just want everybody to look inside and see what they would do if they were going to get a job here. I mean, we could be fortunate and maybe grab somebody out of the air that says, hey, you know, I'd want that job. There might be somebody here locally inside the county that could fill that job. I have somebody in mind, but I wanted to visit with you guys about it. And but one of the caveats to me is that we're restructuring how we look at this, okay? And I think we got the right direction there. We definitely got the right direction there of how we restructure this. My thought process is to look at a candidate who could serve in that position to help us fill this structure, and they may or may not fit into this position. But if they have a strong personality, strong character, that they can set this position up for us and either stay in that position or leave that position and go back to their old position, understanding that that's an option for them. So I'd be looking for an interim person to fulfill what we need to fulfill. And this is just an idea that I've been thinking about. I wanted to pose it to the commission because we really don't want to get this wrong. We want to get it right, and we want to have the option of instilling this whole new, you know, as we look at incorporating some of the sheriff department's people into this. There's some pretty good people in there also, and there's I think there's leadership within our environment now that would be interested in this. But I don't know that, you know, if you're gonna get a good person, you got to give them an option to say, and we want you to change this structure because that's important to us. The structure this way, but give them an out that if it doesn't fit in the long run, that they've made the structural change and we still recruit for somebody else, or they take that position if it works out. It'll be like an interim HR person. I just wanted you guys to think about something like that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, you know, it says internal, external, and the reason I like them both, but I kind of lean towards the internal, because if we can find somebody internal that is employed by the county, they're familiar with county practices and our faults, weaknesses, and strengths. They're also grounded to the Rapid City area, and the sense of urgency that I don't think we got a lot. I think just based on the motion that we just previously made, that's just not a management position. We need to find somebody that'll. And like Ron said, it doesn't have to be somebody that would say, I'll do this for the next 4 years. It's just somebody that says, give me the job, and in a year from now, we're gonna have a plan.
Evaluate this. Yeah.
If I could clarify, I'm sorry.
No, I just don't.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you guys have done, but you shouldn't have to do that. We should have somebody in there.
Well, that's the biggest thing too, is I want to get this off Jordan's back.
I do appreciate
I know
that.
you don't have enough to do already, but.
So when I meant internal or external with this process here, what we're really looking at is, do we want to advertise the position? Do we want to allow people either internally and externally to apply for it? Or do we want to outsource the hiring process and go to someone like an alternative HR, which is, I presented it there. They had offered a proposal and said, well, we can handle some of the recruitment, some of the interviewing, some of the pre-screening process. Would we like to do all this stuff internally, or would we like to do that externally? That's kind of what I meant when I was saying
I get that.
internally or externally.
I
But
get
yeah,
that. So, but fill in the position. I would like to visit with you guys. Maybe it's probably, if it's a personnel issue, and I know we don't have that scheduled, but about my thought process, and I think it kind of parallels Ron's when he's talking about we are a unique organization in the county here, and we do have probably some decent or good candidates that could put this together, but I don't want them to just have to commit to changing their whole life over. But I mean, people that take these jobs are going to have to be open to a challenge, and sometimes to get that best person, you got to give a little bit. But whether we, if we start internally and you guys don't want to do this, good, then we can decide let's have the conversation what you guys want to do. I mean, I want to look at an internal candidate on an interim basis. That's kind of the direction that I've thought about, because when we look at changing these candidates and or changing people into these different positions, like Ron mentioned or I thought about, is that we're changing the complete structure of the HR department. We're not, we're going to bring somebody in this environment in the county here. There's not been a lot of success that we've had here. I want to try to make that as smooth as we can and make it as comfortable as we can. Have somebody dedicated to the community here, have somebody dedicated to the commission, the county. So it's just an idea.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Drews.
So we're talking about a very important position here for the county. And we've gone now for basically at least 3 months knowing that we weren't going to have an HR director for the last 2 months. And I think we need to move that forward. And I don't have a problem with somebody from internally having an interest in the job. But I do think instead of offering somebody an opportunity to spend 6 months or a year in the position and then thinking, well, that's not really a permanent position, I would prefer to look at the external outlook on this. Go out and advertise. That certainly would include advertising locally, trying to find out who may have an interest not only within county government already, but also within the Rapid City area and outside. And I'd like to see a firm do that for us and maybe provide us with the top 5 names of people that they would recommend that we look at.
Commissioner Durden,
Yeah, so what we have a job description in front of us, and we have a position with the county that requires somebody to have deep HR knowledge and experience. And that's one thing. Getting back to it, not talking about past personnel, but one thing that has come up since my tenure on the board, asking these questions, is we've done many things in the county, I do believe, and not intentionally, but because of different policies that we've had, different operations, and that's what we're trying to get to, is a consolidated operation and set the best baseline to say, you're the HR director for the county. These are the things that, we're putting the framework in for you to be successful, and a model that works. For example, the one that we're going to recommend on the 21st, one of the many options is a model in Minnehaha County. But what we just look at the job description, and I'm just going to say off the top of my head, I don't know anybody internally in the organization. I know of 1 or 2 people that would have this skill set based on just the history of HR and being a certified, HR individual. And getting back to it, we had an HR director, we had a senior HR manager, and then, we had the other positions that we have. And then over on the sheriff's side, he's got somebody, HR manager, and, kind of a generalist position over there. So to be fair, I would rather, which is the recommended deal, and one, we've talked about it, Commissioner Roskinek brought it up, and I wasn't aware of it the last time you guys had gone out, that you used alternative HR to advertise and look for a director. And so I'm leaning toward advertising and let employees internally, somebody in the organization, apply, and let the externals apply, and then let's weight those and move forward. Because if I'm listening to this correctly, what I can hear is that maybe somebody would be already in the county in a leadership role, being given up what they're currently doing, and then taking on this role. And then what I'm hearing is possibly a gap in the other leadership deal. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But I do know what I do believe that we need in the county is somebody that's got hardcore HR resume, hardcore HR experience, and trying to find that right candidate that knows that probably the worst HR job you could have in the world is coming into county government as an HR person.
And I think that we're going to change that. So I think that hiring somebody, and then it'll give the internal people an opportunity to apply also, and the external people an opportunity to apply. Is that correct, Jordan?
If that's the way that you guys want to go with this, yes,
I mean, I think
absolutely.
that's the fairest way to do it, if you can give them, at least that gives everybody a shot at it too, and so we can, but I don't want to have 50,000 people vetting these people out. They vet them for us, is that how that
Correct.
works?
Well, it's
A different package.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they offer different packages as to how far you want them to go with it. So that has to be a discussion as well. Do you want them just to put out the initial offering and say, hey, we're gonna gather all the candidates, and then you guys review all the candidates? Or do you want them to do some of the background, some of the pre-screening? They'll be willing to do any number of services. It's all in, let's see if I can pull up that.
Chair.
Yep.
So for me, advertise internal and external. I like the idea. I also like the idea if we have someone that could actually set this up in a way that's going to make the difference, because you keep saying restructure, and I see we're restructuring before we even hired anybody. I don't know if that's the best idea either.
Well,
Number two, hold on. Number two is, I didn't notice this, but you just gave the restructuring person that you ended up hiring, the effective date for the raise was March 29th. We didn't even have the person leave that was the senior HR till April 7th. So I guess I didn't understand that part. That's why I didn't get asked all the questions. But I'll keep saying, we're restructuring the HR department. We need someone with some expertise or somewhat in this organization, and I think that's where Ron's trying to go, that can help us set that up in a way that's going to be all-knowing more than 5 commissioners. So for me, if that person can help us in the interim, meaning not to become that person, but to show us kind of some of the ropes of restructuring and what that restructuring should look like, and then hire someone over, to run that based on that restructure. Because that was the biggest reason why we did HR and we told everybody we were restructuring. So how's that going to look? And then once you got that look, then you're going to hire someone with those people that you decided, or with that person that gets to hire those people that you want to restructure or do whatever you want to do. I guess I'm not getting the whole plan very well. Like I said, I've been sick on some of this, so I haven't heard all of it, but good business is getting the restructure program, so when I come in, if I'm going to be the HR, that's where we want to go with the county. What is that goal? I haven't heard anything except we're restructuring people already, and we're trying to decide who can help in the meantime, and that's got us in a lot of trouble in the past.
I can absolutely speak to some of that. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hadcock. Those are excellent points. The thing is that we, from the memo that we've got here, it's going to be a minimum by their estimate if we went with alternative HR. And honestly, it is kind of best practice in a position of this scale, a minimum of 60 days before this position is actually hired. And so 30 days is typically going to be the job posting window. And so by 2 weeks, in 14 days, we're going to have the restructuring, if it even happens, if the board decides not to do it. That's also something that could be decided at the April 21st meeting. The job description that'll be put out there publicly so that people internal and external can apply to is not going to change no matter what we do, unless I guess the board decides to do something outside of our recommendations,
Jordan,
which is possible.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Go ahead.
So my issue is freaking out the sheriff and everybody else, and saying, okay, am I going into this department? Am I not going in this department? How are we restructuring? You're doing it to the staff or to the even people that are department heads, and you're going to come back and give a recommendation later. So what I'm saying is get somebody, if Ron has a guy that's internally that can do some restructuring instead of this commission and give some good ideas, let him do it. If we trust the man, which I think when we find out, we probably would, and then figure out how that brings in and doesn't freak out the sheriff and freak out the HR department, and see how that restructuring is going to go, instead of have some guy come in and say, hey, by the way, you're not only taking 400 employees here, you're going to go take the sheriff's office of another 400. That should put them over the edge. So what I'm saying is how that's going to look, have somebody that hopefully has that kind of experience or has that kind of internal knowledge of how those two work, because I think the guy they're thinking about probably has that internal knowledge to try to help from what I've heard. That's why I said I've been sick in between, so I haven't heard all of it. But I just want to be fair to the HR department in Sheriff's Office and HR department that we have now. That's why I said restructuring things, giving raises, putting people in charge. That needs to come from someone that has that expertise, because if that's our direction of restructuring, everybody should be in the know, and the sheriff department should be just as much in the know as the other 400 employees. And how you bring that together, we need someone that you don't bring in and say, hey, by the way, this is what this commission's goal is at this time. Or are we just saying they're going to be the HR department this year, and then we're going to restructure for moving forward for 2027 or 2028? So I'm not into just telling the sheriff department, this is what we're doing, and guess what? You're involved in, we're taking over your department. So there's got to be some kind of communication, so those two boundaries or those two areas restructure together in a way that's very beneficial to Pennington County. And right now, we're piecing and parting it together, and that's my concern. I get we need to hire someone, but I need someone, for me, on a business plan of what that looks like. And I think, if I'm correct, from getting phone calls from a lot of different department heads, how's that going to look like for us, instead of coming up here and saying, by the way, we're giving this one a generalist one and this one a generalist one, and then when this person comes in, then we'll eventually make them the HR director. But I think you're supposed to have a plan before you start restructuring or doing the HR department. So let's get someone, bottom line is, let's get someone or some kind of plan that says to this person, because Jordan, you should know of all people, come in and have at it, sir, have a good time and try to figure this out. How confusing is that, and how distressing is that to try to do that as a person that wants to make a difference, and ask a lot of the people that we had done that to since the last year or so. That can't happen again. It has to be pre-planned a little bit better than on a restructure than figuring it out later. So those are my concerns, and anything we can do to make that transition, if that's our goal, and I'm hearing it, that we want to put the sheriff with us, I can see that. But I want to see what that looks like before I tell the sheriff, hey, by the way, I voted for this. This is a great idea. I hope you like it.
All right. So
Okay, Mr. Chair.
can we all agree on one thing, that we want to, can we agree that we're going to go search for somebody internally?
Correct.
Externally, people can apply for this position? Can we agree with that?
Yep,
Can we
Mr.
agree with
Chair,
that?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the revised HR director position description and authorize the commission office to initiate recruitment for an HR director utilizing alternative HR.
Okay, and then Jordan, Sage needs to be a part of this recruitment?
No, we're going to outsource this part of the recruitment, so.
Okay, but I want her to understand what you're doing. Because if we need to do internal postings too, because that's important to me.
Oh, absolutely.
If there's somebody out there that wants this job, I want to hear from them.
Not just Sage, then Giovanna
and then
as well
when
over
we
at the
start to
Sheriff's
get applications and stuff, because I had a long conversation with the mayor on this when they went. I think they used the same company, maybe, Gary. I'm not sure, but
That's how we got Carol.
is that okay?
Yeah.
But then I know they did the same thing. They went internal and went external when they got their HR lady, which they're very happy with. But it was a. So I don't want to make any preconceived notions of how this may happen, but when we start getting these applications in and stuff, we have to adjust, and that's what I'm telling Commissioner Hadcock. Even on the structure, we've been fluent. This commission's been pretty fluent, have great conversations about moving forward. But I think once we start to develop that person and we see these applications coming in internally and externally, because I want to make sure that the people out there that are working for the county right now, if they have a desire to work in this position and that they think they can make it happen, however they may think it can happen, I want them to apply. I really do. Sure. And that on top of looking externally, and then I would like to be in that process myself and have Mr. Roskinek in that process with the HR company helping us. I want to know what's going on. I want him to know what's going on, so we can look at these and so we can inform the commission. Here's the direction we're going, and we're going to take the time we need to get this right. And I think the structure will come along with this. I mean, when we're talking about a structure, we're not talking about a hardcore, this is what we're going to do no matter what happens. And you know, we're gonna put this water bottle here and this water bottle here, and you're gonna deal with it. That's not the intention. The intention is to have some level of continuity. Right now, we've got nothing in that HR office. We got Sage, then we're stabilizing Sage to keep her with us, and she's very committed to her HR career. She's been working on it. So giving her the promotion and making her part of this, I think is super.
Chair, I agree with what you're saying, and it shouldn't be the description and authorize the commission office to initiate recruitment. It should be, that's Sage's job. So Sage should be working with.
She'll be working with Jordan.
Jordan.
Yep.
Well,
But-
it says commission office, it
Right.
doesn't say
We're
HR
outsourcing
generalist.
it to alternative HR.
So we're gonna outsource this.
Okay.
But I just want myself
But it doesn't
and
say
Ron
that
and
in here,
Sage
that's
to
why I
know what's
said.
going on. So when you make the contacts, if you could keep us in the loop, and then we'll keep the rest of the commission in the loop. Because we all agree that this is a big deal, and we want to get this as best we can, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to clarify, just to make sure before you make this motion, because we are going to have to communicate this to alternative HR as to how involved we want them to be.
how deep? So
Do we
now-
want them to do backgrounds and screen candidates and make recommendations? How far do you want them to take this?
The chair.
Okay.
I like the idea of them doing the brunt of the work instead of putting that responsibility on us. And I think we need to take our time because we're only going to get one opportunity to do it right and not rush into this. But I'd like to put as much responsibility on alternative
HR.
HR as that we can and still feel comfortable.
All right.
The main thing is to not let commissioners or anybody influence this HR person. It's them to do their jobs and you not to be in their office telling them how you like things done. So that's our bottom line. Let her do her job and then come in and discuss it here.
Let
and
her
not-
do her job. You've already
Yeah.
got a preconceived notion here. What if
Right.
you get a guy?
So,
I'm
no,
talking about the
point being
general,
is
I'm talking about the
right.
generalists, not the new HR.
But the point being is about having alternative HR take the lead and do all the heavy lifting on this is because we're not currently staffed to do this.
Right.
And you shouldn't put, one of the employees in charge of recruiting, their boss, be part of the process, but we should lean heavily on our alternative HR.
And then
Just so it's
they
the
can lean on
commission,
myself and
commission
Ron.
office and the, meaning Jordan and her working together, instead of other commissioners can put their input but not be in the process at that time.
So, and internal candidates, how do they handle internal candidates? Do they have to go through that same process?
Yeah, basically what they're going to do is they're going to advertise it. They're going to accept all candidates. They're going to do the background. They're going to screen them. They're going to present what they have found
Okay,
of the
so-
candidates to the board, and then the board is the one who gets to decide, are we going to interview the top 5, the top 10, the top 3?
Okay, now
It's
if
up to
you're
you.
working in the county here and they'll, I mean, the person that I see taking this job is probably someone that's not looking for a job. So we will make them aware of that
Yeah,
somehow in the
we
county?
can do
I
that,
want-
yep.
I mean,
Sage helps with that, yeah.
They notify everybody of all
Yes.
openings in the county.
okay, perfect, okay.
You can set the perimeters, and say, any county applicants will get an interview. I mean, you could set that as a perimeter so that you make sure you know exactly who within the county has that interest.
Yes.
Perfect. And then what does this cost, Jordan?
The last time you hired an HR director was
This is for Jerry's behalf.
That's right. It was less than $4,000 last time.
that's-
We're probably anticipating a little bit more this time, just because that was a couple years ago.
That's well worth.
So probably around
well worth
around
it if we
$5,000
can-
is
I
the
mean, we just
guess.
need to get a reach into to the right pile of people. But I just want our commission to keep an open mind when this all transpires. And I think that you guys are well enough to do that, so keep an open mind on how we go forward and look at this and so.
I'll second that motion.
Yep, so we got a motion, we got a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you guys so much for the good debate. That's the way things are supposed to happen. Okay, what's our next item up for bids?
Gary.
Ron, did any of the department heads or anything want to speak on that or not? Did you ask by chance? Anybody in the
Anybody want to
audience
speak
on
on
the
our
HR?
decision there?
Oh, I mean, we already made it, I
Any
guess.
input? So it's a good thing to ask before we make the decision, sir.
All right. So information only, but the commission may take action by, is that, what's this, oh, the Lodge Street one now?
Nope, this one is going to be Senate Bill 96.
Oh, and Gary, I probably didn't tell you, but we had that conversation, I volunteered you.
It's okay. So since we had that conversation, Mr. Chair, a number of things have happened since that time. And I've called Tyler in on this to assist us in deciphering exactly where we're at, what the time frame is, if the county would decide that they would want to try to initiate the governor's bill, which is Senate Bill 96. And then there is another bill that goes along that doesn't require any activity from the county. But I would ask Tyler at this point in time to bring us current as to where the county sets as far as Senate Bill 96 is at.
Tyler Sobczak, excuse me, State's Attorney's Office. Yeah, so Senate Bill 96, very, I think, important and beneficial passage for your constituents. But there's a couple things I think we need to talk about. First is, when, or a timeline for effectiveness, should this be something that you're interested in? And the second one being, how do we get this enacted, essentially? So let's start with the first one, timeline. So essentially there's section 14 in the bill states that notwithstanding any other provision of law, any ordinance or amendment, yada, yada, I'll just get to the important part, it must go into effect only on January 1st or July 1st of a calendar year. The ordinance or amendment must be effective on the earlier of January 1st or July, following at least 90 days notification by the governing body of the county to the Secretary of the Department of Revenue that the ordinance or amendment has been enacted, unless the ordinance or amendment is suspended by an operation of a referendum. So given that we're already in early April, I suppose, the intention for us to notify DOR about the potential imposition of this has really kind of blown past us. However, I think we're in a prime position to be considering that for January 1, 2027. And so from what it's, I'm guessing that it's this commission's intention to go through with something along these lines, but I haven't heard it from this commission. So I guess maybe now would be a good time to
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir, you have.
So in fact, yesterday I was talking to the superintendent of the Hill City School District, and Blake's pretty knowledgeable on all these bills because a lot of them affect the school district. And he just said, Ron, where you at on 96? And I said, I'll tell you what, I'm actually for it. And the reason why is because we've had summer studies for the last 6 or 7 years that have produced nothing. And I got a lot of people out there that are sick and tired of nothing getting produced. Senate Bill 90, it produces a result. The only thing that I think we have to consider, how does that coincide with 245, which is another bill that focuses on owner occupancy. So one question was, you think 96 and 245 that combined, that they're too much? I'm willing to try 96 and see how it works. I suppose down the road, if it doesn't work, you can always, I think you're capped at 0.5%, so we can always adjust that, but I think we need to try it just to let the general public know that we're listening and we're concerned about their taxes.
Anybody else here got a comment?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So owner occupancy, you say, what do you add to the burden to other people? And do you try to add that property tax, and does it stay basically the same for adding to the levy or the budget? Do you understand what I mean by that? Does it change anything in the long run, adding sales tax to us, putting that into, remember, property taxes times the levy equals how much basically we have to collect. So if you add a sales tax, but you save on occupancy, meaning owner occupancy, how do you actually change the budget? How do you actually change property taxes, and are you just shifting the burden? So Go ahead, George.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, it is 100% a shift, is what it is. So what you're looking at right now, you're not changing the levy. You're not changing what you're levying against these individual classes. What you're doing is you are crediting the owner-occupied people based on the amount of sales tax that you've been able to collect for that year. And it is just a shift. It is not going to impact the budget at all, unless you make other decisions on the budget. But this alone has to be a replacement. It has to be, well, we are using this money to supplement basically what would have been the taxes collected. But the levy stays the same. The taxes that are reportedly collected are stayed the same. It's just instead of the owner-occupied person paying it, it is now coming from this pot of money from sales tax.
Exactly. Yeah,
And
and
I can appreciate that, and I understand that. But again, how does that save on the budget in the long run, and not increasing budgets, just shifting the amount of who gets and who's paying that amount to get to that budget? Doesn't really change, again, the levy, like you said, and some people are thinking, well, we got lower levies, that's why. If you can have lower levies, but if you don't change the budget, you're not making a difference. And we keep saying, the bottom line with the burden is, if you're not lowering your budgets, you're not lowering taxes, you're not lowering anything. So we're taking the burden off owner-occupied, which I can respect, which, sounds like, and we already know from owner-occupied, it's huge. But then, again, are we gonna put that, are we gonna do something different? That's my concern. Are we gonna do something different? So we're gonna get a sales tax, we're gonna lower the owner-occupied, but then we're gonna put maybe higher taxes onto the people that are commercial, or otherwise change ag, or do something different. And what happens is, to me, is government starts adding more taxes this way. They lower on owner-occupied, but I'm worried about that they're gonna add more taxes on other people, and then our budgets that we need, or the things that we need, we're gonna be basically over collecting and collecting more on taxes and other things to make a budget. And that's my concern, and I really haven't seen all the formulas to know that, but I've seen government work. So they switch the burden, and then what happens is, then we have budgets and things that unfortunately have totally increased in amounts far past what that owner-occupied was saved. It's just shifted and moved to somewhere else where that budget hasn't decreased. It only decreased owner occupancy. It didn't decrease county budget at all. And I get that to a certain extent, except there's shifting. And that shifting could cause some major issues as well on different areas that I think we need to be concerned about. So I like to see all that formula, what those numbers, and we're only going to be able to tell by, the changes and what that means. And I'm not against it. I always play devil's advocate. I'm not against something. What I'm trying to do is how that's really going to affect the taxpayer in the long run. It sure looks good on paper for owner occupancy, which I'm glad, but how does that affect the long term of what's going to happen from the shift? So those are my concerns.
I'll try to address that a little bit. Basically, what happens is they have created a 0.5 cent sales tax that didn't exist previously. So everything that's being purchased, if we enact 95, everything that gets purchased will have a 0.5 cent that goes to the county. And so if that number hits $30 million per se, if that's what they collect, then that number will be taken directly off of owner-occupied taxes. It won't change anything that we do in our budget. Only way we can control our budget is to lower our budgets ourselves. So it's not gonna change anything that we're doing. The only thing it's gonna do is shift the burden from the owner-occupied taxpayer to people that are paying sales tax, which may be run-of-the-mill everyday citizens, but also in Rapid City and in Hill City and some of these areas that have a lot of tourists. They will capture a lot of that sales tax too.
So Ron, how do they pick where that 30 million comes from? Is that every owner occupied?
No,
Or is it
yeah.
because the percentage that was
it's
put
a
on
sales
each
tax.
person?
The
No,
sales tax
I
that
get
you
it.
collect.
But who does the 30 million go to? Every
Owner-occupied.
tax
county.
owner occupied person gets a savings.
In the county, yep.
But Gary might be 60% increased and Deb's only 20.
Have nothing to do with
No,
that.
that-
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever
So
your
some of
taxable
that,
value is,
yes,
it's dollars for dollars. That's how
I
it
get
works.
that.
It would equalize. So based on what the Department of Revenue has put out, is they've based it on a $325,000 home. Senate Bill 96, if adopted, if you collected the half a cent sales tax here, to replace the property tax, it would replace an amount equal to about 22% of the current property tax that's being paid. That's what it would cover for just Senate Bill 96.
For owner occupied.
Or owner occupied.
Yes.
It only addresses owner occupied.
My concern is maybe we assess or we cause more areas of deflection for that other amount. And we collect and we save the taxpayers' money on owner occupied, but that deflection might cause some other areas of interest that we'd have to change the bill or do something different. Do I want sales tax for the county? I do. What I look at too is the percentage of percentage of each person increased has always bothered me, and that's what I meant by 60% on Gary and 20% on Deb. That where is that percentage? So Gary, if he's increased 60% on his sales tax or his property taxes, how does that equalize in a way that Gary just went up 4,000 on his and Deb went up 500? I get we're trying to make that burden even across the board, but isn't that more where that percentage where you could raise so Gary can understand that his taxes are going to go up and it'll be $4,000 and be able to budget that? We learned that in November to April 1st that, you went from $2,000 to $4,000. That's my concern, and that has been a concern for many of the taxpayers, is how much that increase or how much that percentage can go up when a lady that's 85 years old can't just go, okay, I haven't been assessed for 20 years and now my property went up 76%. How do you budget for that? So I get some of the stuff, what we're doing, it's very good. But for me, it's that percentages that you're raising, and everybody's on a budget to a certain extent. I don't care if you're the million guy or the dollar lady. Everything counts on that percentage, and I think some of that would have been some of the better change for people to rely on. If you run a business, if you run a household, whether you're a housekeeper, housewife, or a what do I do? A motel owner. All that should make that certain difference. So there's certain things that still could be changed. Have they tried to make that difference through owner occupied? Yes. I just want to see how the budgets really change in the county. And does it make it so we have more money to spend?
No.
Or does it make it so hopefully we equalize it and use it for what it was supposed to in the first place? Because past budgets and past experiences, it puts a doubt in my mind in some of those areas, even though I think people worked very hard to get where they are to try to lower that owner occupancy. Let's see how that works in the formula in the long run.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can we go back to Tyler with his explanation? So Tyler, one of the areas you might start with is how soon could the county even act on this? I mean, you were talking about that, but how soon? Can we even adopt an ordinance before July 1 when?
Excuse me. You technically could enact the ordinance prior to July 1. However, it wouldn't be effective as of July 1. It would be effective as of that January 1st date. So we're really looking at January 1st, 2027. If this is something that this commission is interested in, but I think now might be a good time to talk about what implementation looks like, because there's some interesting language that's been being debated around the state regarding 718A, and that's really, the bread and butter for county legislation, and it's kind of, if I may, it's kind of really broken up into two aspects as far as I'm concerned today. The initiative process in 718A 9 through 14, and then the referendum process. The initiation process really, I know you know this already, but it's when citizens bring their own, initiated measures to be placed on a ballot, whereas the referendum would be something that, is passed by the commission and then ultimately challenged by 5% of the voters. What we're looking at here is a passed ordinance through the county commission that could be challenged by the citizens. There's been a lot of discussion primarily in Sioux Falls and other counties about whether counties have the ability to just put this on the ballot for everyone to consider. And my review of 718A is that, no, that's not something that code allows you to do. I've located some examples of what that language might look like. Here's a good one, 10-12-43. The opt-out resolution may be referred to a vote of the people upon resolution of the governing body of the school district or by petition. That's regarding some school district election stuff, but that's the kind of language I would be looking for if I felt that there would be power within 718A for you to just put that measure on the ballot for the constituents, I guess, determination. We don't have that in 718A, so really we're working with your, adoption of an ordinance that may or may not be challenged by the constituents of Pennington County. Does anyone have any questions about that aspect of it?
Mr. Chair, go ahead. Commissioner. I would just think if they understood what 96 would do, I don't know why they'd want to put it to a vote. I think their biggest concern would be would the commission support it.
Any other? Okay. You got something else?
I'm just standing for any questions you might have.
Okay. No. So
Unless
basically, we would
Commissioner
have
Drew says
until
anything.
September.
My opinion is that if the commission has the interest of moving forward with something on this, that you could start developing the ordinance. The fund for this will be at the state level, not at the county level, for the collection of the sale taxes. So there's another bill that goes hand in hand with this, and that's Bill, is it 245, Ron, is that right? 245, in which they appropriated essentially about $56 million and put into and that has to be put into a fund which can also be used for replacement of property taxes. So that one there doesn't require any sales tax, any of the half-cent sales tax to go into it. A year from now, a year from July 1, is when it goes from the 4.2% sales tax to the 4.5. That then would replace what they're putting in as a 56 million, and that will now convert to about 110 million is the projection that would be, or maybe a little bit more than that. So you actually you can get a double whammy here as far as the replacement of sales tax. And if you combine the two, the Department of Revenue is basically saying, again, on a 325,000 owner-occupied house in Pennington County, that your reduction in property taxes, if you incorporated both 96 and 245, would be about 35% reduction.
In your owner-occupied.
In your owner-occupied.
Wow.
The county doesn't benefit.
No.
I mean, it's a trade-off. I mean, so.
Okay. Because the 0.3 is what they're going to replace, because it's 4.2 right now.
Right.
And for whatever reason they did that, I'm not sure.
The 7-year, I think.
The sunset law, is that what it was?
I think that was
Yeah.
Governor Noem
Sunset law, yeah.
was behind that.
So, Chair,
And so that's sunset, so.
so you gotta remember, there's 66 counties, and 56 million and 110 million. What is gonna be the replacement difference? Do they kind of figure that out of what that would basically enter into? Because that's a huge amount for Pennington County, Minnehaha, those areas. So, like I said, I like to see what all those numbers come into and what that kind of happens, because everything always sounds very lovely until when that bottom, and I hate to play devil's advocate, but I've been in this, doing politics for 19 years, and I've heard all kinds of good stuff, and then what comes out in the long run from it, and if this is a positive, thank you, Jesus, I'm good with that, but I just want to know how that's going to affect us for the future. Are we going to use that to add on to our budgets to make it grow bigger because it's something. I don't mean that in a mean way. I've just seen how we saw it. We saw the schools was supposed to get money for the the gambling. What happened there? Did it help the state? Did it help the schools, which it was supposed to in the first place? Formulas always look good, but your bottom line is where's that money really going and how much do we really need and how much does that really change our budgets? And until I see that formula or see it at work, then I'd be like, wow, this is amazing, or wow, I think we missed a few spots in the area that we could make a difference in. So again, taking that down, that owner occupancy is something that a lot of the constituents wanted, and I'm in agreement with that. I just want to see how that affects us in the long run and how that affects everybody in the county.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
So relative to affecting our budget, it doesn't affect our budget. Zero. Absolutely
We're the only
zero.
ones that changed that. But that .03, Gary, that's out of our control, right? That's happening.
That's right.
That's happening at the state.
That's right.
Nothing we can do about that. So that's gonna, so the only thing we need to start talking about is drafting an ordinance that allows us.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, the Department of Revenue already gave us a
Gave us
draft
an
ordinance already.
So we need to start that process, at least to start vetting it.
I'm not sure if that's, a final, the draft we'd want to adopt, should this be the wish of the commission, but it's definitely better than nothing.
So we need to start bringing that forward so the commission can start vetting it and answering the questions.
Yes,
So we can have public participation in saying, here's what we're looking at. Is there some boogeyman out there, that we don't know about? We're gonna start finding out. We're gonna start vetting this.
And also how it affects our budget, how we move forward with that, and when that affects our budget and what those numbers are, those guesstimates are.
Right, and we're looking well into 2027, 2028 with all this stuff anyway. But
We got
I
a
would-
timeline. We gotta have it 90 days before January 1 to make it happen in January 1.
I would caution against passing an ordinance before July 1st when this
Well, I
goes
don't- I don't
into action.
intend
But
that.
we can start the work right now to have it ready right off the bat in
That
July,
way we can
and then
start
it could be
having public
referred.
comment. We can start having public comment also to make sure the public's included on this conversation, because
absolutely
the public gets pretty good at vetting processes too sometimes.
I want to think about a deadline for this though. So if it's if it's 90 days before January
it'd be end
1,
of
I
September.
suppose that means we got to have this in effect by, call it October 1 probably. I'm just that's horseshoes and
I would
hand
say
grenades,
we
but-
should shoot for at least, if we start the process now, we need to get it done before our last meeting in September.
Yeah, that's, we have to probably have our second reading the first meeting of September, I guess. 20 days after completed publication. I don't have the calendar. You
Well,
said
figure
the
that out.
September day earlier.
Can you figure that out, Tyler?
then-
and
We'll
bring it
I'll
forward
talk to
us so
Jordan
we can
about it.
start?
We'll figure it out. Yep.
We'll get it. And yeah, it's also a potential 20-day referendum as well. Is that?
Yeah,
So that'll's dependent. But yes, we'll have a pretty good. I'm thinking if we started the process at the first meeting in July, first reading at least, if we can get everything going before then, so that we can have that, I think we're going to be well within our time frame.
Gary and Ron, thank you guys for your, on that one.
Well, I guess,
So the next item up for bids here, Tyler?
Can I interject real quick,
Yeah.
Commissioner Weifenbach? So I guess what I would like now is just some direction from the commission that you'd like me to start drafting something for your perusal. That seems to be the general consensus I'm hearing now at least, but I just want to make that clear.
That'd be good with me.
Yep. Everybody's good with that?
Probably should get a motion
That
if
way we
that's
can
what we're gonna
we
do.
can uncover that boogeyman.
Yeah, could you make a motion to direct the state's attorney's
Make a
office
motion.
to draft
Want to make a motion to direct
an
Tyler?
ordinance?
I move to direct Tyler to start the process relative to the county adopting Senate Bill 96.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Tyler, you got, motion carries. Tyler has his marching orders.
Perfect, thank you.
Don't blow us off.
Hope so.
We're talking about the lodge now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So D. Tyler, you want to stick where you're at, I think, because you want us to have a specific action here, correct?
Yeah, isn't that here still?
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Okay.
Yes. Commissioner Roskinek, go ahead.
So how this, yeah, it's been out there for a long time, but last week I got a call from the neighbor, and she brought up a break into this particular property. It's not the first time, but it's this last time the damage was significantly more. And, you know, she says, you know, she keeps asking me, where's the county at on this? Where's the county at on this? And I just thought I'd bring it in front of the full commission so we know it's out there, and Shannon can be more specific, but I understand that the back taxes are about 1.1 million and the assessed value is about 900,000. So this thing's going backwards and we need to do something. So Annette's here to answer questions relative to that process, and Shannon can expand on the delinquent or why that assessed value keeps going down year after year.
Well, I think.
Was there a motion in that?
No, I think maybe now is just a good.
I think so. I think the first part of it was the motion.
Right, so the motion would be to direct the treasurer to proceed with taking the tax on deed parcel ID 58082 under TC 170071. I mean,
Second.
That's what I'd like to see.
We have a motion and a second. Tyler, does that match what you're trying to get?
Yeah,
done here?
exactly. I just didn't know if the commission had any, you know, this property's been around for a long time. Just for your information, I just renewed our injunction that we had on the property this past Friday. So that injunction's been in place since, I think, 2017 or so. Commissioner Roskonek's correct. The value of the taxes on the property have exceeded the value of the properties itself. It's in terrible condition, frankly. There's been a lot of back and forth about this property, you know, banks discussing whether it should be foreclosed on, the property owner coming to us saying, I'm paraphrasing here, I've got some money, can we set a meeting? So this has just been, you know, delayed, and I think, you know, it's time that, you know, we get that motion to start taking the tax deed and see what might be a viable use for this property moving forward. I talked to Brittany about it. She had to leave, but she said, you know, although the infrastructure is really kind of in a terrible condition, it may be of good viable use for storage units or something along those lines, something with minimal infrastructure that can still be an income-producing business. But nevertheless, before it gets into its next stage of life, we need to start taking the tax deed so we can get that building off of the structure and go from there.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So with no water and sewer, how's the assessment so high? Maybe Shannon could tell me, because like most properties, you'd have to, maybe not condemn them, but you'd have to do something, because you're not going to sell a property with that kind of assessment with no water and sewer. So, you know, how are we going to, and Annette, maybe a question for you too. On a tax deed, so the tax deed sells for what it's assessed, or the tax deed, tell me how that works to try to get the solution out of this property and either get it on somebody else buying it, or what's the best solution? So Shannon, if you want to first.
Mr. Chair. Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. So good question. Why is it worth so much? Well, it's a substantial building. It does have value, but the value is going down because it's just vacant, and we hear vandalized, but we haven't been able to look at it to see how bad at least the inside is. We do have a significant adjustment on it because it has water, but it can't use the existing septic system. I don't really know how to answer your question. It still has value. It's just getting less because it's deteriorating.
So it is actually getting less, and then,
Yeah.
and then how do we get, if our goal is to get sewer there or get that property in use, what's the best way to get that moving forward? Is it to have someone buy a tax deed, and is that tax deed, like you said, is it gonna be for that million whatever, or how does that work?
Mr. Chair, Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. So taking tax deed on it would actually put it in the county's name for us to be able, for the county then to be able to take action on it. What happens after a treasurer's deed is typed, once all the tax deed notices are done, it is then sold at auction, and it has to be sold at auction within a year. And so I'm sorry that Brittany wasn't able to stay here, because she had some good ideas through planning of what that would actually do. It was my understanding that they cut off the sewage and the water for it, and so it'd be more like, storage unit or something. But it's valuable to somebody, but we get what we get for it when it goes to auction, and that's it. So the sooner we do it, the better.
What if it doesn't sell in that year because, people don't want it for storage, they need it for something else? What if it doesn't sell? And is it likely that it would sell? How about that, Annette? Have you seen this before?
Mr. Chair, I believe it would sell. We have a lot of people that are, have through the last 10 years, honestly, calling to check on it, but the taxes have, kind of backed them off on it. So I do believe that there would be interest in it to get it back on the tax rolls and be a, be a good property then for up in that area, so.
Thank you, Ms. Annette.
Yeah, the question's not whether it'll
Never
sell
know.
or not. The question is,
Mr. Chair.
what will it sell for, right? I mean,
That's my bottom line.
anyway.
So a couple, it doesn't really have water. The well's located on Danny's lot, and there was an agreement between her and the previous owner, and I don't think she's gonna give the new owner that right to water. And to me, the highest and best use of that property would be one of the adjacent property owners. They're the ones that would probably be willing. And Andrew, that has a helicopter company, I think he calls once a year just asking where it's at. So now that we can make a motion and move on this, we can let people know, hey, it's gonna be up for auction in the next 12 months, and get this thing off or get a different ownership in it.
So we have a motion on the floor in a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You got your marching orders, guys. Thanks.
Thanks for the information.
Thank you.
Items from Human Resources.
Sure. I'm going to excuse myself.
Yeah, you did say you got to go.
Can you do this last bill?
Are you going to Pier?
Yeah, we just need to update the personnel actions report to account for the 2 promotions that we did that should have been on the agenda. So we need a motion. I'm going to make a motion to acknowledge the personnel actions report.
Second.
Got a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, nobody answered why did we predate the March 29th on the HR generalist? Can
Because
you
that
tell me
is the
that?
start of this pay period. And
Okay.
she's been doing the job, which is, that was the justification, is that she's been doing the job of a generalist since the absence of the director. And so it's not a promotion up too high. She's been doing the job. We're now saying that at the start of this pay period, then we will compensate her appropriately.
Okay, and that's what we've been consistent with other people that we've done this with?
If they've been doing a job, yes?
That's been training for something else.
No, not training for anything else. No, she's doing the job.
So she's been an HR generalist basically with
In
Sandy.
essence, yep.
Training-
Without the title.
Training to be a HR person with Sandy, how long?
Almost the entire last year.
Yep.
Okay, I never knew that, I guess.
That's what I
So-
said.
Well, you said now, but it doesn't say
No, I
it on
said
the
it
paper.
previously
No, I wasn't here, remember? Thank you.
in this meeting.
So we're moving on to update reports from commissioners, and I think we got Gary's. Jerry, did you have anything?
No.
Hadcock, did you have anything?
It went to the meeting with picking new commissioners for the fairgrounds. They've got 3 new people, well, not new, some aren't new, but some very consistent ones that have helped the fairgrounds moving forward. That was a really good meeting. Appreciated everybody coming. There was a lot of people there. Sheriff came and he got the Blue Ribbon Award for his Ignite program. That was pretty awesome. Also, Pennington County Housing, we redid some of the job descriptions and some of the stuff for people that got raises. And what else? The RAD conversions moving forward. We sold some more properties that were scattered sites. So Pennington County Housing is doing well as well. So thank you.
Perfect. Mr. Roskinek?
I'm going to summarize this, if that's okay.
Yep.
Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, Deb touched on that. That was the 18th. On the 19th, Pennington County Council of Aging met and working on the bylaws and the application for financial assistance, and we did help Wall out with their Meals on Wheels program with a new oven. And then also on the 19th, I did a Hill City Economic Development Corporation meeting, and we continue working on housing solutions for Hill City. On the 23rd, I did a special planning meeting where we worked on that was on the 31st, the 40-unit rule, but then we all attended the special planning commission meeting, and that was on the 23rd. On the 26th, I was invited to have breakfast with Tom Schultz, who is the 21st chief of the U.S. Forest Service. And we had commissioners from Lawrence County, myself with Pennington, Crook County, and Western County out of Wyoming. And it was nice to be able to sit down with the head of the Forest Service and let them know some of the issues that we're facing in Pennington County and have him listen. And this forest plan revision, it was my understanding every 20 years we go through this, and it should take 2 to 3 years. I think it's been going 5 or 6 years, and 6 to 7 different supervisors in Custer. And we feel that the current supervisor in Custer could be a little more active in this process, and it was conveyed, and I think we're going to see some progress there. But to keep this short, that's all I got.
Thank you. Planning Commission I missed, but the city county had a meeting with the mayor of Box Elder and Rapid City, and mainly conversations about personnel changes, stuff like that. Box Elder had mentioned that they've been told that they're going to get another squadron on the B-21s. So instead of I think 2 missions, they're going to have a 3rd mission. They also getting $8 million for excise tax that goes to the roads and highways on there, which Joe's going to be very happy about. I talked a little bit to the mayor about the same things we're facing with our HR recruiting. I mentioned that earlier to you guys, and then how they had reached out and got their HR person. So he had offered for me to go visit with them, and their HR person. I haven't taken them up on that yet, but that's about that. So we go to 18, consideration of the vouchers.
Do I need to abstain?
We got to have motion moved. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve a voucher for the Rose Inn and LLC in the amount of $360.
Now
Second.
abstain.
And Hadcock abstaining. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and we'll move on to motion 2.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the remaining vouchers in the amount of $529,488.10.
Second.
Motion for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Is there any executive session today, Jordan? None. Okay, so we got postponed, and that's about the complaint about me or whatever?
No, there was, it's always on there as a placeholder in case you guys needed it.
There's always a placeholder complaint.
There's always a
about me?
placeholder for executive session, but none is anticipated.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
You're gonna you always make complaints about me. I have to listen to that every day. So we'll make some motion to adjourn? Second. All right. We're adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.